Can you feel it? Nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline. On what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style. Or pimped out style, you don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope ride. Your vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax, and just hear a dope ride. Your vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. That's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just entertainment, at the same time edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. It's your dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax and hear a dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state, now balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shade. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid, I bet for keep tell so me just relax, and just hear a dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax, and just hear a dope ride. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax.
inherited from our harshest past, embedded in our society's identity. But then again, can you tell me that's free? They explain to you what your mind should perceive, suggest things they want you to believe, like your skin color dictates your race. They're calling you an idiot to your face. Like, life is much more simple than that. We're all slaves and the cards are stacked. While we fight over problems we can fix, industrialists turn our kids to addicts. The television does a job, introduce you. The radio's right there to seduce you, keep you locked on the wrong damn track. Cigarettes is just legalized crack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. They want you to catch a damn heart attack. What? Stop believing in the flag, it's a trap. Cause men rule this world, that's a fact. They don't know, but I'm gonna make it right tonight. They don't lie, but I'm gonna say it like I know. They don't know, that I'm gonna hit them with the shit. They don't lie, that you're gonna free your mind tonight. 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 If you see a man that needs help, then help a brother. If you see a sister on her own, still love her. Cause life is about how you choose to see it. But you gotta teach people how to learn to see it. The planet's been through suffering many times. We propagate many wars many times. The people need to wake up and stop accepting deceit from their own government's deception. You can't blame the people for needing protection from the government's bad reputation. We need to sing a song called Free the Nation. Cause we done had a whole lot of separation. Racism, classism, nationalism, based on keeping people out on the plantation. That's the plan, no doubt. Cause rich people got a plan, no doubt. If you still don't understand and believe that we are all one from the same mother, and respect each woman and man with the same consideration you would like to be given on a daily, then you need to retire so the new generation can take over and show you how to live and govern this place we call Earth home.
What's good? Check 1 2. Alright. 1 2 1 2 1 2. It's Saturday the 15th, August 09/17 Central European time. That makes it 03/17 Eastern Standard Time in the Americas. What's good, everybody? Sorry about the lateness. Yeah, I had a pretty hectic work week. And not hectic, but just a lot of time. A lot of, we had some had to fill in for some colleagues, right? Had to fill in for some colleagues at work. Is my camera right in here? Yeah, I had to fill in for some colleagues at work, and it's summertime, so there's also a lot of vacation, people taking vacation and things like that. So we were just a little bit understaffed, so had to do some extra, basically larger shifts, longer shifts and stuff like that. And it made my personal time and, time outside of my job far less than what it normally is. But that's pretty much, it's not totally over, but it's the weekend, and so I'm off for today, so that's great. But I hope everybody's been doing well. Wow, something, outside of the news, I caught up on a little hip hop, right? On a little hip hop music. And I've been a fan of hip hop since its conception, since hip hop's conception, I've been a fan of it. One of my friends, basically my closest friend, introduced me to hip hop, like Run DMC's first record, Fresh 3 MCs, and all this shit back in the 80s, early 80s, right? And I was a fan from right then, right that point on. Wild Style, the graffiti art, one of my closest friends, both of them are artists, right? And a lot of my friends are artists, by the way, in different ways. But yeah. And yesterday I took a look back, and I actually I actually saw on YouTube a De La Soul performance without Dave, the Dove Trugoy. Without him, obviously, rest in peace to Dave, man. What an inspirational writer. One of the most prophetic MCs of all time, like highly underrated Hip hop doesn't, in terms of its writing and poetry, there's not enough said about hip hop poets. You know what I mean? Like, because there's a lot of good hip hop poets, but they don't get put in the same light as, people like Langston Hughes or others, just poets, quote unquote. But hip hop has some serious poets, and Trugoy the Dove was definitely one of them, no question. And but I saw the performance with Pastanews and Plug 3, right? And I didn't want to see it, actually. I just didn't imagine it would move me like the group has, like the three of them have, you know what I'm saying? Plug 1, Plug 2, and Plug 3 together. But when I saw this, I think they were playing in the Netherlands, right? It's on YouTube. If you into hip hop, they played in the Netherlands. It was just Plug 3 and Pastanews. And damn, I was moved by that performance. Like, I've been thinking about that since I watched it. I don't know what to say. It's something magical about it. They have a wonderful portfolio of music. Like, their catalog is huge. And congratulations, because I heard they recently got control over their catalog after getting jacked for decades by Tommy Boy Records. Like, that's a hell of a ride in music when you sign a contract and get scammed out of all your publishing rights, and you have to perform to make a living. Like, seriously, that's what they had to do. All the records they sold, nothing. I think they might get some back. They may have gotten some kind of settlement or something. But the most important thing is that they have control over their rights and their publishing now, since they are the writers. And so that means if you go out and you stream a De La Soul record, they actually get paid now for it. If you buy a De La Soul record, they get paid for it now. And it's interesting, the timing, because I don't think Trugoy got a chance, maybe a year of that, something, but his family and obviously his kids or whoever, his loved ones, get whatever will be headed his way. But congratulations to De La Soul, one of the most inspirational rap groups of all time out of Long Island, New York. And wow, I was moved by that. So if you've never heard of De La Soul, you're not into hip hop. You must be from the younger generation or something. But if you have heard of hip hop and and you have heard of De La Soul, go stream that live video and go see them live. If they played anywhere this summer live, go see them. I don't believe they came to Denmark. If they did, I would definitely go to see that one. Maybe they will later this year in the Scandinavian somewhere. But I was really moved. Like, I was moved. That was an experience, just watching it. So on that note, big up to De La Soul. Now let's get into the news. What's up, Eric? Yeah, Smooth. I see you. Yeah, Rakim is still the yeah. Well, Rakim is. I'm not hating on Rakim either. I mean, Rakim's prophetic in his own right, but I don't like it. See, I think that's one thing about hip hop that we do. We make too little room for all the greats that are there, and I just think, who else does that? You know what I mean? Who else really does that? Who cares, man? There needs to be, in hip hop, it's so many great poets. It needs to be a top 100, not a top 5 or top 10. But you know what I mean? Because I guess it all depends on who inspired you most, when you came in, which song got you involved. You know what I'm saying? But and for me, it's all of them. Like, if I had to go to the first prophetic song I heard, it would be Melly Mel, The Message. You know what I'm saying? And but it's, that's 20 years before Trugoy. You know what I'm saying? and De La Soul. You know what I mean? It's like, it's early. It's so much earlier. Big up to Melly Mel also, and to all the early pioneers of hip hop, right? But regardless of where you at, what space and time, what part of hip hop you were involved in, graffiti art, dancing, break dancing, popping, also, all of that shit is real. Beatboxing, you know what I'm saying? All of that shit is relevant in hip hop, and it's obviously a big music group. You know what I'm saying? I'm curious about how they can maybe refine it a little bit, how they catalog it and promote it as an artistry, But in any case, guess who fell off the wagon? Karoline Leavitt. She fell off the wagon. Yay! Big up to Karoline Leavitt. How you doing? Trump lost his side piece, Karoline Leavitt, just one of many. You know what I'm saying? He likes them blonde and he likes them young, looking petite, being around him, skimming around his old stanky ass. And now, guess what? His eye candy is gone. Karoline Leavitt. So let's hear about that.
That Karoline Leavitt will be leaving her
Lion ass Leavitt. That's what they called her. Lion ass Leavitt.
role as the White House press secretary at the end of this month. The president taking to Truth Social, saying that Leavitt will now serve as one of his, quote, top outside advisors.
I bet that's completely made up. You know what I think? I bet something else happened, which is always the case. Trump never fires. It's always a promotion. Have you ever figured that out? You know what I'm saying? Like, always a promotion. Top outside. That's like saying you're going to be my trash can advisor. You know, you're going to go outside to the trash can and you're going to advise me about the trash can. You know, you're not in the office, the outside trash can. Nothing to do with inside the office, just outside. You're going to look at the trash cans outside the building. I mean, that's like saying, I don't know, man. This is just some bizarre shit. I'm pretty sure. I mean, my instinct tells me something else happened that is a huge story. Something huge. Maybe she was naive. Maybe she didn't know all the rotten things about Trump. Maybe she didn't know all the rotten things about the little kids, what the little kids said about Trump. Maybe it's just hitting her. Maybe part of who she is as lying ass Leavitt is a person that got lied to herself. Maybe because that exit was like, pew! She was already out giving birth and now she's out again. Like, I don't know. I think the women, I don't think you can wear that badge. Bondi, I don't think you can wear that badge as a woman. I think it's pretty difficult. I think it's hard to find out what's in those Epstein files. And let's be real. What's been said is that there are little girls that have been tortured, murdered, and little boys by people by Trump allegedly and others like Epstein and others. Like, straight up. That's what's alleged to have been in there. How these people don't seem to know that when they get this job? Maybe they just think it's rumors and never bothered to look into it until later. Who knows? Maybe they wanted to see what the regime was like itself from the inside and then decide. Who knows? But her ass is out. So
joining us now is CNN White House correspondent Elena Train. Elena, what more can you tell us?
Yeah, look, I think this came as a surprise to many people, Pamela, and that's partly because this role, particularly under President Donald Trump, had been a tough one to fill. I'd remind you that Leavitt is one of the closest advisors. The president did say this in his post, but she is one of the closest advisors that
Leavitt,
he has.
Karoline.
She's part of that very small group of really loyal people who have been with the president on the 2024 campaign trail. She also worked for him, I should note, during his first term when he was first in office, and has continued to be one of those people that goes in to very sensitive meetings, as one of few people that actually knows what is going on at high levels in the West Wing. So it's a loss for the president. I'd also note the timing of this, which I think is pretty crucial. The White House is losing their chief messenger just 3 months before the midterm elections. Now, as for the reasoning for her departure, both the president and Leavitt, who did post her own lengthy statement on social media, said it was because of her family. She did give birth recently.
Yo, I think these people are trying to get the fuck out of Dodge before the Democrats have control over the House and Senate, because they will have control. And with that control, even if they don't have a filibuster proof number that allows them to impeach, they will have the majority, and that allows them to drag all of these people into Congress every single fucking day. That allows them to order their records to be called into everything about their activities, every single thing. I think these people are quitting because they want to get a heads up on getting the fuck out of Dodge. Like, straight up. That's what I think. I don't think it's about family. I don't think it's anything else. And with Karoline Leavitt, I think it was so abrupt. It may not only be that. It might be something else to her. Keep in mind, she is lying ass Leavitt. So she's good at lying. She's good at looking you in the face and gaslighting you. So she's never going to tell you if it's totally, totally fucked up, her reasoning. She's never going to tell you if she saw some pictures of some little girls getting harmed. She's never going to tell you if there's more pedophiles on deck in the Trump administration. She's never going to tell you whatever the horrors are about. But if that was the case, she would definitely look you straight in the eye and say, I love you, baby. Then she would look you in the eye and be like, no, that's not why I'm leaving. So just keep that in mind.
To a daughter, she gave birth to her on May 1st. She only took about a month of maternity leave before returning. And I'll tell you, I have been speaking with some of my sources. When she was on maternity leave, the president, even then, was still frequently calling her and at times was asking when she was going to come back. So I think that just highlights the demanding role.
Maybe he tried to grab her on the ass. You don't know. Trump is like that. The man is known to be like that. Maybe he tried to grab her by the pee. Maybe. I mean, he said that's all you got to do when you're a celebrity, when you're a person like him, a famous person, is just grab them, and this is the lady who heard that and actually was so stupid she would work for him. Like, have you no shame, Karoline Leavitt? No, she has no fucking shame. And she helped drag the country through this. Just as a 9-to-5 job. Well, got to get up and lie to people. Oh, well.
A press secretary for her to juggle with her 2 young children. She did confirm that the president had asked her, Pamela, to stay on as a top advisor to her. Of course, that would be a role that would be outside of the White House. It does seem that she's agreed to that, but it's a loss for this White House, particularly at a time, as I mentioned, when they're going to be in a very difficult period on messaging around the midterm elections with everything going on with the Iran war. To lose a messenger like Karoline. One last thing I want to say is I've been catching up with some staffers here since the news broke. It's not immediately clear, at least to some of the staffers I spoke with, who would actually replace her. So we're staying tuned for that. When she was out on maternity leave for the month of June, there wasn't really a real replacement. At times you had people like Marco Rubio or the vice president, J.D. Vance, do a briefing, but not in the way that she has in the past. So I think that'll be a question for who will pick up the helm from Leavitt.
Yeah, and she says that the truth is, since returning to the White House after the birth of my daughter, I have felt in my heart that I cannot be the best mom my 2 young children deserve while devoting the constant time, energy, and attention required.
I mean, how you going to be a mom? What if Trump did that to your kid? I mean, just think about that. What if Trump did that to your kid and the U.S. government treated you the same way they treat the Epstein victims? I mean, what if that was the case, Karoline Leavitt? Maybe you should try it. Maybe you should try it. Some people think it's okay in the United States of America. A lot of people think it's okay in the United States of America for those things to happen to thousands of young people and for the perpetrators to go unpunished. That's the United States of America you fought for. That's the United States of America you got until otherwise, and everybody's kids are in danger because that is the status quo. You can, in the United States of America, run an espionage operation, sex trafficking little kids for 3 decades, and none of the people involved will be prosecuted fully. Maybe one out of 100. You know what I'm saying? Maybe 1 out of 1,000. You don't know how many perpetrators there are because they won't release the files. That's the United States you got right now. Total incompetent. Can't shut down sex traffickers that are doing espionage for certain countries. Can't stop that. Wow, that's too hard. Too hard to stop Epstein. He's got special connections. Too hard to get in there with Trump. That's top secret. Can't release those files. Those little kids, however, boo, worthless. Now Karoline Leavitt has a kid. Do you think she has a soul? Do you think she even thought about that when she had her child? Like, wow, what if this happened to my child? That'd be interesting to know. I don't think we'll ever find out the truth. I don't think we'll ever find out what her real thoughts are. I think she's too fucked up. Too classist, you know? I'm better than you. Who are you? You're nobody. You know? Get out there and find a job.
The White House press secretary. All right, Elena Treen at the White House, thank you so much. My panel is back with us. What do you think? I mean, you know, in one hand, it's not a surprise in the sense that she just had a baby. That is a tough job to juggle with 2 young kids. But
you can never give these people the benefit of the doubt with something like that. A baby, oh, something so innocent. Oh, you know, never give them the benefit of the doubt. That's what they do. They take those kind of things that are supposed to be respected and misuse them totally for something totally disrespectful. You know, that's what sociopaths do. Oh, I'm just leaving because I had a baby. But in reality, murder is lying behind that. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, oh, well, you know what I'm saying? Oh, well, I'm off on maternity leave. Axe murder on maternity leave. You know what I'm saying? I was just at home. You know what I'm saying? I mean, really, you can't give anybody in the Trump administration. You know how many people have left like that? Oh, yeah. What about homegirl? What's her name? Secretary of Intelligence, Christy. Is it Christy Nome? Or is it? No, not Christy Nome. I always confuse them. Damn, this is terrible. Gabbard. Tulsi Gabbard. She left because her husband caught cancer. She wanted to be a good wife and tend to him. Be by his side. Stand by her man. You believe that? And top intelligence officer connected to Russia just flees town. It's because her husband has cancer, huh? You believe that? You believe that? Or does she want to get the fuck out of Dodge before clear up all the things she could do? She can't hide when she has to go to work and be surrounded by fucking CIA. I mean, how can you hide at work? You know what I'm saying? It's obvious these people want out. Kash Patel is going to be next. The only reason why Kash Patel might stay is because he's that stupid. Basically, that might be the only reason, because he's that stupid, because they are going to stick prods up Kash Patel's ass. They are going to scan him from the inside out once they get power. I mean, it's over for these people, you know? Everybody's going to have a reason to leave suddenly.
On the other hand, she's been such a critical part.
Countdown, 2 months. 2 months to the midterms. Would you want to wait for the election to happen and then say, now that it was a blue wave, I think I'll step down? Or is it better to find a reason to step down before the election happens? You tell me. What's better?
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge loss for the White House and President Trump. I remember a few months ago, there was a cabinet meeting or they were in the cabinet room, excuse me, and the Hungarian president was there, and he asked if Karoline Leavitt could come work for him. And Trump said, please don't leave us. Please don't leave us. It was a joke at the moment, but it was indicative of how close what Karoline Leavitt is to Donald Trump. I mean, I know as a reporter, I would go and ask Karoline questions, and she'd either say, let me go ask the president, or she would say, I was actually in the room at that moment, or I was with.
I think she may have heard him say something behind her back, like she's got a nice rack. What a nice piece of ass. Karoline Leavitt. That's how Trump talks about women. I'm guessing, but I am almost sure that she had to have heard that plenty of times. You know what I'm saying? Like Trump talking about her just off on the side. Like, this is what they accept Trump talking like. Everybody in his cabinet said, oh no, that's just locker room talk. I bet she heard a lot of locker room talk.
President just a moment ago. So she was constantly in the Oval Office with the president, seeing what was going on. Elena's right. She's one of the closest aides. I would say, though, just in terms of her being a mother, I remember back when she had her first baby, she didn't actually really take any maternity leave because it was the Butler shooting that happened right after she gave birth. And so she came back to work. And so she really hasn't had a lot of maternity time when she was with having 2 young babies.
Make no mistake about it. Karoline Leavitt loved this job. She loved it. Outside of whatever else is going on that's obviously not working for her, she loved that job. She liked the camera. She liked the suits. She liked dressing up and playing important. She liked getting in her monkey suit every fucking day and putting on her makeup every goddamn day. She loved it. So I don't buy that she did this for her kid. I don't buy that shit at all. Wow, what a coincidence. Didn't have midterms the last time. Were there midterms the last time she stepped down? Maybe. What was it? I don't think so. I don't think so. She seemed to show up every other time. So in any case, this time is the time she didn't show up, right? So it's worth noting. Keep in mind, these people love to mask what they're doing behind personal affairs. Tulsi Gabbard, husband sick, got cancer. I need to step down and stand by my man. Head of U.S. intelligence. Yeah. Okay. Interesting.
And so this is a huge loss. And of course, the question of who can replace her is a huge one that looms over. That was a question that we had for maternity leave that was never answered. And so obviously, perhaps now we get a question or whether they'll replace her at all.
Yeah, how do you see the timing of this announcement, Mike? I'm so close to the midterms.
Well, I'm very surprised by it because generally when you have a transition from one press secretary to the other, you've got somebody waiting in the wings or maybe a deputy that can step in and we saw for the period of time that she was on maternity leave that there was just a rotating cast of characters that would come in to do the briefings. I guess the one thing I would say, this is the one time in politics where I truly believe someone when they say I want to spend more time with my family. I mean, generally it's kind of a joke in Washington. You say that when somebody has to leave. That's the.
And what is this guy talking about? She didn't do that the last time. So what is he talking about? Yeah, it's not in government. Listen to how he phrases this. He wants you to believe in government, that this is how people in government think. No, most people think this way. She didn't do it the last time. And now he's trying to push that narrative like this is what it has to be. Just believe it.
For the period of time that she was on maternity leave, that there was just a rotating cast of characters that would come in to do the briefings. I guess the one thing I would say, this is the one time in politics where I truly believe someone when they say I want to spend more time with my family. I mean, generally it's kind of a joke in Washington. You say that when somebody has to leave. That's the catch-all. I think in this case it's probably right, and I'd be surprised if there was more to it than that. But she's going to be missed.
You hear that? I'd be surprised if there was more to it than that. In this administration, he'd be surprised. Oh, really? You'd be surprised. Wow, that makes him dumb. I mean, with these people, you have to expect that it's about something else and then add the human element after. Like, yeah, there's a human element there, but they abuse human elements all the fucking time. Listen, Tulsi Gabbard stepped down because her husband caught cancer and is, yeah. Isn't that the same? Isn't that the same dynamic? Pretty much. Someone potentially could die. Someone could potentially is potentially here, a new child. It's the same damn thing. You're dealing with life and death. It's serious, or you should take it serious. But the question is, these people, they're government workers. Look at what their behavior has been. Look at the midterms coming up. Are the midterms not a factor in anyone's life? The midterms are a factor in all these people's lives. They know, talk about you want to spend time with your child. It's going to be hard to enjoy that time when they fucking subpoenaing your ass and you got lawyers having to give over all your fucking personal documents to the Congress because now it's controlled by Democrats or left-leaning people. That's going to not be too pleasant of a personal time. You see what I mean? And that time is coming. So let me put the link in the chat, by the way. I just realized I didn't open it up on Discord. So let me put that in the chat. Appreciate everybody for coming out. Let's see here. Panel. All right, here's the panel link. Anybody can hop up. I would really like to see some Trump supporters do it, but we know that never happens because they're all trolls. But the chat is open for you punk ass Trump supporters anyway, even though you're all trolls and never hop up because you're scared bitches. But oh well, like Karoline Leavitt, gotta go. Sorry, gotta take care of my kids. You know can't hop up now. Gotta
I'm just
go.
wondering,
My kids don't let me use Discord app.
just given your experience, having been the former communications director for Trump, I mean, how difficult of a role is it to fill?
It's a
when you
very
have someone like
difficult role.
Trump who likes to be his own.
Well,
mom's
he is
spokesman,
obviously his best press
Yeah,
secretary. It's a very difficult role to fill, and the fact that she's been there almost through the 2 years of this term is a testament to her, really, because it is a very difficult role to fill.
Congressman Walkinshaw, how do you see it? And do you concede that she has been an effective messenger for this administration?
Well, I agree with Mike. I mean, to me, it rings perfectly true that this job is an absolute killer on family life. So I think she's sincere in stating that. I also agree with Mike that it's a tough job. It's a job where to be Donald Trump's spokesman, you have to willfully deny reality on a daily basis. And she's done that repeatedly. This week, she said Donald Trump has made life in America more affordable. She said the so-called big, beautiful bill reduced the deficit. She said lie after lie after lie in front of the American people. And I think her legacy will be one. So-called big, beautiful bill reduced the deficit. She said lie after lie after lie in front of the American people. The deficit. She said lie after lie after lie in front of the American people, and she said lie after lie after lie in front of the American people, and she said lie after lie after lie in front of the American people, and
Yes, she did.
She said lie after lie after lie in front of the American people, and
Yeah. So that baby basically saves her from having to go out and continue to lie. But I myself, I would believe the worst. I believe there's more. Anything could be happening. Much worse things could be happening. And because she lies after lies after lies to the American people as a job, she's never going to tell you what it is. You can't expect the truth out of her. If you expect anything she does to be the truth, what she announces to you at this point, you are stupid. You're dumb. There's no point in believing her. You pay her salary. None of that job is about you as a taxpayer having to fucking believe her. Like, what is this? Is that what it is for your employees? You have to believe your employees. Oh, well, I employ them, but I just have to believe them. No. She's your employee, but the lady's a liar. So I choose to believe that, there's more to this. There's more afoot. Might be convenient timing, the baby. Not to make it sound like it in a piece of property, a paper bag or a box, a cardboard box. But, some people, it is like that. Some people, it's like that. You think every person that has a child instantly bonds with that child? Do you think that? You think that's what's happening? No, there are lots of people that have children and they cannot bond with them. I'm talking about from day one, when given the opportunity. No bonding skills, nothing there. They just don't have it. I'm talking about people that give birth to, not just fathers, but mothers. It's not an automatic. So I think giving her this automatic status is just bullshit. She's a government worker. She's an employee of the American people. The American people pay her salary. She gets paid from the American people's tax dollars, and American people don't need to give her the benefit of the doubt about nothing. She's an employee. You need to do your due diligence and stay aware and peep, and find out what it is. But let me see. I want to go past this. Let me see what else they get. Who else is talking about Karoline? Yay, Karoline Leavitt. Boo. Get the fuck out of Dodge. Hoorah. She was the worst. She was the best, worst gaslighter in American history, maybe. At least in modern, contemporary American times, She fucked over the American people like big time. Like, don't ever. I mean, if she worked as a sex trafficker, she would be prolific in her ability to look her victims in the eye and say, I'm only doing this because I love you. That's what she did every day. President Trump's he's only stealing billions of dollars because he loves you. That's all. Give him a chance. Give him a chance again. Give him a chance again. Give him a chance again. It's just those Dems that don't want to give him a chance. This is the Biden economy. 2026, August 15th. It's the Biden economy. If it wasn't for Kamala and the communist Democrats. Okay.
One of President Trump's fiercest defenders is leaving the White House at the end of this month. The news of Karoline Leavitt's departure as White House press secretary comes the same week that the DOJ issued a memo arguing the president can assert executive privilege not just over communications with White House staff,
You see
but
that?
with private advisors outside of government too.
Now, you see this? You see this? So, I mean, that's the first thing he's jumping to. How am I going to stop her from talking? How can I control her? How can you control the Epstein files? How can you control your employees from anyone that ever worked for you from saying anything, exerting power over them from the beginning by saying, I exert executive privilege. Be careful, because not only can I protect you, but I can use it to attack you personally. That's what it's become.
And the president confirmed Leavitt will be exactly that, an outside advisor. Amanda Tamadio and Lisa are all back with me. Okay, you have made the argument to me that the timing of this memo had everything to do with Boris Epstein and pending legal cases. And you and I have been talking about the fact that while that may be true, it begins to open the aperture of protections for others. Do you think it could apply here?
Absolutely. I mean, I think it could apply with respect to honoring the memo. The memo is not a legal document. It is the department's own interpretation of its policy. And it remains to be seen whether a court will say that its construction of who's entitled to executive privilege is valid or not. But at least as DOJ considers it, is Karoline Leavitt an outside advisor?
It doesn't matter, because Congress has the last word on everything in your life right now. Anything that is happening under this administration is only happening because Congress lets it happen, legal or illegal. Congress doesn't have to care whether what you're doing is legal or illegal. That's obvious. They let people do illegal shit all the time, every day of the week, every second of the year. That's not what Congress does. Congress doesn't care if what you are doing is perfectly legal either. They don't care. All they care about is, do they like you or not fucking like you? And really, if they just don't fucking like you, they can remove you. They can remove you from that office. Period. Supreme Court judge, they don't have to like you. You could do your job 100%, and they could say, listen, Clarence Thomas, I don't like your black ass. You out of here. You're impeached. Boom. They could say, Trump, we don't like your old diaper wearing ass. Boom. They could say, MAGA Mike Johnson, fuck you too. Boom. Congress and the Senate have the last word on everything that's happening in the government. Your actions don't have to be legal or illegal for them to be the final judgment. They are. It's all about Congress. So, yeah. So that memo, they're talking about the legality, illegality, whether the Supreme Court will hold up that memo and say that that's actually a fair interpretation of the law. That shit don't even matter. All they have to do is not like your stinking breath. That's all Congress needs to impeach you. I don't like Todd Blanche. I don't like the way he looks. All right? Bow. Impeached. You are out of government office forever. I don't like your breath, Todd Blanche. Okay? I don't like how you talk. I don't like your accent. I'm serious. Now, would that be ethical? Who cares? Who cares at this point? Who cares? This administration is the most unethical administration the country has ever seen. Do you really think it matters at this point? They went out there and told you, we're going to remove people from office because of their color, gender, sexual orientation. That's unethical. That's unethical. They literally looked after people based on their color and said, and gender. They said they were going to do that. You didn't deserve this job because of your color. You couldn't have gotten this job fairly if you weren't black. Where's the proof? Where's the proof? Did they provide any proof? No proof at all. Nothing. But they were able to do it because it's unethical. So it doesn't even matter. It would be nice if governments and people operated according to ethics. But no. The shit is way past that. People need to know how government really works in reality, to do something about it and to utilize it properly, So it doesn't even matter. It doesn't even matter.
Leaves the presidential administration and continues to talk to Trump on the phone and give him advice? Absolutely. Because that memo defines the term private advisor in a breathtakingly broad way. It's basically anyone that the president calls or anyone that even his direct staff calls and solicits advice from can be a private advisor to the president. It doesn't matter what walk of life you come from. You could be an academic. You could be a union leader. You could be a titan of industry.
Hey man,
One of the examples in the memo is literally a conversation between a president.
Oh, Sanders, you here? What's up? What's up, Sandica? I see you, man. What's going on? What do you think about Karoline Leavitt hopping out? Do you think
it's interesting. I think isn't he making his secret lover the new press secretary now?
Yeah, that would be very interesting. That would be very interesting. Yeah, it could be. It could be, man. I don't put anything out of possibility, out of the realm of possibility. Trump likes eye candy. That's obvious. Karoline Leavitt was the youngest press secretary, I think, to ever serve. If I'm correct, let me look that up. I think Trump looked past all of the typical things that would make you qualified and went for, in my view, he went for his version of eye candy. Was Karoline, let me see, Karoline Leavitt the most unqualified press secretary in history, or let's see here. I'm curious. Maybe she has some credentials, but to be honest, I don't think it's their normal credentials.
The only credential you need to serve as the press secretary under Trump would be being decent at lying, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, well, here, let me pull this up. It says, yeah, man, she's a lying ass, and I think her victims, which are the American people, are going to be having nightmares due to all the gaslighting. They're going to be remembering her ugly ass face for a long time, just because of all the gaslighting that she was able to do, under her seat, as the press secretary. But check this out. It says Karoline Leavitt was the youngest White House press secretary in U.S. history. So she was the youngest. That's what I'm saying. I suspect Trump just said, I need some eye candy. They've said this about Trump before, that he picks them based on on how he thinks their looks are. Period. That's what he goes for. And, yeah, it's strange. His looks, his views may differ from time to time on what looks are, from people, what other people think is great looking. I'm not saying Karoline Leavitt is a bad looking person, but what I'm saying is that Trump obviously likes him like this. It's almost like he picked one of his would-be victims. You know what I'm saying? Like, for press secretary. I mean, really, because what experience does she need to have? Look at this. Youngest in history, first of all. Young. He likes him young. Think about that. Qualifications and background. Whether someone is the most unqualified press secretary in history is subjective. So I do know it's subjective, right? But let's look at the other people who served, what their backgrounds were, right? And then you decide. Let's see here. Her background, despite her youth, Leavitt was not new to political communications. Prior to becoming White House press secretary, she had served as assistant press secretary during Donald Trump's first administration. Okay. Communications director rep Ellis Stefanik. Okay. So she was okay. So Republican nominee for New Hampshire's first congressional district 2020, national press secretary for Trump's 20. I mean, but she was the youngest in all of this. So her being the youngest, it shouldn't disqualify her.
I think part of the problem might be that, like everything, politics is also based around looks, right? It's a popularity contest.
Yo, man, look at this. I mean, national press secretary under Trump administration, Republican nominee, that's under Trump too, basically. Really. I mean, communication rep for Elise Stefanik. I mean, I don't know about that. But basically, 3 of these positions are all about Trump, pretty much. Trump has assumed more power over all government than any other president. So it's hard to believe that he wouldn't have been on the phone talking to the talking to his own. I mean, obviously his own campaign, he picked that, but the Republican national conviction, hard to believe he wouldn't be picking up the phone talking to the RNC, ordering them to do things he wants, hand picking people for him. It's hard to imagine he wouldn't have influence over the press secretary during his first administration. Come on. All of this shit here is, there's only one thing that doesn't say Trump pretty much here. So I don't see, usually when you say qualifications, you look at a wide range of employment history, not under one person. Like, that's weird. That's weird. That's what I'm saying. Like, go ahead.
Sorry to interject, but didn't Trump have trouble remembering who was the current press secretary a few months back? Like, he was mixing up Karoline Leavitt with his from the previous administration back in 2016.
No, that was, he had a couple. Right, you're right. He did, and yes, and he also had a couple of different. I mean, it's worth taking a look back at Trump's press secretaries because they are the wildest of the wild. Karoline Leavitt, she wasn't the most animated, but she was the most stone cold faced liar, stone cold gaslighter of all history. Even the Trump, even comparing her to other people, but the other folks, they were like just. Look, I mean, they made total fools out of themselves for Trump, like utter fools on the international stage. I mean, everyone is watching what comes from this post, how this person communicates. Everyone around the world is looking at what at what the White House press secretary says. Everyone. And if you don't have a person that is seen as professional and seen as proficient in the information, knowing what's going on, right, and having close access to the president, like, then the rest of the world won't watch it the same. The rest of the world won't find interest in it. No other world leaders will pay attention to it at all. No other people in the world will pay attention to it. So I think it's pretty important, but to me, it just seems like this is just, man. Same old story. You're right. You were talking about the past ones. He couldn't remember the past. He had a few. Let me see here. How many press secretaries did Trump have in the first administration? I'm curious. I think he had maybe 3, and some of them were crazy. He had one dude, and the dude was the most animated. He was really out there. Sean Spicer. Look at this. These are all bums, bro. These are all, political bums I'm talking about. Like, these are not people known for doing something great. I don't mean personally. I'm not talking about their personal home life. I don't know that. But I'm talking about politically. Look at this. Sean Spicer. He's known as the animated fool for Trump. You should go to YouTube, put in some Sean Spicer press secretary moments if you want to have some entertainment, because he was highly entertaining. 2017, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. 2019, from 17 to 19, she was like lame. No one even noticed her when she spoke. No one even cared what she said either. I mean, she was more irrelevant than Karoline Leavitt, and that's hard because what does Karoline Leavitt do? Stephanie Grissom, notably for never holding an official televised press briefing during her 9-month tenure. It's hard for Karoline Leavitt to lose to that. Look at this shit. Look, he had 4 people. Calais, right. And then somehow she got appointed. Like, somehow she got appointed at somewhere herself because of this. Look, assistant. Okay, somehow. So she was the assistant press secretary to one of those people. Who was she? Let's see here. Who was Karoline, the assistant press secretary? I bet she threw her boss under the bus too. Secretary to, oh wow, did I miss? Secretary to under Trump's first admin.
I mean, speaking about throwing people under the bus, I believe Trump has said several times that Karoline Leavitt was doing a terrible job.
Yeah, he's thrown her under the bus a few times. I'm pretty sure my instincts tell me that she is not, something's not going well. Right, when you add that, especially when you add that piece of information to it, let me just do that search again. Like you said, yeah, because he's thrown her under the bus. So I think legacy media there, obviously that was MSN and who was that earlier? CNN. They're not really, I guess they don't want to seem biased, but why not? You don't have to be biased. It's just, why do you have to make excuses for a regime that is chaotic and just full of errors and flaws? You know, look at this. It says 2019 worked for presidential writer and press aide. Okay. So she's an assistant 2020-21. So basically she wasn't the press secretary. Okay. Press office as assistant press secretary under Calais McInerney. What a name. McInerney. Callie McInerney. There it is. So this was 20. So she came in on the tail of Trump's last administration. So yeah, she came as an assistant, right? That's her experience pretty much. And she has some local, from her own state. She has some experience running for office once. I believe she lost that election. And then, but because of, she was being very Trumpian in her speeches that she was giving when she was running for that local office, Trump liked her and then grabbed onto her back then. So, all right, but let's keep it going, man. I'm glad you hopped up to remind me of that, though, Sandiker. All right, let's see here. How's everything going in Norway?
Oh, it's nice and quiet these days. People are getting back from vacation. You know, the country more or less shuts down for 3 weeks in July.
Facts. It's been nice like that in Denmark too, man. No traffic. Just nice public transport moment. You know, getting around easily, accessing every part of the city and the country is easy in the summertime. You know, but all right, cool, man. That's what I would expect. Quiet and what can you say? Normal life.
Yeah. I mean, temperatures are dropping a bit. It's nice and temperate, you know.
No chaos. There's no chaos happening in Norway.
Yeah. It's the same old.
Yeah, that's crazy, man. All right, I guess you guys don't have police marching door to door. Boom, boom, boom. Are you a legal immigrant?
Yeah, like it's kind of crazy here. Like, police in Norway, they have a lot of mandate.
Yeah.
Like you can't just tell them that you're a sovereign citizen traveling these roads and ask them, am I being detained, sir? Because they have the mandate to do a lot of things.
Yeah.
But they are giving a lot of trust. And as long as they don't abuse that trust, we're okay with it, right?
Right. Yeah, that's true. It's pretty peaceful. Police are pretty just decent. Police aren't really looking for bad interactions with everyday people in Norway.
Yeah.
Can you say it that way?
And they'll overlook things.
Yeah.
Like, let's say a junkie drops his heroin kit in front of them. They kind of have to take action.
Right.
But they don't go out of their way to police.
Yeah.
If they see, homeless people and stuff, they don't start frisking them for no reason.
Yeah. They're not disrupting normal life. They're
Exactly.
not. Yeah. They're not creating more fear from something small. Yeah, exactly. That could be dealt with differently.
I think people forget that police are also social workers to a large extent. They are civil servants. They do a lot of things that doesn't involve policing.
Oh, okay. I got you. That's great, man. That's good, man. Yeah. All police departments don't do that. You said they do some things that are more civil servant associated rather than just policing, what people might think policing is.
It's going to vary, I think, from state to state and city to city.
Yeah. But that's good, man. I like that. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm certain that in certain parts of the U.S., they are, social workers in the same capacity.
The U.S. used to have that too, and still does. I was told Denmark's police don't operate like that necessarily. Like, I actually had a conversation with one police officer. Don't quote me on this, on what the details are or the laws or what's actually happening, because I don't really know. And I like to speak on things that I do thorough research on, not just what I heard or what I suspect or what I think. Right. But I was told by a goddamn police officer that a police officer, I congratulated someone for becoming a police officer. Right. And I said, wow, congratulations, and I said something about helping the kids, and he was like, that's not my job. What the fuck?
I mean, I'm guessing there are different police departments and stuff like that in a big city.
I was like, yeah, but I just the person told me that's not my job.
Yeah,
I was like.
Like maybe he didn't have enough practical experience yet. But
yeah.
Here and also, in the more socioeconomic challenged areas,
right?
The police do outreach. They kind of have the regular police officers in the same area that knows the kids.
Yeah,
and they ask them how they're doing, making sure that they are staying on the straight and narrow kind of thing.
Yeah. Exactly. What's wrong with that? That's what I thought. In fact, I think that matters a lot. That's important work, especially in not just fighting crime, but helping solve, stopping criminality from developing. You see what I mean? Like, and being there at a precarious time. And when kids are teenagers, man, they need to have the trust of the police. They need to know that the police are there to protect them. Right. And the police. Yeah. And that's what they're there for, to make everything safe for everybody, even the young kids. That's an important factor, I think, if you want things to go right, because then some kids might, you don't know how when kids group together, young people group together, you don't know the messages they're sending each other. If they're messages of hope, positivity, or if they're negative messages like you won't become anything. You don't know what the messages are, so you have to be there to counteract negative messaging. So
absolutely.
So I think it's important. But in any case, let's get back to Karoline Leavitt. Yo, thanks for sharing that though, man. Because I know it gives a lot of the listeners that are outside of the Scandinavian Americans, some kind of way of viewing what life is really like there in Norway, even though we don't talk a lot about it a lot.
I do have a funny thing to mention.
Okay.
There's actually a lot of Mormons around Oslo these days.
I've been seeing them in Denmark too, roaming around. Yeah. Like I've been seeing that, and somebody knocked on my door too, and I was like, why are you? I mean, rang on my doorbell. I didn't say anything rude, but I just thought like, okay, like why are you ringing on my doorbell? Like, but I sent them away politely and explained to them that that's not what I do. Like in my faith, it's personal, so I don't discuss it with other people. That's what I told them.
Yeah. No, I mean, like we're finally going fully atheist here in the Nordics. Like at least we were on the right track, and then the Mormons show up.
Yeah, yeah. It's interesting, but they have the freedom to go around, and they, it's just interesting. It's interesting, But all right, let's continue. Let's see here. Karoline Leavitt is on the outs. Her boyfriend Trump dumped her. Was like, man, I don't need you no more. Heifer, get out of here. And Trump, he don't care if you're pregnant or not, if you just had a baby or not. Could it be Trump's baby? Who knows? Maybe that's a new online conspiracy. Was it Trump's baby? Is it Trump's baby? I would love to see that in every grocery store, right at the counter, extra with an extra blow. In Denmark, they also need to do that. Trump's baby. Karoline Leavitt rumored to have Trump's baby. Edit Trump's bond.
Like I figured it was only like Robert De Niro having like babies at 18.
What did he say?
I figured it was only like Robert De Niro having babies at 80.
Yeah, he broke a record with that one. But hey, man, as long as he's being a positive, as long as he's being a caring, loving person, member of society, I don't care what he does. I like his acting and I like his writing, and I like him, man. He's a New York dude, so I like how New Yorkers are progressive. I like how they do it. You know what I mean? And I I like how they're not silent. You know, and I like how they don't put up with bullshit either. And I wouldn't expect an 80-year-old to put up with anybody's bullshit. You know what I mean? Like, don't put up with Trump. Fuck Trump. You know? And if you got enough money, if you're set and you can take care of your kids, live your life how you want to live. Families look different. You know what I mean? Do your thing. You know, if you got the rest set up, go for it, man. Why not? It's going to be interesting to see how many kids he has. But in any case, let's get back to the what are the celebrity news outlets, the ones that, you know, always have conspiracy theories in the US? What are those called? Like, they're called isn't there a term for that? Like, in Denmark, an example of that would be extra blow, right? That would be one. Tabloids, right. What are the US tabloids right now? Let me look that up, because that would be great to see a bunch of tabloids saying, is it Trump's baby? Karoline Leavitt, secret lover baby with
like
Trump.
TMZ, I think.
Huh?
TMZ, I think, is one of them.
In Denmark or on US?
No, in the US.
Okay. Yeah, that would be so funny. Let me see. I just want to look up those names real quick since we on it. Fuck it. I have time. I'm off today. I came on a little late. Let me see. Maybe Michael might hop up from Brooklyn. Let me see here, or some of the other casts. But let's see here. So you got National Enquirer. Yeah, there should be a National Enquirer cover. You know, just a cover story with Karoline Leavitt and her baby, and they should call it Trump's Secret Love Baby. Star Magazine, same thing. Trump's Secret Love Baby with Karoline Leavitt. Globe, In Touch Weekly, and Lifestyle. People Magazine. Yeah, Trump's Secret Love Baby. Oh, well. Did Karoline Leavitt and Trump have a fight? She's threatening to take her love baby from him. You know, yeah, well, fuck it. Why not? Alternative universe, right? People can believe anything now. You can say anything. It's all freedom of speech. They had a love baby together.
Eric is hinting at, is Trump the real father?
Yeah, exactly. Is Trump the real father? How would you know? How would you really know? I heard a rumor that Trump has been harassing Karoline Leavitt's husband, saying, hey, man, you better back on up, buddy. Who knows? Could be true. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's how they went after the Obamas. Fuck it. Secret love baby. You know, Trump's secret love baby with Karoline Leavitt. All right, so let's continue. And
JP Morgan himself.
So I heard to make certain you used the word allegedly.
Nobody said it was alleged to me. I'm just saying what I heard. I don't know if it's true. Do they say allegedly? I don't know. It's like, yeah, who knows? Who knows? Anything wrong with 80-year-olds and having relationships? Listen, there's nothing illegal about Trump dating a married woman and having a baby with her. There's nothing illegal about it.
Does he have to pay child support then?
Does he have to pay? That's another great question. Would he have to pay child support to Karoline Leavitt if it was his baby? Which it could be.
All the bases.
It could be, because we don't know, right? Let's just assume it is, right? Would he have to would he have to pay child support? He probably wouldn't pay it. Trump is not known for paying shit like that, man. And she should be careful. She should be very careful, being an alleged lover of Trump's. So, that's got to be dangerous life. You know what I'm saying? She might find herself buried in his fucking golf, whatever they call that place. What is it?
Okay, interesting question. Did she get pregnant before the Tate brothers went to jail?
Yeah, that's another one. Yeah, that's crazy. Is it the Tate brothers, baby? Who knows? Birds of a feather flock together. There's no guarantee. Is it Epstein's baby? This could be another angle. Did they remove DNA from Epstein? Did they get and somehow force Karoline Leavitt to have his love baby as a last final act?
Is this going to be the new MAGA rabbit hole, right? Like, did they actually replace Epstein, and did Epstein impregnate her?
Yeah. It could be. It could be. It could be.
This is the Leavitt gate. Hashtag Leavitt gate.
Yeah. Yeah. Whose baby is it? Hashtag Leavitt's gate. Leavitt gate. Nobody knows. You didn't see any paperwork on that. And the birth certificate, is it real? Anyway, yeah. Let's put all that shit. Yeah. Is that birth certificate real? Who knows? Who knows? All right, but let's continue here. Let's hear some more.
On our air the other day talking about, well, this doesn't apply to the corporations that have been bestowing massive gifts on the president's pet projects. Actually, by its plain terms, it does. That's what they want it to cover. They want it to cover any time the president picks up the phone and says, hey, Alicia, what do you think about that?
Right. Part of what is so tricky is it's very common for people to go from these roles to being outside advisors. I think what is interesting to me is the fact that it is happening in the shadow of this memo, where now it feels a little bit like that Oprah moment. You got a car, you got a car, you got a car. Now it's like, you're a private advisor, you're a private advisor, you're a private advisor, because they now have a legal shielding that they did not previously have.
I mean, let's just talk about how absurd it is to think that anybody the president talks to or seeks advice from is protected by executive privilege. You know, by my understanding, that is supposed to cover like sensitive matters like national security, legal advice. But what Trump is trying to do here and through this OLC memo is shield any kind of accountability that may come later. I view this as a kind of preemptive strike against any accountability that might come after the midterm elections. He wants to shield all his communications from anyone he seeks advice. Just think about the universe of people. And then you add on top of that the idea that he is monetizing the White House in vast new innovative ways. Just look at his cryptocurrency schemes. I mean, this is a kind of dark money that we have never seen before. There are people, you could be sitting on your laptop anywhere in the world dumping money into Trump family accounts while at the same time receiving favors like pardons, regulatory favors. And so what if he just says all these crypto investors are advisors on this new currency? Protected? No, there's absolutely no way we should accept that.
Here's where I want to lace all of this together, which is Karoline Leavitt has defended all of that, and she has done it with a smile on her face, and that is why she is well regarded by the President of the United States. Take a listen to the President lauding her.
Yep.
Should Karoline be replaced? Huh?
That's up to you, sir.
It'll never happen.
Nobody wants to stand up for me?
Look,
Great job. Thank you, Katie.
that face and those, Katie, and those lips, they move like a machine gun, right?
Woo! What? Yo, man, that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't know what it is, because this administration, they normalized what they call locker room talk. A person in this position saying, just grab them by the vaginas. I'm saying the nice word, the technical word, vagina, right? He said that, and they normalized it as it's just boys talking in the locker room. And so Karoline Leavitt worked for that guy, right, who said those kind of things. And this is what he's saying. Like, this is what so I wouldn't be surprised if something else happened. You know, I'm just saying, I wouldn't be surprised at all if her leaving is about a problem that she had. I personally think whatever it is, it's a problem with Trump, even Pam Bondi. But it's also, I need to get out now before the investigations start. Before Congress is a Democrat Congress, I need to leave now, way in advance, because they are going to go after any person who did Trump's bidding, any person they suspect are a part of crimes. That's what they have a purview for, and that's what they will do. And in doing that, they can dig up they can have access to any information, your banking information, your phone records, anything and everything. These are government workers. They use government telephones. And if they use any other private phone to discuss any government information, they can get access to those phones too. You know, email accounts, wire transfers, anything. Now listen to how this guy talks, considering that.
Take a listen to the President lauding her.
Should Should Caroline be replaced?
That's up to you, sir.
It'll never happen.
Nobody wants to
It'll
stick
never
up for
happen.
me?
Look,
Great job. Thank you, Kate.
Do you want
that
to
face
elaborate?
and those Katie and those lips, they move like a machine gun, right? That face and those Katie and those lips, they move like a machine gun, right? That face and those Katie and those lips, they move like a machine gun, right? That face and those Katie and those lips, they move like a machine gun, right? That face and those Katie and those lips, they move like a machine gun, right? That face and those Katie and those lips, they move like a machine gun, right?
Okay.
That face and those Katie and those lips, they move like a machine gun, right?
And those lips move like a. And look at his face. Oh, disgusting old man. Look at his face. Look at his shit. Ooh. Karoline Leavitt, those lips move like a machine gun. Damn. Like, woo. Damn. Nasty. Nasty. I'm pretty sure he's grabbed some of that too. Some Karoline Leavitt. I mean, I'm pretty sure. I would guess. Put a 1 in the chat. I mean, this may not even be why she left. But put a 1 in the chat if you think Trump has grabbed Karoline Leavitt's behind. Put a 1 in the chat if you think he's done it. Put a 2 in the chat if you think the chances are no, probably didn't do it. I think he did. Why? We talking about Trump. Like, why? Why wouldn't he? He's the one who said you could do it. Like, and everyone around him said, yeah, that makes perfect sense. You can do it. Yeah, that's right. Nothing wrong with that. That's just, yeah. You know, so why wouldn't he be doing it? They're the ones who said it. They covered up for him. I wonder what Karoline Leavitt's own words were when people asked her about that. What do you think about Trump saying grab him by the pussy? Karoline Leavitt. What was her words? Her words are probably, matter of fact, let me look this shit up right now. Did Karoline ever respond to Trump's statements, quote unquote, grab them by the question mark? Was she ever asked her thoughts on this? I mean, this is very relevant. It's very relevant. It may not be the only relevant thing, but you know, it is relevant in trying to understand where is the starting point. Where do you begin your view, your understanding of what's going on with Trump? And this is peculiar as hell. I don't understand this. They look at what was brought back. Like, I don't understand how this works. Listen, she has not publicly addressed or issued a formal response regarding Donald Trump's 2005 Access Hollywood tape. Timing of her, okay, her age was at that time. Okay, I'm not asking at that time, no. Okay, let me see something. Was she ever asked at... Yo, Michael, what's up, bro? You there?
V, I'm here, V.
Okay. Yeah. Sorry about that. I got on late today because of work, bro. But listen, but what's your thoughts on Karoline Leavitt? Fuck it. Is it a Trump love baby? Well, any of that? Everything. What are your thoughts?
You know, I honestly think with Karoline Leavitt, something's gonna be released shortly after she resigns, right? After she vacates that position, something about her personal life is gonna be released, just like it was with Pam Bondi, just like, you know, just like it was with everyone else who leaves his administration. It's preemptive, right? Something is gonna pop up that now discusses something, you know, her personal lifestyle, something.
Yeah.
Right? Yes. And that's common with a lot of the people who leave in advance, right? They leave in advance because they know there's a story that is going to come out that they can't stop. Right?
Right. And because they don't want to be a part of it.
Because let's think about this. Caroline Leavitt just got back from maternity leave.
Yeah. She was already
She didn't
fine.
have to come back.
Yeah.
She didn't have to come back.
Nobody made her.
Just said, exactly. She just could have said, look, I'm stepping away because I want this time with my child, and, you know, I think someone else will better serve this position. She came back.
She had some excellent taxpayer-funded maternity leave.
Yes.
She could have stayed at home.
Yes.
And got a check.
She told to come back earlier, right? Like, these are things that, and again, I truly believe that it has to do, people are speculating that, oh, she got her feelings hurt because of, the potential attack on, his plane, and how he left her
Feelings
and
hurt.
Marco Rubio or whoever.
Oh, they left
And it's
her?
just like,
They left her?
oh, no. Well, she was on the plane that supposedly, which it's a whole, they're unraveling a lot.
Okay.
But they're saying that the intel of a potential attack on his airplane, that he ended up switching from one plane to the next, that intel came from none other than Israel, apparently.
Yeah, that's true. I heard that. That's right.
And so, with that said, they speculated that she might have been, upset that he quote unquote left her for dead, or didn't inform her of a potential risk when it came to flying on that plane, right? I don't believe that. That's one of the many rumors, but I don't believe that. I truly do believe that something in the next few days, shortly after she vacates that position, something's gonna come out about her personal life, right? I think it's happened. She's not the only person to vacate, right? And it's ironically, it's the women in these positions that are right.
Yeah. Cash Patel's holding on. Todd Blanche is all head in. He's head full in. Like, fuck this. I want this job. This ship is sinking, and I want the job. Why is that? It's misogyny, bro. It is something.
Of course it is.
These women got stories, bro. I know they have stuff. And but go ahead.
Look at what happened with Tulsi Gabbard, right? Tulsi Gabbard's another one.
How do you leave
Pam Bondi,
that
Tulsi
position?
Gabbard, right?
She could have went on leave. She could have taken care of her husband and still had her job, bro.
Yes.
What is up with that? And she decided to leave? It's very strange.
I'm certain they've signed NDAs, but once that NDA ends, there's going to be so many fucking book deals coming up.
No, that NDA doesn't matter. That NDA, they're government official. Ain't no NDA, bro. No NDA. It's over.
Those publishing deals are already in the works. If we think
True.
they're already in the works, they're just waiting for after 2028 to release it, so that way they don't potentially get prosecuted. Because what's going to happen is, even if that NDA, is seen as invalid, this current administration is going to find a reason to bring up charges on you, and that's what they're avoiding.
Right. And how long is it going to last anyway? You know what I'm saying? It's only going to last until Trump no longer has any power. And
there we go. Right.
So yeah. But go ahead. But I hear you. And damn, Sikander. Damn, I'm calling you Sikander. Hold on.
Sandaker.
It's because I'm mixing his version of his name up with the Estonian version. Say that again. Sandaker.
Yeah, Sandaker would be the English pronunciation.
Yeah. Okay. Sandaker. Is it that one? Is it how do you say it in Norwegian?
Sandakir.
What?
Sandakir.
Sandakir. Ah, yeah. Okay, I got it. I see. Okay, that's interesting. All right, go ahead. Sorry, guys. Go ahead. What were you saying, Michael? Now, go ahead. Yeah.
No, I truly do believe that something about her personal life obviously is going to come out in the next few days after she vacates that position, just like it has with, Tulsi Gabbard and Pam Bondi, right? Pam Bondi with the whole cancer, and then you had Tulsi Gabbard with her brother, right? And all of those things coming out with how she was influenced.
Her brother. That timing of that was so interesting. Husband gets sick of cancer. She leaves. Brother going out. Story comes out about a brother going after little kids in a hotel room, trying to seduce little kids. Like, the timing of that is wow.
It's planned. It's planned, right? They knew these are stories that they got. So a lot of these stories, especially with this administration and how they tend to prosecute the media, they're giving them advance notice to say, hey, look, if I don't process this information, some other media is gonna process this information. So I'm giving you time to either respond or, give you a heads up that this story is gonna drop.
Yeah.
And that's what happened.
Yeah.
Right? That's exactly what happened.
Yeah. Damn, bro. Yes. Yes.
By
Go ahead.
design.
Yes. Yes. Yeah. You can't give these people the benefit of the doubt. Did you hear Legacy Media, whoever that was up there? I don't put it out. Yeah, plenty of people want to leave their job because of their kids. No, motherfucker.
No. Because again, like I said, right now, and I've had, like, even, obviously with my line of work, I've had plenty of employees who were pregnant, had their time, and came back whenever they saw fit. But I've also had plenty of employees who, guess what? They chose not to return because they wanted that time with their child.
Yeah.
Karoline Leavitt could have chosen to not return and say, hey, look, I'm respectfully resigning because I want to spend as much time with my newborn as possible. She could have said that.
Then she changed her mind.
Right? Right?
Exactly.
And, and I think that's something that, like,
that's crazy.
Do we think that just happens on a coincidental? I personally don't. With this administration, I don't believe in coincidences.
Right.
And I don't believe that that's her main reason for stepping down. And has she publicly stated that it is because she wants to spend time with her kid? Has she?
That's a good one. Yeah. Who has she? Let's see here. Has she publicly?
Because I don't think she's given a reason. I just think they've said that she plans to resign, right? Like someone in the inside news, got that intel to the
leaked
media.
it to the media, right? So that's their
exactly.
So now that's what they will go by. Let me see. She is stepping down because of her child. Let's see here. Yeah, you're right. They leaked it because they want that to be the narrative, right? And Legacy Media does the job. Yeah, that's right. We heard. Look, okay. Well, here it says she publicly stated that she is stepping down as White House secretary to focus on her 2 young children. Okay, on August 12th, President Donald Trump announced on Truth Social that Leavitt would be departing her role at the end of August, shortly after Leavitt published a statement on X confirming her decision. Okay, so she wrote it. She didn't state it, but Trump stated it first. That's notable. The truth is, since returning to the White House after the birth of my daughter, I have felt in my heart that I cannot be the best mom my 2 young children deserve while devoting the constant time, energy, and attention required of the White House press secretary. And that is why I have ultimately made the bittersweet decision to depart the White House. Ultimately, I mean, look, this is Karoline Lion-ass Leavitt. You give her any wiggle room.
To me, I don't believe that is the real case because look, from a perspective of planning,
you're right. She didn't have to come back. What is this?
I have a theory though. Like, with pregnancy and having kids, there's a lot of hormones.
True.
And maybe she grew a conscience, right?
Yeah, maybe. You're right.
I don't believe so.
I mean, no. Well, yeah, that's
the
hard. She'd have to be human. She's not human, man. She's a robot. What the fuck? But listen, that's the next tabloid.
No, but look,
Karoline Leavitt, robot mom.
The way I see it is, if this was truly planned, do we not think that he would have already announced who would be replacing her?
True. They would have had a conversation about this. It wouldn't just be thrown out this way. I think it's suspect. It's true. Yeah.
Exactly. The true conversation is, hey, before you make this announcement, let me find your replacement. And then you announce it. So that way, while you announce it, I can immediately announce your replacement. So there is no in-between gap of you leaving versus, and leaving that position vacant.
Right. Yeah.
And again, you think that this is convenient, especially during the midterms?
True.
When they need someone to be a face and a voice for this administration? Because I don't.
I agree, bro. I agree. She's leaving them high and dry at the moment they need her most. And look,
I mean, it is a trend, you know. Even Tucker Carlson is leaving the sinking ship, trying to find a laugh raft these days. So.
right. And this is also the United States. I mean, who said mothers have the right to take maternity leave? Can't she just get her ass back to work? What the fuck? Can't she just pop them out and get back to work like everybody else? This is America. You know what I'm saying? Like, whatever happened to that USA?
Right. Whatever happens to women being baby factories?
You know what I'm saying? Exactly. What I mean, come on. She can't just get back. Well, I mean, yeah, it's interesting. It's all of that. You know what I mean? It's all of that. There's a lot of different perspective there, but I do agree, man. Listen, again, her name is Lying Ass Leavitt. That should tell you. I mean, that's what the media calls her. Why would you believe anything she's saying? Why? There's no law that says you have to believe her. She's your employee. She is your employee. Do you just trust your employees? I don't. I mean, I'm saying Trump might trust her, but that's Trump. You know, she might be doing, but I'm just talking about she's the American people's employee. She's the taxpayer. Taxpayers employ her. She is employed by the American people. Is there something that says you have to trust her? You have to trust Trump? You have to trust that they're telling the truth? You're just supposed to trust that? No, there's nothing with that. There's nothing about trust. You don't have to trust her. That does not come with the job. Okay? When you take a government job, the American people don't have to fucking take your word. That's what it is. They don't have to like you. There's nothing personal. In fact, they can dislike how you look, dislike how you talk. They can just dislike you because of your nose, your broken ass nose, anything, and fire you. That's what it is in the United States. You work for the American people. The moment they don't like you for any reason whatsoever, they have the right to get rid of you. That's how it works. Okay. If they don't like your gender, they can get rid of your ass. If they don't like your color, they can get rid of your ass. If they don't like your sexual orientation, they can fire you. If they don't like just how you sound, they don't need an excuse. Congress doesn't have to give you an excuse. You can be impeached just because. All they have to do is walk in the room and say, does everybody agree Trump's ugly ass should be impeached? Let me hear the yays and let me hear the nays. And if there's enough yays, he's gone. They could say, I don't like Trump's ethnicity. It can be that absurd. It could be that absurd. I doubt they will say something so crude, but they can say a lot. They don't, in other words, they don't need reasoning. Not really. They can just not trust you alone. And you can be gone. And I know there's going to be people that say, that's not really how it works. Oh, really? Because that's exactly how it seems to work right now. All those DEI fires, there was no real official reason given for why they were fired. What the public was told is that they didn't deserve their job.
Yeah.
That's what the public was told because of their color, because of their gender, because of their sexual. The public was told that these people got their job because of their color. There was no proof. They were told they got their job because of their gender. There was no proof. They were told they got their job because of their sexual orientation. There was no proof. There was only the allegation, never proof. You know,
Crazy thing.
Go ahead.
The crazy thing is, it turns out that DI was mostly benefiting white women.
Exactly. And I mean, you know, which is, listen, I'm not for taking away women's rights. I'm for acknowledging the women's suffrage movement. But Republicans are not for acknowledging the women's suffrage movement. They are against it, against acknowledging it. So I don't know why they just bigots like that. You know, they're just bigots, right?
This administration has used DEI as a ploy to place and replace people in certain positions with yes men. Look at the Pete Hegseths of the world, right? We have so many examples, you know. And look, even when we look at Janine Shapiro, right, with this whole, you know, national pool, right, that she chose not to prosecute it, right? Trump is slowly the people who he has employed have crumbled beside him because they're seeing the sinking ship, and he's only doing more to continue to sink the ship, right?
Right.
And DEI again was a ploy to replace and place people who were loyal to Trump, to replace it with Trump loyalists who were not qualified, right? Because a person like a Pete Hegseth is not qualified. You have plenty of other people who should have had that position well before him, but they instead chose to replace it with Pete Hegseth, right? Where we know that there's stories who had came out that he's a drunk, right? That he's someone who cannot be trusted or shouldn't be in that position, right?
Facts, bro. Yeah.
So when we look at things like that, you know, it's clear that he's replaced them with loyalists, right? And he's used DEI as a cover,
Yeah. Exactly.
to allow it to happen.
He
right?
used
And
Americans, people's ignorance against them. People so stupid that actually think that they were going to honor anyone other than their own selfish greed. You know, but it shows you how easily people are to toy with. You know, and
I do have a comment on this.
Okay.
You know, the Manosphere podcasters.
Yeah.
Pete Hegg said he was on Sean Ryan's show, and he was nominated shortly after because he had a lot of pull with like the Manosphere audience.
Yeah.
And I think the problem that leaders have these days, even Putin, you know, he doesn't actually realize how badly the war is going for Russia. And the same with Trump in Iran. He doesn't realize how badly things are going until it's too late.
No, he doesn't. They're all buffoons, man. This is just the most incompetent regime, and that is true. What you're saying, it's one thing for them to know how bad it would be and do it anyway for their own selfish reasons, but it's almost worse than that. It's almost that they're doing it for their own selfish reasons and are too stupid to know how bad it is. Like,
yeah, they're being lied
it's
to.
both.
They're surrounded by yes men.
Yeah, there's something else afoot.
Everything's being sugar-coated.
They have stupid people in control that are being advised by some background hand that knows what's up, and these people are too stupid to know the difference, you know. But people have said that from the beginning of this administration, that there's spies in the Russian spies in the White House, spies in the administration. They said there's Russian spies from the beginning, even part of his cabinet, Russian spies. I mean, people went to jail over this. And then they've also said that there's Israeli spying going on, spies in his cabinet somehow, and and that are leading them down this path that we've witnessed. Not just this war with Iran, but the entire term, you know, has been led by others. That's what folks have said, you know, from the beginning. But American people, we're not loyal, bro. We're not loyal to our own goddamn country, bro. You can see this. We're not. You can, and for you, you know, Seneca. I know I said that your name wrong. I have to practice it in saying it in Norwegian. But listen, you know, it's not the same type of vibe. Like if we took a poll of like Danska and Norwegian, right? If we took a poll and asked them questions about loyalty, like, you know, ask them particular questions, would you work with, you know, questions about, you know, sovereignty, and then you pose real life situations like Israel, Russia, things like that. If you mix those questions, you know, mix that those subjects inside of these questions of loyalty, you would see Scandinavian people ranking much higher on loyalty towards their nation and their culture and their people. American people, man, you mix those same subjects in there, we rank lower, man. And I think this is just, we're seeing it play out. Like, for some reason, we don't have loyalty to our own fucking countrymen, man.
Yeah, no,
to
I
our
mean,
own
there's
people.
there's another thing. You know, you have these international laws called human rights and stuff.
Yeah.
And it's very built into our culture. We learn from the early age that, you know, there are basic human rights that need to be respected.
Yeah, it is.
But I also do think that a lot of, you know, pride comes from is tied to happiness, right? How happy are
That
you in general
exactly.
with being and living in your country? And I do think a lot of Americans just aren't happy,
They complain
right?
all the time, bro. These Republicans complained about the other half of the citizenry. They had a fucking coup. They went to January 6th to overthrow the fucking election. That's not pride. That's not pride in your goddamn country. That's not loyalty to your countrymen. That's saying fuck your other countrymen. Fuck them completely.
It's not. But when we look at where Denmark, some of these Nordic and Scandinavian countries rank in terms of happiness, they rank well above the U.S., right? And that may have to
They do.
also deal with the quality of life within your country,
If you're loyal,
right? Those social safety nets. Go ahead, B.
yeah, exactly. Like you were saying, if you're loyal to your country, then why don't you believe all elderly citizens deserve elder care? If you're loyal to your citizens, why don't you believe that all babies, all children, and mothers and fathers deserve health care? If you're loyal to your own people. See, in Europe, they have that kind of loyalty. They have that kind of national pride. National pride, national health care, national education, meaning that it's administered. They making sure that whether it's private education you get or public, that everyone has access to both. They get to choose themselves because they're not going to allow the private industry to rip off the people. Not with those important matters. You know, they have pride in those things. Those are staples in their pride. Literally. Housing, fair housings are staples in their pride. The United States throws all that shit aside. We don't give a fuck you. They just say their pride when they want to run around with their fucking flag, and then they will walk past homeless people every fucking day of their life. You know, they will pass laws and support congressional members that don't want people addicted to drugs having access to fucking drug addiction programs, to having access to counseling. You know, they will do all that. When you commit a crime because maybe you didn't have any money, they send your ass to jail and make your life a miserable hell instead of actually getting you some fucking help. They actually think they're punishing you and treating you inhumanely is actually the best thing to do. Nobody's running their prison system what European country runs their prison system like the United States? There's a difference, and the difference is in the pride. They don't want to punish their own fucking people. They're not there to beat down their own people. In the United States, we literally have political parties that are there to beat down American people. Like harm, maim American people and justify it every fucking day. Justify it every day. Richest country on earth can't do a goddamn thing about homelessness. Fucking veterans living on the street. Like,
so the crazy thing here is that
we ain't proud, bro. We ain't proud. Go ahead.
But we had a huge prison reform in Norway back in I think it was 80s, 90s, and it turns out that if we don't treat it like an institution of punishment, but we actually try to reform people, recidivism drops by a fuckload. So when people get community service, there's like 7% chance of reoffending. Of course,
right,
that could be in line with the seriousness of their offense.
Right.
But
yeah, exactly.
Only 16 to 20% of individuals released from unconditional prison sentences commit new crimes leading to reimprisonment. 16 to 20% within 2 years.
That's low, bro. That is hella low.
It's very low.
Say that again. Say what's that percentage? Go ahead, and then Michael, you take over.
16 to 20% reoffend within 2 years of being released from prison, and of course after 5 years it raises to 25 to 32%. But of course those are going to be more serious offenses again if you're in prison for 5 years. But there's a lot of focus on socializing people because criminals tend to be very antisocial. They don't trust other people. They don't have an education necessarily. But the prison system tries to educate them and make sure they can find jobs when they're released into the society again.
Right. Exactly. And all the data, there's flows of data we could go over. But I mean, just going right back to the pride thing, I agree. It's like you see how proud Americans are when you look at the safety nets. There's basically very little. We have the least amount of safety net in the West, right? And we talk about it every day in Congress. We debate why we shouldn't have safety nets with the very same people's own tax dollars. We debate it. You see what I mean? And we debate why the wealthy should get access to the American people's tax dollars, right? Why they should be basically, attached to their corporations, should be attached directly to the U.S. government through the American people's through their tax dollars, right? Like Elon Musk, Peter Thiel, they're making more money than ever through the American taxpayer. But while these people, private persons that are attached to our government, make more money than they ever made in their life, the American people that give them their tax dollars don't have any safety net. Like, how can anyone be proud of that?
Well, and I think that it circles right back to, reoffending and prison reform, right? I think it comes back to, when you don't have these social safety nets, what happens is you have higher crime rates and higher reoffending rates, right? Because they don't have the social programs to support them when they come out, alongside the prison reform that properly socializes and makes sure that these individuals who are incarcerated don't lose touch with society.
Yeah.
Right. And don't become ostracized from society and don't force themselves back into negative behaviors that got them there in the first place.
Yeah.
Right. Because most crimes, are situational. They aren't inherently evil people who want to commit crimes. It's more situational. Right. And those situations tend to present themselves a whole lot more when we don't have these social safety nets. Right. Because most of it is linked to poverty, right? Most of it is linked to lack of social safety nets that don't allow them to feel that their government will support them in any given time, right? So they take the chance and, commit a crime for the benefit most likely of gain, right? Gain of money or some sort of monetary gain, right?
Yeah, people are locked in economically into these situations, and, education pretty much costs money, right? In the United States, it's not, you don't have the same type of educational system, right? So I think it's something like 90% of people in Europe have access to public education. That's higher public education. They might fund it differently, but they have access to it. 90% of the people in the United States, we're talking about university, we're talking about technical school, trade schools, all of that. In the United States, that's not the case. Far smaller percentage of people have access to this stuff, and it's a capitalistic country. Europe is all capitalistic countries too, but how they manage it is very different when it comes to how they believe in capitalism. The United States seems to not care if people are cut out of education, and they don't seem to care if people are cut out of having a roof over their heads. They don't seem to care if people are cut out of, we talking about taxpayers, people that pay taxes, cut out of fucking healthcare. They don't seem to care. And those are major factors in a human being's life. Like, if you couldn't afford a roof over your head, why the fuck wouldn't you commit a crime? What do you want to stay on the street? Motherfucker.
Exactly.
I don't.
In America who commit crimes just so they could be housed and fed.
Hey, man, I'm not. How many times have you thought in your head? Let's be honest. How many times have you thought in your head in your life? I'm 56 years old, so I can talk about this shit, right? I've lived of course, I have more years to go, God willing. But, let's be honest. I've had times in my life where I was like, don't get me wrong, I haven't had to commit a crime because of money. Right. I've committed crimes before. I'm just being honest. I've committed crimes. What is a crime? A crime could have been anything. In D.C., a crime could have been smoking a joint. Yeah. And I didn't give a fuck. I smoked that joint anyway. Okay. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. But that is again, that's a victimless crime. Right?
That's a victimless crime. Right. And maybe, somebody took a friend of mine's, a girl that I knew, a dude took her jacket and wouldn't give it back. And maybe I went up there, me and my homeboys, and knocked on his door and fucked his ass up. Yeah, maybe. You know what I'm saying? I mean, sure, you know what I'm saying? You grow up in life. But I'm just saying, I have, outside of those little petty events that may have happened, yeah, I've thought in my mind before, wow, man, you know, like what would happen if I couldn't pay my rent? What would happen if I became homeless? And I instantly thought, shit, if I didn't have enough money, well, then walk in the grocery store and steal some motherfucking food. Hello, you have to eat. You know what I'm saying? If I don't have a place to pay rent, then damn, your mind, a way to pay rent, a job, your mind starts working in ways that it wouldn't normally work. I mean, that's just what it is in a capitalistic country, you know?
Yeah, so in terms of capitalism, if there's one thing that the capitalist market has shown us, it is that it cannot truly be a free market without regulation. And that kind of applies to all aspects of a capitalist society.
Right. Yeah, the U.S., we have few regulations, so we have a lot of exploitation happening where it doesn't have to happen. It's just chosen to be that way. You know, we choose to allow exploitation to happen. And instead of saying, wait a second, the government does have a role in being a filter and making sure that there's some way where we don't allow this gray area or this dark space to become too big of a factor. The government can interject themselves in ways like affordable housing, like access to education, making sure people have enough access so they can improve their lives, you know, and get better jobs or, you know, whatever. Just feel like that they're living a life where they're being progressive, where they're progressing in it. You can't live life if you don't progress. You can't you can't get paid a salary. Let's say your first job in the United States, your first job could pay $7 an hour. Okay, can you have a job that pays $7 an hour for 20 fucking years and call that a progressive life? No, absolutely not. For that to be a progressive life, you will have to earn incrementally more money that pays for more shit. That's just what it is. How you,
especially with inflation, right?
Especially with inflation.
That's been the biggest problem in America when, you know, minimum wage hasn't kept up with yearly inflation. And so now we have individuals who rather either not participate in a working market where they know that they can't gain enough money to at least rent a 1 or 2 bedroom apartment at the least, but also now can't afford groceries, right? But then in that same breath, these are the red states who have low minimum wages, right? But also these are the same red states who complain about individuals on welfare when you don't pay enough a living wage to not have your constituents on welfare. Right? These are the same donor states who receive more in federal funding than they do give in federal taxes.
Yeah, it's a fancy way of robbing people that they've created.
Yeah, and telling them that they're the problems, right? They're the problem, you know? And, you know, to circle back to what our initial topic was, if you could look up for us, B, which president has had the most people step down? I mean, the answer should be clear, but I think it's good for the viewers to just take a look at that, to circle all the way back to what we were talking about with the Karoline Leavitt stepping down, with the Pam Bondi stepping down, with the Dan Bongino stepping down, right? It's common with Trump's administration, right?
Yeah.
It's common with his administration. When we look at the president who's had the most people step down,
it's Trump, man. Here, let's see here.
It's Trump.
There we go. Can I make a comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I've heard that on orientation day at places like Walmart, on the first day of orientation, they will teach you how to apply for SNAP benefits because they know that they're not paying you a living wage.
What? Say that again?
Yeah, no, that's true.
It's not true.
It's true.
You mean at Walmart? At Walmart, they teach you that?
Yeah, they know that they're paying you a living wage, so they teach you how to apply for SNAP benefits.
They don't necessarily teach you, but they give you the application along. They'll give you a public assistance application along with a food stamp application along with your regular application to fill out, because especially if it's a part-time job, chances are you're going to be making, under a living wage. And so to subsidize that, you essentially have to get food stamps, right?
Bro, it's like private industry's way of having socialism. Basically.
Yeah, exactly. It's socialism benefiting private interests.
Yeah, and then being able to morally blame you at the same time. The same politicians like blame you. It's crazy. Like
of that moral responsibility, right? And placing blame on you.
Yeah, it sucks. All right, so look, let's continue here. I want to go to IHIP. I want to see what they said about Karoline Leavitt. It might be some more dirt on her. Before we get into the international news. Yo, I appreciate everybody for coming out. Listen, do me a favor. Click the like button if you haven't clicked the like button. Subscribe if you haven't subscribed. But what's up? I want to say what's up to, let's see here. Assad 13 Productions. What's up? Who else is in the chat? Let me see here. Eric, it is in the chat also. What's up? It's 6339. Appreciate you. A letter P also is in the chat. Who else? Let me see here. Yeah, let me see. I'm just one spectator. Yeah, there you go. I see y'all. Appreciate everybody for coming out. Smooth, I see you too. Appreciate you. All right, let's see what IHIP says about Karoline Leavitt. They usually have some good dirt, so let's be
gone from the White House. This is such great news because I'm so tired of seeing her lie nonstop. She drives me bananas. And the Christian cross while she's lying. It's ridiculous. Trump announces this on Truth Social because he's so unserious. I'm going to spare reading all of this to you, but my favorite part is where he says she's leaving at the end of the month so she can spend more time with her beautiful young children and family. A decision I totally understand and respect. Yeah, of course he totally understands.
That usually means Trump is fucking lying. It means he doesn't understand it or respect it. Like, he usually says the opposite in his post. Is just serious. Like, here, I have to interpret it the opposite way. Our wonderful White House press secretary and one of my most trusted aides, Karoline Leavitt. So he wants everyone to understand that in a bad situation, this would be horrible if your most trusted aide stepped down. And it would be, he has to praise her. So it's like in a bad situation, you would praise her, right? You wouldn't want the public knowing if it's bad. Trusted aides. Yeah. So he praises her first. And one of my most trusted aides, this is our wonderful White House. You see what I mean? This is pure manipulation. Karoline Leavitt will be departing her role at the end of the month. So it shows you Trump is very sensitive about her stepping down, judging by how he opened this up. So she can spend more time with her children and family, a decision I totally understand. That means he doesn't. That means he does. That means deep down inside, he wished she wasn't doing it. People maybe had to argue with him about it, but he was forced to accept it. So he's going to put this version of the truth out there. He totally understands. Okay. Yeah. Do you totally understand? I mean, because some people that totally understand, they wouldn't even mention that they totally understand. I mean, what the fuck? But in Trump's case, he has to tell you that he totally understands. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. Yeah, motherfucker, you should totally understand. Okay, Karoline has been a real leader in the White House and has done a phenomenal job fighting for justice. Justice for what? She don't work for the Justice Department. What the fuck? What is this? Liberty and freedom since 2018. Okay? She doesn't work for the Department of Liberty or the Department of Freedom. Since 2018, including the historic re-election campaign in 2024. This is nothing. Like, what is it? It's almost like he just put a bunch of things together that are like, yeah, and what did she do? I'm still wondering, what has she done? Nothing there. Okay, this has been the best White House press secretary in the history of the office. Thank you, Karoline, for a job well done. President Donald J. Trump. Yeah, it doesn't sound too convincing to me, but in any case.
She's leaving at the end of the month so she can spend more time with her beautiful young children and family. A decision I totally understand and respect. Yeah, of course he totally understands that because when Melania was a young mother with a newborn, He was banging a porn star. So yeah, when I think of
damn,
who,
woo, facts. When Melania was a young mother, he was banging a porn star. That is deep.
Part is where he totally understands that, because when Melania was a young mother with a newborn, he was banging a porn star. So yeah, when I think of who are big advocates in America for young mothers at home nesting with their young, I think of Donald Trump, don't you? I mean, what a jet stream of bullshit. But here, why? Why is she leaving? Well, it comes right on the foothills of her boss crawling into a catering container, slinking out of Air Force One to fly home on a different plane while he leaves his cabinet, Karoline's coworker.
I think this is what you were talking. You were alluding to this, Michael. Yeah, let's hear it. I want to hear it.
The American press and military pilots to get shot down by an Iranian missile. Pop this up. So the Lincoln Project suggests Karoline Leavitt's departure comes only days after finding out she'd been left on a decoy plane targeted by Iranian threats. Now, I don't know if she was on that plane or not, but whether she was or not, we all know he picked Natalie Harp because he says she loves him more than his own kids do, which that's a low bar. And Karoline's like, yeah, he would have probably sent me on the decoy plane. And she is a young mother. And Trump now is considering a few options. And this is where this is going to get kind of fun. This is just a clown car of incompetence. Pop this up. We've got Kari Lake, Scott Jennings, and Spencer Pratt. MAGA's best foot forward right here, these loons. Jennings was this up. We've got Kari Lake, Scott Jennings, and Spencer Pratt. MAGA's best foot forward right here, these loons. Jennings was asked last night on CNN if he would take the press secretary job. Play the clip.
Scott, who should replace Karoline Leavitt? Obviously, she is stepping
Scott
down.
Jennings.
And
are you throwing your hat in the ring?
Who do you? Yeah. Well, first of all, you're throwing your hat in the ring. And
will you serve, Scott? Answer the question.
No, look.
Answer the question.
I don't know, but I'll tell you this: Karoline Leavitt has been maybe the greatest White House press secretary in the last 30 years, at least. She's been nothing short of brilliant. She's done it while raising a young family. I think it's great that she's going to go spend time with her family, but I don't know a single Republican in the country who isn't in awe of and in appreciation of Karoline tonight. So Godspeed on your journey back to your family. You've done great stuff.
I mean, this is just why everybody hates cable news right there. Number one, the fact that he is a paid person on CNN to be smug and to be a bald-faced liar. That is just so disgusting. But you hear when he was like, I don't know if I'm going to put my hat in the ring. Of course he's going to put his hat in the ring. The only thing that Scott Jennings is good at is fluffing Donald Trump. That's it. He doesn't believe in anything else beyond that. His best foot forward is standing up for a completely broken man-child baby president that has dementia, that's dumber than a box of hot rocks, that cannot pass a cognitive test, that's raging jealous of Barack Obama, who can't string together sentences, who just found out that the word dumb has a B in it, who just last year found out about the word groceries. All Scott Jennings is good at is lying for him. That's his only skill. He tried to be a good boy after January 6th and had this little tinge of a moment of clarity talking about how the insurrection by Trump, how wrong it was. He wrote an op-ed and all this stuff. He couldn't stay in that lane for too long because his only skill is kissing the ass of broken men. And of course, Stephen Miller is just, we are in stage 5 hysteria meltdown with Stephen Miller yet again. I am so tired of Republicans saying women are just so emotional. MAGA men are the most emotional titty babies I've ever seen in my life. From Scott Jennings lying right there to Donald Trump's midnight, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m. benders, putting out banger after banger of delusional bullshit at night. And then Stephen Miller goes on Fox News. And I mean, he is just like PMS galore. Play the clip.
Nationally, her credentials, her accolades, her achievements are second to none. Her job that she has performed as White House press secretary, the word exemplary doesn't even begin to cover it. She has served this president so well, this administration so well, this country so well, and very importantly, she's been a role model to millions and millions of young women all across this country, a mother, a family woman, a press secretary, a patriot.
Patriot. I mean, these people are so full of shit. It's ridiculous. She has been an example for women all across the country, an example of how to be a pathological, corrupt liar as she sits there with her Christian cross on and lies and lies. She lies about victims of child rape. She says the Epstein files are a hoax. She lies for an incompetent, obese senior citizen named Donald J. Trump that has cankles and can't even put on his makeup properly, and a couple days ago donned a wig. These people are so ridiculous. And here's Stephen Miller continuing his stage 5 hysterical PMS meltdown. Play the clip.
The sexual abuse of our children, they're there defending the abusers. They're there defending what's putrid and hateful. On race discrimination, battling with every single university to say, just because you're a young white man in this country doesn't mean that you're not allowed to get the same treatment when you're applying for college. They're the ones that are in court every day fighting to say, no, that kind of discrimination is good. That's the kind of discrimination we want.
You know, it's so funny because none of this, what he's claiming, has been litigated. None of it has gone through, has like been an issue. There's no data. They're saying things that are generally already law, right? As they note, they just weaponize it against certain people when they want to. Like, so here, it's already illegal in the United States to discriminate against anybody for any ethnic reason. It doesn't matter who it is. That's already codified in U.S. law. But what is also part of the law is anti-discrimination laws, right? So, and also not just laws, action plans against combating discrimination, and not just combating it where it happens, but the effects of it too. So let's look at it like this. Let's say I robbed you, right? Let's say I came in, beat your ass up on the street. I took your purse, your wallet, whatever it is, man or woman, whatever it is you carry. I took it from you. Inside of your wallet had all the money that you were going to pay for the rest of your rent for the rest of the year. You had all your money for all your expenses, your clothes, your food, your rent, everything was in your wallet. And I beat your ass on the street and I took it from you. Okay. Now let's say I get caught. I get caught for beating your ass and I get convicted. And I get charged for robbing you. Let's just say I get charged for robbing you. Yeah, I stole your purse. Yeah. But so what about the money? How do you get your money back? How do you get compensated for the crime of being robbed? Like, what about that? So when it comes to discrimination, how are you compensated for the crime of discrimination? Because it is a crime, you've had the effects. So what is the government's role in making sure that the effects of the discrimination are dealt with? So this is where it's being weaponized. He's attempting to say that, first of all, erroneously, without any type of data, because don't get it twisted. You can't get any law passed through Congress without data that supports it. You see what I mean? There has to be NGOs involved. There has to be statistical, data compiled to show that something does actually happen in a specific way, in a certain type of way. This argument about white men being discriminated against, there's no data that supports it. The data all points in the opposite direction. So what is his crying point? He's crying about something he's never substantiated. on national TV, the man is literally lying to people openly. And this is Fox News, obviously. Yo, Michael, go ahead.
Wait.
Yeah.
If you could look up Harvard versus current administration, and you'll have some answers to show that what this man is saying, Stephen Miller, is just pure nonsense.
Okay, Harvard versus the Trump administration. Right?
Yep.
right, here
And
we
when
go.
we look at that, right?
Yeah.
When we look at things like that, Harvard is the outlier only because they are backed by legacy money, right? And donor money
Right.
in the billions. So they're able to challenge the administration because they're not extremely heavily dependent on federal funding. Even though it does play a major role, they're not extremely dependent on that federal funding like your Columbia universities, like your Yales. And so, when we look at Harvard as
They
one of
can't
the
be
oldest
threatened.
Ivy League schools,
Yeah.
they can't be threatened.
Yeah.
But go ahead, V.
Right. So it says here the relationship between Harvard University and the Trump administration turned into a high stakes legal and ideological battleground. The dispute revolves around federal research funding, civil rights enforcement, and campus governance. Key friction points. Federal research funding and ultimatum 2025. The administration issued a series of sweeping demands requiring Harvard to restructure internal operations. These included auditing the political viewpoints and faculty and students, altering administration and hiring policy, dismantling diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI initiatives, and agreeing to federal oversight. So there you have it. So they say, the Trump administration says that DEI is illegal, right? And so therefore, the people that were hired would not be there if it wasn't for discrimination. They're saying it was an act of discrimination. Diversity, equity, and inclusion laws that are meant to make sure everyone is included. How the fuck can that be illegal in the first place? That applies to white men also. Like, what's going on? White women also. Like, what is he talking about? It just makes no sense. But they use that as a cover to fire other people, to get rid of other people that were just as qualified, that would not have the jobs if they were not qualified. This is anti-discrimination practices versus being hired just because of your race or just because of your gender. That's different. None of these people were hired just because of their race, just because of their gender, just because of their sexual orientation, just because of anything. They still had to meet the other requirements, the standard requirements that everyone has to live up to. So, but in any case, they tried to take over Harvard and make Harvard go along with their little initiative now, or go against DEI practices, right? Now, Harvard's refusal. Harvard President Alan Garber publicly rejected the agreement, stating that the university would not surrender its independence or relinquish its constitutional rights or allow any administration to dictate its academic freedom. The $2.2 billion freeze in response, the Trump administration froze over $2.2 billion in federal research grants and health science contracts awarded to Harvard. Title, 5? Anti-Semitism lawsuit, right? I believe that's Title 5. DOJ suit. Yeah, damn. If I remember anything, let's see here. Okay, anti-Semitism lawsuits. DOJ suit against Harvard. So then the DOJ, and then listen, Jewish people should be offended by the U.S. government using this in such a flimsy manner anyway. But they do this to everybody. It's not, so you shouldn't be offended that way. It's not special. It's not that they would just trample on terms like this. They trample on anyone's movement for justice. But here they cite anti-Semitism, right? So DOJ suit against Harvard. The Department of Justice sued Harvard under Title V of Civil Rights Act, alleging that the university exhibited deliberate indifference towards anti-Jewish and anti-Israeli harassment following the October 7th, 2023 attacks and subsequent campus protests. And that's so interesting how they tie those two things together. DEI and overall hiring practices to this event, federal court dismissal. It just shows you how egregious their actions are, just far overreach, federal court dismissal. A federal judge in Boston dismissed the DOJ's civil rights lawsuit against Harvard. The court ruled that the government failed to show ongoing institutionalized civil rights violations and noted that Title V is intended to encourage compliance rather than serve as a retroactive financial penalty. Right. So they got active court battles right now. So let me see something. You all can't see this, but let me see if I can read it. Yeah. So the active court battles right now: Trump administration funding freeze, $2.2 billion. District court rules freeze, unlawful. Was ruled. Oh, okay. District court rules freeze was unlawful. So when Trump froze the funding, it was seen by the courts as unlawful. That act by the Trump administration. Federal appeals court review supported by 35 plus universities. So Trump lost this. He lost this freeze, but he still tried it. Now,
exactly.
Yeah,
it was $2 billion, so it was roughly around $2 billion that they froze.
Okay,
and they had to unfreeze it. When we're talking about these protests that they claim were anti-Semitic, they were actually in favor for Palestine, right? And what was going on in terms of the genocide in Palestine, and the awareness that they were bringing. Now, do we think that Section 219 in the NDAA bill is a coincidence, knowing that they're trying to sue, intimidate, and bully institutions and universities, right? To not have grounds of demonstrations and demonstrating what they're pro or against, when we know that universities in America have been a pinnacle point to protest both wars, genocide, and anything that the American public has been overwhelmingly against. We can go something as far back as the war in Afghanistan. Go ahead.
Yeah, but this administration confuses people because on one hand it defends anti-Semitism. So what are they talking about? If it's a white Christian man speaking anti-Semitic, saying this country we will never be fine until all Jews are moved out, they defend those comments as freedom of speech.
Yep.
So what is this about?
The hypocrisy, right?
Yeah, it makes no sense. Like they just flip flop every time.
No, and I think it's them dog whistling to their base by allowing someone to be publicly humiliated in an anti-Semitic manner.
Right.
But when it comes to the overwhelming support of Israel in terms of Zionism and how we back Israel, that's where the double standard lies.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It's they'll do everything behind the scenes to support Israel, but publicly they won't outspeak against their base because they understand that their base tends to hold anti-Semitic views, right? And so when we look at that, again, it's playing both sides while, speaking off of the side of their mouth, right? They know what they're doing, and they don't want to jeopardize their base, right? So if that means that their base still continues to be anti-Semitic while they insert something like Section 219 into the NDAA, what is a few bad words against a Jewish individual in terms of a hate crime when they're already planning to fund Israel indefinite and join our military operations, right, with the Pentagon, right? Which one do you think matters more, the public optics or the literal financial tie down to Israel? To them, it's going to be the tie down to Israel.
Yeah, but
they can get that first.
It's true.
They could care less about the anti-Semitic views or the anti-Semitic rhetoric that goes along with their base. But go ahead, V.
Yeah, but people should know. Everyone else should know. Like when you watch him from the outside, you should know that while they do this case against Harvard, withhold tax dollars to Harvard, right, for research. While they do that, and they do it under the guise of anti-Semitism, when they're talking about protests that are dealing with apartheid, war crimes, and things like that. Come on, you can't tell people that they can't protest war crimes or apartheid or genocide. Whether you agree that it's a genocide or not, you can't stop people from protesting it if that's what they feel it is or that's what they believe it is, right? And listen,
right?
And the question has been brought to the international courts anyway. So it's not they want Netanyahu. They want him. They want him arrested. The ICC wants him arrested. So it's ridiculous to say that you can't protest those things. You don't have to agree. You don't have to believe that the protesters are right. But on one hand, they call protesting it anti-Semitic. At the same time, they defend this in the same country.
Just one.
I don't think child is refused. You're going to tell me to sacrifice a child or something.
No, I'm going to, all I'm asking you to do is take just a chicken off of your face and say it again.
Yeah, you're going to make me transmit the sins into a chicken. Well, you guys did it to children, but you know, like, you guys had to change it. When the Jew resides in America, it will never be holy until all of you are gone.
Okay. I'm going to let you, I'm so glad that you feel very secure in what you believe. You're willing to say that in public.
When the Jew resides in America, it will never be holy until all of you are gone.
Okay. I'm going to let you, I'm so glad.
So you could see this guy, he's surrounded on a train leaving Washington, D.C., right? He's leaving Washington, D.C., leaving the 250th Independence Day circus. I don't know what the hell it is. And you can see he's surrounded right here. This guy is surrounded by this white ring ultra nationalist, bigoted group. And they're openly speaking like this in public. They surrounded a young Jewish man and they're saying this to him. Right? This is crazy what they're even willing to do on camera.
You guys did it to children, but you know, like, you guys had to change it. When the Jew resides in America, it will never be holy until all of you are gone.
Okay.
It will never be holy until all of you are gone. So they defend this as free speech, but they don't want you demonstrating against Israel, the country, the nation, under the guise that you believe that they're committing war crimes, apartheid, and genocide. They don't want you demonstrating against that. They call that, you demonstrating against that, they call that anti-Semitism. At the same time, they defend this anti-Semitic speech against all Jewish people. They defend that as freedom of speech. This is what's going on in the U.S. I just wanted to illustrate that. So now back to the same representative, Stephen Miller, defending Karoline Leavitt's lying ass, and he is a huge anti-Semite, his damn self, even though he's Jewish himself. I mean, he has Jewish ancestry himself. His family fled World War II, but he sees this, what we just heard, as freedom of speech. This man sees these words as freedom of speech. This is what's going on. It's hard to know what they mean.
The Jew resides in America. It will never be holy until all of you are gone.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you.
He sees that. Stephen Miller sees that as freedom of speech. So let's continue.
Okay. You're the one who is defending child rapists nonstop all day, every single day.
He defends anti-Semitic speech all fucking day. It is okay right now in the United States for white Christian men to talk about Jewish people openly and make comments like that. That is legal right now. They don't see that as anti-Semitic right now. This administration, not the administration Stephen Miller is a part of, not even Stephen Miller himself, and it makes you wonder, why the hell doesn't the media even ask him about it? I mean, I'm pretty sure they have, or maybe they haven't. It's possible they restrict the media highly in any case. And there's certain questions they tell them in advance. Don't even ask me if you want me to appear. But that's the America we live in. That's the America. I don't live in the United States right now. So thank God for that. But that's the United States we have right now.
Everybody you work with is in the Epstein files, including your boss. This man is so ridiculous. But did you see how angry he is? This is a guy who they call Mr. Prime Minister at the White House. And I want to remind you, viewer, they have the House, the Senate, the Supreme Court, and the executive branch. It should be high times. It should be completely high times. They should be able to get every piece of dog shit legislation they want straight through. But let's look at the optics of this. Zoran Mamdani right now, 69% approval rating in New York. His approval rating keeps going up. Why? Because he's able to get onto the cameras, because he's beholden to no one except for the citizens of New York. And he can say, here's what your government is doing for you. Here are the improvements we're making. But MAGA has no ethos. None. Stephen Miller's whole shtick is trying to own the libs because he was picked on his entire life for obvious reasons. I mean, clearly. I mean, I doubt his mother even likes him. But he continues. Here he is with more unraveling.
Yeah.
I mean, this guy is the most
He's an anti-Semite himself. I mean, claiming Semitic background, but being a proponent of anti-Semitism in the U.S. at the same time is crazy.
Hysterical human being on the globe. Play the clip.
That's their ideology. That's their philosophy. Because when you strip away all this woke labeling, it's hatred for America, and it's hatred for the people who have made America great. It's hatred for the people who build and sustain things. Look at all of these DSA candidates. Look at all of these radical left ideologues. Look at everyone who proposes all these different woke ideas. What do they have in common? It's a people and a movement who can't build anything.
Okay. I mean, that is just so fucking laughable. I mean, that is.
This is where he goes from, since he can't quote data, he has to go into his own form of hate speech. Like, literally, he's created a new form of anti-woke. I mean, where it's like, they've never built anything. Hello? Damn, dude, this sounds... That's all he could say? Like, what the hell? This is classic bigotry. They never built nothing. How many times has someone said that about somebody? How many times? That's like that is a necessary proponent of hate speech, to say that a people never built anything, but he's using it in the most ridiculous way. It's woke. Woke people never built nothing. Woke people never built nothing, y'all. This is new.
Ideas. What do they have in common? It's a people and a movement who can't build anything.
Okay. I mean, that is just so fucking laughable. I mean, that is just so unbelievable.
Right. So what is it again? They're going back to 1776. Can't build anything. So what the fuck did you use all this? Look, listen. The White House was built by slaves. Yes, slaves. And people that were also slaves that now maybe got their first paycheck in life to work on something, and many didn't get anything at all. Like, the Capitol building built by, look, let's just review that. I mean, it makes me wonder where what country is he speaking in? Which national buildings were built in the USA by slaves? Let's see here. I'm just curious, and it's important for people to know that, since Stephen Miller wants to go down that anti-woke tirade there. Let's hear it again.
Quick question.
Yeah.
Didn't the Canadians burn down the first White House?
The Canadians? No, I think it was the British, man. I don't think it's the.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, well, yeah. You mean that part of the Canadian experiment? It could have been. Yeah, you might be right about that. British Canadian troops, right?
Yep.
Yeah, that's true. I forget that. A lot of times we might say it's the British, but in reality, they're also connected to some.
Yeah, Commonwealth. Yeah.
Commonwealth. Yeah, Canadian. Exactly. There's other damn, what do they call that? Intersections. Exactly. All right. Yeah. Good point. All right. Let's see here. Let's hear this one more time.
It's a people and a movement who can't build anything.
Right. So here it is. Here we go. So he said people in a movement that can't build anything. And that is not just an anti-Semitic trope, but it's just an anti-everybody trope. They always go to this. Bigots always go to this thing because they want to try to dehumanize people, right? So that's his version of dehumanizing woke people, which, this is just a constant in the United States of America, or a constant in bigotry, trying to say that people never built anything. Look, enslaved African Americans played a fundamental role in constructing many of the most iconic federal buildings and national landmarks in Washington, D.C. and across the United States. Because the nation's capital was established in a region bounded by two slave states, Maryland and Virginia. Yeah, at one time, D.C. was not Washington, D.C. in the way we know it today. At one time, it was part of Virginia, Other parts was part of Maryland, and then it became its own federal city, right? So here, in state, right? Even though we don't have to this day the power to vote in the Senate or in the Congress, but it has its own local government now. So, and it's not part of Maryland or Virginia anymore. Now, let's see here. Because the nation's capital was established in a region bound by two slave states, Maryland and Virginia, federal commissioners routinely rented enslaved laborers from local slaveholders for heavy labor, quarrying, carpentry, masonry, and blacksmithing. Yeah, that's what it is, right? And these people weren't paid. It was the slave master that was paid. Okay. But these people worked on these buildings. They were the labor force, the quarrying force. That means digging out all these stones. The carpentry force. You know what that means? Tick, 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 tick. Hammer and nail. Wood. Chopping shit up. Chopping and sawing. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Today. Yeah, exactly. I mean, masonry, you know what that means? Getting the bricks, ting ting, making sure they fit so they can stack on top of each other. Yeah, masonry and blacksmithing. I mean, these are the trades needed. And it was all slaves doing this shit. They may have had a master, a person telling them exactly what to do, what specifications to go by, but the rest they had to produce. And Stephen Miller is sitting in one of these buildings built by slaves, and he's talking about they never built anything. These woke people. Major federal buildings in Washington D.C., U.S. Capitol, right? There we go. Quarried sandstone, Aqua Creek, right? At Aquia Creek, okay, Virginia, hauled timber, laid bricks, performed skilled stonemasonry. An enslaved craftsman named Philip Reed played a pivotal role in casting the bronze statue of freedom that sits atop the Capitol dome. Yeah, exactly. It's a Native American statue up there. Recognition. 2012 Congress dedicated Emancipation Hall and the Capitol Visitor Center featuring a commemorative marker honoring the enslaved laborers. It's almost like Stephen Miller has never seen this shit. Like he's never walked past it, but it shows you he is specifically there to be a bigot, to use bigoted tropes. So you could expect him to use bigoted tropes the entire time, every time he has a chance to speak on TV. The idea that woke people never built anything. Motherfucker, like loads of people built shit. In fact, if you were not a slave, you may not even been needed to have any of these skills at one time. Do you understand that? Like, really? Seriously? Who do you think was doing a lot of these? I'm talking about in states that had slavery. Why would you go to a person that was free to get any of these skills if all the slaves, if you could get slaves to do this shit? Duh. You know what I'm saying? So again, this is a question of workers' rights and things like that, right? But here, look at the other buildings. The White House. Yeah, the White House too. Right? Historical wage rolls kept by the commissioners show that enslaved laborers were hired to clear the land, dig the foundation, quarry the stone, and lay bricks and stone. Recognition 2020, right? U.S. Treasury building. Yeah, that's an old building, 1830s. Damn, they still had slaves back then? Yeah, that's not long ago. 200 years, you know what I'm saying? Started in construction, relied heavily on rented enslaved laborers for excavating foundational trenches, hauling building materials, handling heavy stonework. Yeah, exactly. Smithsonian Institute. That place where people go down to visit all the older buildings. Role of the enslaved laborer built between 1847 and 1855. The iconic Redstone building was constructed using enslaved labor to quarry. See, there you go. La, 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 la. Everybody understands that. Now, this guy, he's going to go back. I just have to point this out because this, obviously, I can't just walk past. Not that I will walk past any of it, but, it's a personal insult in a way to me when I hear this.
Hatred for America, and it's hatred for the people who have made America great. It's hatred for the people who build and sustain things. Look at all of these DSA candidates. Look at all of these radical left ideologues. Look at everyone who proposes.
All of these radical left ideologues, right? They call Black Lives Matter radical left ideologues.
All these different woke ideas. What do they have in common? It's a people and a movement who can't build anything.
You see that? So, look, that's obviously false, because a lot of people that did identify with the Black Lives Matter movement are related to the slaves that actually built a whole lot of shit, okay, in the United States of America. The shit you sit in front of right now, you dumb motherfucker, like Stephen Miller. Fuck you for just not knowing your American history. And no flag waving is going to replace what's going to happen to you if you ever fucking forget your history again. Like, let's continue. Yeah.
I mean, that is just so fucking laughable. I mean, that is just so unbelievable.
I mean, the slaves building, that's not the only example. I just wanted to show you how incredibly foundationally incorrect his statement is. It can be shown throughout every aspect of life. It's just so sad. It's so sad,
All of these big blue cities full of all these crazy woke liberals and all of the architects that designed all of the shit, they built all that shit. Show me one big red city. Show me a red state that's a top 10 state, Stephen Miller. You can't do it, because all you can do is try to feed this empty, gaping hole in yourself. There's really no reason for you to even be talking about the opposition, because there is no opposition. Y'all are able to go do every single thing you want to do with the legislature, with the Supreme Court, because you own every lever of power. Each day you should be getting on the news, not hysterical as though you need to change your tampon, Stephen. You should be getting on the news talking about, here's what we're delivering for America, because we have a supermajority. And here are all the things that we're doing to make your life better. He can't do that because he's dicking over America. And all he can do to offer as a substitute to the rubes he lies to every day is say, you get to hate these liberals. All right. I try to exercise every single.
All right. Let me see here. Let's go on.
Cities and all of this shit. They know that we sent you. He wants everybody to hate woke universities and all of this shit. But guess what? All of these conservatives, guess what happens when their kids graduate from high school? They send them to woke universities and brag about it in their circles. And then we have, of course, dipshit Pete Hegseth. Pop this up. Pete Hegseth has led multiple GOP-only classified briefings in recent months in a break with longstanding president on the Hill. Republicans have urged him to reverse course, warning the approach could backfire. But Hegseth doesn't care about any of this. Hegseth is an...
All right, so that was interesting what you brought up about Karoline Leavitt. I think that's... what do we learn from this administration? Basically, they're just phonies. They're not really even... halfway knowledgeable about the history of the country they live in. They take privileges, they take them for granted. Everybody has some kind of privilege. I'm not a person that sees things in only one, like the macro sense of what some might call discrimination, right? The overall sense. I'm not one that believes every situation you're in can be framed in one way, right? But I think there's different ways to frame situations. There's the macro and there's the micro, and they both exist at the same time. So unlike some people, I do believe anyone can be a victim of discrimination. I've always believed that. And I just see it, because again, you have the macro and the micro. You have the overall power base in the United States, which is the macro, right? And then you have minorities and people like that experience things a little differently at times in the micro, right? So you have the macro view of the country, the micro view of the country, right? You have two things running at the same time, right beside each other, right? So let's say, for an example, can a white male be the victim of discrimination by a black American? Yeah, in certain situations, yeah, you can be. I believe that wholeheartedly. And the opposite, too, wholeheartedly. I believe it does happen, but it's more likely to happen in the other way, that a black man would be the victim of a white male more frequently than the opposite, right? That's what I believe. Why? Because the numbers, the quantitative data suggest that. It basically shows that. It proves it, right? But I wouldn't say that just because what normally happens means that the other way around doesn't happen at some points in time and shouldn't be understood and shouldn't be prosecuted the same. I believe it should be. But there are many people that don't want any that know this, that know that it's more likely to happen one way. And so they just want to get rid of all laws against discrimination, which would not help anybody. You know, it doesn't help people come together, it doesn't help people work together. It doesn't help the nation grow or prosper. It just does the opposite. It's the nation has all the groups of people in it because that's what it needed to prosper, to move forward. Right. So and it's been that way since its conception. The United States has always had different ethnic groups of people. It's had different enslaved people. It's had different free people, different forms of slavery, indentured servant, and then chattel slavery, right? And then racialized slavery too, right? So it's had different forms. And it also had suffrage movements of women not having the right to vote, not having the right to own property. Right now, a lot of women, there might have been some women that maybe would argue they didn't need any right. They were living just fine, high off the hog. But that doesn't mean all women were living high off the hog. And so you can't replace one group just by saying, no, this person said this, so they were all rich. All women were rich. Woo! Living it up high off the hog with slaves under their feet. No, all women weren't. All women in the U.S. weren't living like that. Okay, so just like all white people weren't living that way. You know, it's just that way. All of them weren't wealthy slave owners. Now, although they couldn't be put into perpetual slavery because of their race, either chattel slavery, they couldn't be subjected to that. But some were subjected to indentured servitude for a certain amounts of time, you know, and then given their freedom according to colonial law. Right. But having said all that, there's been natives. There's been all different groups of people. Native Americans were also slaves, too. Some people, I don't know why people wouldn't understand that. They were the first slaves, to be honest. And then also some of the first, they were the first freedom fighters, too, you know, and there was always abolitionists in the United States from the beginning. At the same time, I'm talking about the United States. At the same time, there were prominent slave owners. Yes, both can be true at the same time. Not one over the other, right? But when you're dealing with the United States and claiming to be an American citizen and not knowing these things, you have to be the weakest, most ignorant American to not know that, because that is what makes us very different from other Western nations, from all other Western nations, you know, outside of Canada. That's what makes us different. We were a colonial project. We are the colonial project. When you're dealing with Europeans, they're on their ancestral land. That's different. They're speaking their own ancestors' languages. That's different. That's a different experiment. That's a different thing happening in their mind. That shapes their mind differently. They do stuff different because of that difference, right? Americans operate differently, completely differently, because we don't feel like we're operating on our ancestral lands. We feel like, you know, hey, I don't have to respect the other person. You know, I get to decide who is on top, who's on the bottom, based on race, based on ethnicity, based on all of these things that other people aren't thinking about. And Europe, pretty much, Europeans are not sitting there trying to stop another European's right to decide over her body. That's not happening. That's in America. It's been politicized. You know, they're trying to figure out how to control birth rates, how to control color and number, you know, which is the most ignorant thing you could really be out to do, because it's so unscientific. You know what I mean? You're liable to do what Hitler did, and that is create a lot of fucking kids that need help. Yeah. You know, when you start getting into that gene purifying Hitler thing, you know what I mean? It could go bad. You see what I mean? Yeah. You could make the gene pool so narrow that it doesn't have enough to work with. You see what I mean? That can produce bad results, you know, as Hitler found out. Right. So, you know, it's just sad being in the United States, where we used to be against all those things, and we somehow forget our history. We want to somehow prop up this Hitler shit now, and so many few of us really even are encouraged to really know real American history. You know, it's just so sad. You know, it's taking over our politics now, the ignorance, and what the fuck. But in any case, let's move outside of Karoline Leavitt right now and see what the data is saying overall about this administration. Let's see here.
Trump administration officials' net job approval rating. Look, they're all underwater here. You got four guys across your screen. You got Marco Rubio, who's at -8. You got RFK Jr., -9. You got J.D. Vance, the vice president, -17. But who takes the cake here? Look at this.
It's no women in the administration. I mean, are there any women left? Are there any women left? And remember, they went out to do the DEI thing, right? Yeah, that's what they did. And they went out and did it. Was it legal what they did? No, they're probably all going to be sued. All of these people are going to get their jobs back. The American people will have to pay the back salaries for all the people that they fired because they didn't do it legally, right? But look, where are the women? Where are the women? It's no women left in their administration. Like, is there one? Like, this is what we could call this here, right here, is the supremacist government. This is this is what you call white male dominated government, because listen, their ethnicity. Pete Hegseth doesn't see himself as a Norwegian. He sees himself as a white man. Okay. J.D. Vance doesn't see himself as a, American even. He sees himself as a white man. I'm a white man. That's my ethnicity. White man. RFK. This is their belief. Even Marco Rubio is trying to fit in. He's from Cuba and he's going under the banner of I'm a white man. Literally, this is what they've done. This is what they've produced. They don't even want women. This is a sausage party government. This is what it is. And this is what it looks like. They frame things differently. They frame what it is to be an American different than what a European frames what it is to be a European. It just is what it is. Hegseth's family is Norwegian immigrants, over some generations.
Listen, we don't claim him.
He speaks English. He speaks the British. He's speaking British. Yeah, you don't want to claim him, huh? Yeah, well, we don't want to claim him either in the U.S. You got to have his ass back. You know what I'm saying? And
no, he ain't coming back.
He's not coming back. You sure, man? Come on, don't they have some
laws? That ship has sailed, okay?
That ship has sailed. Yeah, you don't even want this motherfucker, man. It's crazy, man. He's against everything. Look, he may have Norwegian ancestors, but he's against everything Norway's doing. He doesn't like nothing about it. He doesn't like how you guys deal with your oil, the sovereign fund with the oil. He doesn't believe in that. He doesn't. Am I using the right term? Sovereign fund, right? Sovereign fund. The oil money part of it is taxed to where it pays for maybe education, certain social programs, right? Welfare.
Exactly. Right. And I'm actually a bit worried right now because I realized the other day that not only do we have oil, but on average, women's breast sizes in Norway are like the highest in the world. So,
damn, that's some good information. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Don't tell.
Way to go. Way to go, Norway. Go ahead, man. Don't stop. Are you trying to joke? Are you trolling now?
No. It's real.
It's real. Yeah, it's real, man. There's nothing wrong with that. That's great. So you have a lot of oil and a lot of breast milk.
Yeah.
By the per person, let's say that.
Yeah. I mean, have you seen the Amazon show? What's it called? The superhero comedy thing?
No.
The Boys. It's called.
No, I haven't seen that one. But
okay.
Go ahead. Make your point because I wasn't finished. Go ahead.
They're doing this parody on the current U.S. regime, and one of the main guys, he's addicted to breast milk. One of the main bad guys.
He's addicted to what?
Breast milk.
Damn. Okay. Well, all right. Well, I'm going to check that out. Thanks for raising that up. But listen, let's get back to this. Marco Rubio is of Cuban descent. He speaks English in the United States. He's not interested in anything Spanish, right? Like Cuban or whatever. I mean, just Cuban. He's not interested in, I mean, he sees that as a problem, Cuba as a problem. Culturally, like, I'm just trying to figure out, what does he have in common with these guys? What does he have in common with Spain? Okay, Spain speaks Spanish. They speak their own language. Cuba speaks a colonial language, Spanish. Marco Rubio is in the United States of America speaking a colonial language, English, but he came from Cuba where he spoke Spanish. You know what I'm saying? I just think it's a hot mess. And I think as Americans, we don't really look into it. Like, what does it make us do? How does it make us feel different? Like, what are the...
I think there's a specific term for it that is underused.
What's the term?
It's called ladder pulling.
Ladder pulling. Thank you, bro. Let me look that up.
You forget where you came from, and once you get what you need, you pull up that ladder so no one else can access it.
It's called ladder pulling?
Yes, sir.
Bro. Oh, okay. Hold on. Deep learning. Hold on. Seeing it. Polling. You mean polling?
Pulling, like pulling the ladder up so no one else can come after you to get the same benefits that you have, right?
Okay. Ladder pulling. Okay, I thought there was I was looking at another term. Okay, let me see here. It says it's almost certainly typo, standalone English, depending ladder pulling grammar usage. We looked at option A. Okay, ladder refers to second of two things previously. Pulling means moving, drawing, gaining. Pulling. I don't see this term, bro, coming up.
Oh, hold up. I'll put it in the chat.
Yeah, do that. Put it in the chat so I can look up the right term. You know, I just think we have an identity problem in the United States. We struggle and we project. Like, you see a lot of projection regarding an identity crisis that these men are having in the United States of America. And it's sad to witness, you know, because it shouldn't have to be that hard. You're just American, dude. You're just American like every other American. You might be, quote unquote, white American, but that's a choice that you make. That's something you decided you want to be called that term. Nobody forces that term on you. Right? Nobody forces that identity. Hexa can call himself Norwegian American if he wanted. Italians call themselves Italian American. There's plenty of groups, they define what they want to be termed as, you know. And African Americans said African American. They also say black. Some say Black American. Some don't care which one you use. Others say Afro American. You know, that might have a slightly different context. But people choose the terms. Nobody's telling them what they have to be referred to. It's actually the opposite. People say, this is what my ethnicity is, and this is what you should refer to me as, right? This is the proper context. So these guys, they seem to like this kind of view that they go on. They claim that it's European descent, but when you look at what they have in common in terms of their ideology with Europe, it's almost nothing. Like almost nothing there. Like everything that Europe is doing, they disagree with openly, right? Just openly and regularly. They disagree with the sovereign fund from the oil that Norway's doing. They disagree with the Nordic model, right, where everyone gets access to higher learning regardless of how much money you make. It's free. Everyone gets access to healthcare no matter how much money you make. It's free. Right? Paid for. They disagree with that model flat out, you know, and they disagree with other things too. And it's just it just makes me wonder, like they start calling, when they start talking about Americans that want universal health care, that want universal education, they call us communist. Hence, that means all of Europe is communist now.
Yeah, no, I mean,
it's crazy.
They flip flop a lot. They call it socialism, and then when it ends up working, they're like, "Oh no, it's not actually socialism. It's social democrat. It's a socialist capitalism like they have over there in Europe, which isn't socialism after all because it's working."
Right. Exactly. You know, exactly. And it's almost like they don't know what they stand for themselves. You know, because it's crazy, or what they are themselves. It's like they're just a total hot mess. They're a confused bunch of people. But look, it's worth noting, this is who they have left, bro. This is like their cabinet.
I put it in the chat, social mobility, right? Like once you get to where you want to be, you kind of pull up the ladder behind you so no one else can follow, you know?
Right. Yeah, I was looking for a sociological term, another one that is, it's about how they view themselves, their identity, like, and how it displays their policy, how their policy is connected to their identity, you know, their sense of pride, their sense of patriotism, their sense of, you know, fairness with the, you know, this kind of thing. And but in any case, let's go on. This is crazy.
Yeah, like honestly, I think it's just called being delusional.
The fucking delusional, yeah, is another word for it. It's crazy, man. They just miss if you try to understand what they want, you get nowhere, because they contradict themselves in their own wants, in their own practices. They contradict what they claim they want. It's just nonsense, a lot of nonsense, man. But apparently, this all male cast of government appointed, you know, J.D. Vance is the vice president. RFK, he's appointed to the health administration. Rubio is the secretary of state and the Department of Defense now. He's got one man, got two jobs. He's a Superman, huh? He could do it better than anybody. That's why they have him doing both jobs.
Like
nobody else could do a job like him, huh?
Europe, we kind of had a couple of world wars. We really made a mess of things.
Yeah.
And, you know, some people say that, you know, maybe U.S. needs to see their capital get bombed to ruins before they learn to love their next man. But that's...
Bro, I don't know. But, you know, all I could tell you is that they act like they don't care. They act like this government, if you ask me, they act in ways that will make you suspect whether they want that to happen or not. Like, you know what I mean? It almost seems like they behave like they want it to happen themselves. Like, give every opportunity for someone to attack the U.S. Like, you know, wouldn't it allow them to maintain power, go into you know, what Trump claims he wants to do, which is enact war powers or go into some sort of state of emergency? I mean, he's claiming that he wants to do something like that to avoid the results of the election. So, and if you look at how they behave, it seems like they want Americans totally divided on race, class, religion, all kinds of ways. Division does not make the country safe, right? But they seem to always point out, groups, this thing about how you treat American citizens. Listen, you can't be stopping American citizens on the street every day, asking them for ID when the American citizen can't stop you and ask you for fucking ID. Like, what is this? People have to go to fucking work. Okay, you can't disturb people just because, well, let me just see if you're American. Where's your ID? Let me go to your neighborhood and just stop you, because maybe it's like not even based on data. You know what I mean? Like, I think Michael, we did the data before. There's more, if they're going to be looking for people, they need to be looking on the fucking border. You know what I'm saying? But they don't seem to want to start there where people cross at. No. You got to run around in other places, you know, that are further away from the border. I mean, it's just crazy. But let's hear some more here. Let's hear some more.
Pete Hegseth, as I said, the lowest of the low, 22 points underwater. And this has been something that's been going on throughout the entire administration. He has been underwater in every single poll that I could find. That is his job disapproval rating being above his job approval rating, and Iran has not happened.
The comparison to Rubio here is really apt because they're both seen as involved with the war in Iran.
Correct.
But Rubio's -8 and Hegseth -22.
Yeah, Rubio is the one who, relatively speaking, has come out smelling like roses, especially as he looks ahead to 2028, potentially in J.D. Vance.
All right, so talk about Pete Hegseth in comparison to other past secretaries of defense who may have had, shall we say, popularity issues.
Yeah, the one that comes to my mind in the middle of a war is Donald Rumsfeld back in 2006, right? Heading into a midterm election where it doesn't look like your party is going to do particularly well. Net popularity rating of defense secretaries at this point in midterm. Look at this. Pete Hegseth, again, 22 points underwater. this is historically low because Donald Rumsfeld, who wasn't exactly smelling the roses, he was 7 points underwater. Again, a net popularity rating in the negative underwater, but still 15 points better than Pete Hegseth. And why is this comparison in my mind so much? Is because, remember, Don Rumsfeld was essentially forced to resign after those midterm elections, after Republicans got crushed. And I think there's some question, if the midterms go the way that a lot of folks think they might go, will Donald Trump's tune on this gentleman right here perhaps change a little bit? Well, we'll have to wait and see.
He still has his job for now, the Secretary of Defense. How does he compare in terms of popularity to cabinet secretaries who no longer have their jobs?
Yeah, okay, Johnny B. had exactly right. You know, as I said, Donald Trump has been defending Pete Hegseth. But I have to ask the question, for how long? Because he's defended a lot of other secretaries in his cabinet, and then they went adios amigos, goodbye, see you later. Net approval rating of Pete Hegseth now, 22 points underwater. Well, Pam Bondi was only 20 points underwater before she got sent packing by Donald Trump. And Kristi Noem was 16 points underwater before she got packing by Donald Trump. And now we got Pete Hegseth, who is more unpopular than either of these two women on the left side of your screen. So again, I have to ask the question is, how long is Donald Trump going to stick by Pete Hegseth? He is currently, but these numbers suggest he might not always be.
How do voters feel about the president's work on jobs?
You know, these are the...
You know, and it's crazy because look at this right here. This is what's really telling. On the screen right here, there's two women, right, that stepped down, right? They're not there anymore. Pete Hegseth is still there. So this is very, very, it seems like this is an extremely misogynistic White House. And where men pretty much have it their way all the time and have the beginning. And I'm not saying that Kristi Noem, that Pam Bondi. Think about this. It was 4 women. Tulsi Gabbard, head of intelligence. That's above the CIA and all that shit. She's a woman appointed by Trump. She's gone. Tulsi Gabbard, woman appointed by Trump, gone. Bondi, woman appointed by Trump, gone. Karoline Leavitt, woman appointed by Trump, gone. All of the prominent women are gone. Men that took office at the same time, aren't they still there? Like, what men did they get rid of? Hegseth is basically alleged to be a drunk. Kash Patel alleged to be a total drunk. Right, still in office. Right, still there. Who else? RFK still in office. He has half a brain. His brain has been eaten literally by a damn worm. He above all people should be for health care for everybody. This motherfucker's brain was eaten by a worm. You know? He's still there, even though he's got a half functioning brain, can barely even speak. He can barely speak. You know, it's like the dude cannot speak at all, pretty much. But he's there. I mean, what do you have to do to get these people fired? Apparently, if you're a woman, nothing. They just leave for no reason. They just gone. Personal reasons. Oh, well, my husband's sick. I got to go. Oh, well, Pam Bondi, I don't know what her excuse was. It was just, adios. I'm out of here. Noem, people just didn't like her ass. What was her reason? She had a husband that was taking videos where he had fake breasts on, where he's hopping up and down at the same time these people are out here talking about anti-transgender. I mean, it's just so crazy. It's crazy. This is a clown show. If people were not scared out of their minds because of what could happen when you have a failed government, it would be called a clown show, because it is a clown show. But the security ramifications, people should be scared for their fucking lives, because anything can happen to the United States of America with these people in the leadership, or not in the leadership, leaving like this. I mean,
numbers suggest he might not always be.
How do voters feel about the president's work on jobs?
You know, these are the types of numbers that will make a lot of Republican members of Congress lose their jobs come November. You can see it right here. I mean, just look at this trend line. Trump's net approval rating on jobs. He is now 22 points underwater, swimming with the fishes, a very unlucky 22 points. That is way down from where he was at the beginning of term number 2, where he was a plus 9 points. And the whole other thing is, this was such a big strength for President Trump in term number one. He was 10 points above water at this point in term number one. So we're talking about a 32-point decline in terms of Trump's net approval rating on jobs. It is not just inflation that is hurting Trump when it comes to the economy and the Americans' voters' minds. It is jobs as well.
This is just a huge swing.
This is a
huge swing on a foundational issue that he ran on. How do people feel in general about the jobs market right now?
Great question, Johnny B. And I think that this really gives the game away. I mean, just look at this. On jobs and employment, we're on the wrong track, the right track. Back at the beginning of Trump's second term, the plurality said on the right track. That ain't the case no more. I'll tell you this much. Look at that. That right track number has fallen significantly, down 11 points down to 29%. And that wrong track number, which was behind that right track, is now running ahead of it. Look at that number, up nearly 20 points now. The majority of Americans say that the country is on the wrong track when it.
Okay, so put a 1 in the chat if you believe that this data is pretty close to accurate. And put a 2 in the chat if you think the data is not close to accurate at all. And of course, the rules are everyone has to participate that has been participating in the chat so far. So if you just wrote something in the last 2 minutes, then you need to participate. All right. Yeah, that's how the rules are. Now, I'm just curious. I want to see, hold on. Melon guy, you need to put a 1 or a 2. You need to stop not following the rules. Because that's all that counts. When I'm asking, that's all I want. I don't want nothing else. Period.
Yeah.
But go ahead, Sandica. What's up?
Yeah, no, like everyone is entitled to have their own opinions, but you are not exempt from being ridiculed for being wrong. I mean, that's discourse, right? That's having a discussion. But yeah, I think the data shows that pretty much under every Republican administration, there has been like close to zero job growth compared to Democrat presidents.
There's been right. Well, yeah, I mean, it does show that. But listen, I just want to try to keep it close to this, just only this right here. This data right here. Now, but I agree with you 100% on that, Sandica. Now, what else I want to ask people is this. If the data is wrong, where is it wrong at? Here is the data on jobs, employment. That's what they're talking about here. Do you have data? Can you state the data that we can look up right now that shows that this reporting is wrong? Write it in the chat. What should we be looking at exactly? What can we pull up right now to prove that it's wrong? What is the data that you're looking at? Where is your polling? This is Reuters IPSOS polling, right? So it's stated there on the screen. Where are you getting your polling from? Also, Melon guy, since you've been here for a minute, welcome to YouTube. Congratulations on it being your first year. I hope you don't have more than one account. But in any case, since you're here, what's the polling you're citing that shows that this is wrong? Now, for me, I know how polling works. So I know polling's not a matter of trust. But if you know how it's compiled, then it's not about trusting at all. I know how this data is being compiled. So, and it's kind of safe proof, basically. Yeah. So, I'm just, yeah, go ahead, Michael.
If they had the data and polling in opposition to this, do you think Fox News wouldn't release it?
Exactly. Wow. Yeah, exactly. And I noticed Mellon said that he believes the data is false, but he doesn't have any alternative data to offer anybody.
That is truly food for thought.
Yeah, it's food for thought. Exactly. It's true. And what you're saying, Michael, is true. Where's Fox News polling on it? I mean, Fox is basically agreeing with this polling.
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
No, I mean, like when we try, and this is something that it's unfortunate, just because people hear something they don't like, they would go against critical thinking skills, and before they ask themselves questions like that, they'll just call it fake news, disinformation, or a lie. And that's unfortunate, the current political climate and status of the country that we live in, where people like Melon live in echo chambers, and anything they hear, anything in opposition to what they don't like, they'll just call it a lie and accept it. And Trump administration has allowed and promoted these very same ideals, unfortunately. Go ahead, V.
Yeah, I think it is the disinformation networks are, annoying at this point. People aren't falling for it like they used to. People are prepared in this election to have anonymous and unidentified, social media accounts make all kinds of claims. I think it's pretty. I think it's going to have a reverse effect this time because people have seen how that played out. They saw that, there seemed to be a lot of online support for Trump. And somehow it turned out to be the opposite of what they were told. Like, yeah, a lot of people supported Trump, but they also tried to make it seem like the Democrats had something to worry about the Epstein files when it's really not. Actually, a lot of Republicans, a lot of people in in Trump's cabinet are in those Epstein files. Even goddamn Todd Blanche is in the Epstein files. Like, what the hell? So you can monitor the trolls now. You can see the troll activity. You basically say anonymous, unidentified individual, right, that doesn't even bother to put a picture up about themselves, or like account that is 1 or 2, 3 years old. Okay, that person probably has several accounts, right? And it will go, when you don't like their comment, then they come on using a different account and claim similar things, stuff like this. People have been worn out by the kind of activity online and now can kind of read between the lines, the difference between what a troll would do. And a troll would defy gravity always. Like, they will just always. Here's one easy thing. A troll is going to stand by Donald Trump like no one in Donald Trump's family ever would. You know what I mean? It's that far. They just basically are like, yes, 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 Trump good, everyone else bad. Data. Anytime there's data out that points to Trump being bad, they will say that data is not real. I'm not saying we can't look at more data on this. I'm saying look at all the data. Fuck it. It's probably all pointing to something like this, because what are they quoting? They're talking about the actual real jobs report. The real jobs report is not looking good. The real employment rate is not looking good. That's the government's own release. So, and then you quantify that, you qualify it. With other polling on this, other research on the matter. So nobody chooses one piece of information. No, they combine it and come out with the most likely outcome. And this one says wrong track. Americans, look, how do Americans feel about Trump right now regarding the polls? In January, that's this year. No, 1 year ago, January, 32% was like, he's all right. Now it's 51% in the red. Right track. Damn. Now, hold on. This is bad, man. 29%. So now before it was 32%. Now it's 51% in the red on the wrong track. Right. So the wrong track before it was 32% was on the right track in 2025. Now on the wrong track, it was 32%. Now it's 51% believe the country's on the wrong track. On the right track in 2025, it was 40%. Now the same people, same groupings were polled, and they say it's 29% on the right track. So let me ask you a question in the chat. Put a 1 in the chat if you think the nation's on the right track. Very simple. All right, now let me move on. Anybody else want to say something about this? Yeah, go ahead.
They're most likely on the right-wing track.
Right-wing track. Yeah. So
please rephrase that. Are things going in the correct direction?
Yeah, I know what you mean. It seems like I do have a theory about that. Like, they wanted to force everybody into something very stupid and insane, which is not using science.
Like, yeah, no, I think what I get what you're getting at. Like, people, once you have convinced them of something, it's going to take a lot to make them change their minds, right?
Yeah. And they have put a narrative out there that is not factual. Sure, there's always concerns in a lot of different ways. People being concerned is being responsible means you have to evaluate all aspects of life. That's what being responsible is. But a lot of the concerns that they put up front were not really the most serious concerns. You know, they scapegoated a lot of people in this right-wing policy. When the numbers say something else, you know what I mean? Say that the concerns should be somewhere else, and that's going to pay. That makes people pay, you know, and you lose your labor, you know, your hard work, your money that you save based on your hard work. Whenever you have a government that's in power, that's not being factual, not being scientific about their approach, not being honest, you pay. The citizen pays in cash. You lose because of bad policy.
Very few Americans are going to stand out in like a strawberry field and pick strawberries for 12 hours straight.
Exactly. And not to say that you couldn't own a strawberry plantation. You could. But, you know, let's be honest. Like, that's still far and few. You know what I'm saying? You're going to need workers. You don't need strawberry farm plantation owners. You need people to work on the plantations that already exist. And you ain't going to get paid ownership money to work on that plantation. You're going to get paid a median salary. But for some people, that salary works for them. But for the average American, it doesn't. So you need to provide room for the economy to thrive, for the society to thrive.
Yeah. So the issue becomes, you know, you have a federal minimum wage, but the fact is that a lot of farmhands, they make like $3.50 per hour.
They're getting exploited, even on top of that. You know what I mean? And it's true. It's because of our politics in the U.S., man. We don't want to face. We're different than Europe. Europe gets down to the numbers. They get down to the actual data, and they say, "Listen, we need a certain amount of immigrants. This certain amount." We have to be very precise about the industries we need them in. We need to be precise about how much humanitarian immigrants we need versus workforce that we need. And we need to be precise about it because it will affect our lifestyle if we're not precise. Who's going to work in the medical field? Who's going to work taking care of the elderly? Do we have enough people to do that? Or will we suffer if we don't have immigration to fill some of the vacuums in the industry?
I mean, I think I mentioned this before, but I know someone who was going to the Johns Hopkins hospital, and a lot of the people or doctors that were working on him, like in what you would call research medical science. They got deported because all the funding got cut, right? So they didn't have a job anymore, and they just got shipped out of the country. A lot of groundbreaking research was just left and buried.
It's true, man. It's true, and a waste of financing.
We've just gotten used to cheap labor, right? May that be overseas cheap labor, or may that be here at home through immigration labor, right? Illegal immigration labor. Right. And, I mean, we've said it plenty times before, and, I'll say it again. If they truly wanted to stop, illegals from being employed,
we want workers.
They would go after the employer.
Yeah.
They would go after the employer.
Yeah.
Right? They would arrest and charge the employers for employing them who depend on them, right?
Yeah. But you know what I call it, Michael? I call it like this. We want employees. We don't want people with rights. That's what we don't want. We want employees. We got no problem because our Congress finds a way to get these people because of their inaction. So if you don't have enough people, if you haven't made enough room for people legally, then obviously what fills the void is the illegal, because there's an industry there. That's obvious. The industry won't stop. So if you're not going to make laws to get people in that can fulfill those industries, then you're actually aiding the illegal part of it. You see what I mean? And so they don't have a problem with these people working illegally. Their problem is really they don't want to give them rights. That's
no. I think
right?
like in order to have rights, you also need to be able to pay taxes. One, which first of all, they don't want that, right?
Right, because that would exactly. Go
right?
ahead, bro.
That
Go
would
ahead.
mean that they would have to, they would now be able to benefit from our social infrastructure, even as poor as it is.
Yeah.
Second, they'd have to legally be able to make minimum wage, right? And even in the poorest conservative state, minimum wage still outweighs hiring illegal help because you can pay them less than minimum wage, right? And I think that's what most Americans don't understand, right? Even with the lowest minimum wages in the country on a state level for a lot of these red states,
it's a mathematical equation that they're using, but they're not using it in the honest way. They know that they're creating this industry through their inaction themselves. They just decided that this was the best alternative for them. They decided this was the best alternative for them politically. It's crazy.
Well, they put up the narrative that they're doing it, but when we know, Texas and Florida exclusively depends on, illegal labor, right?
Yeah. Exactly.
Illegal labor, and when we look at that, do we not see where are the major ICE raids in these companies that are hiring the illegals? Again, we could have easily, if they truly wanted that to, instead of just be, sensationalized, they would have charged and arrested anyone who hires illegal immigrants. We have yet to see the mass majority of companies, private companies who employ these illegal immigrants face any type of repercussion or any type of legal criminal matters, right? They don't exist because that's not what they want to do. They don't want to send a message to the same companies who overwhelmingly depend on, essentially slave labor in the form of illegal working. They don't want to send that message to them, right? And then guess what states they would overwhelmingly face? Impact.
Exactly.
Red states.
Exactly. Rural states.
This almost all sounds like the upper class wants to go back to feudal state.
Maybe. In some ways, maybe. But go ahead, Eric. Go ahead.
No, I think, when we look at,
Michael. I said Eric. I'm sorry, bro. Michael, what's wrong with me? You got to correct me if I mess up, man. I'm sorry about that. It's Michael we talking to.
The fundamentals of like feudalism, I think it is something to be aware of, right? I think eventually with, the hyper-capitalistic manner that we're going about things, feudalism might be the only way to continue the hyper-capitalism, right? When we look at work camps, when we look at a lot of things that the current unchecked capitalist system that we're going for, right? And I think, I do think that that's where, this neo-libertarian movement is headed, right? When we look at someone like a JD Vance, right? He's even more aligned with corporate donors and could care less about conservative values, right? As long as they lead to siphoning more money from the people, right? And I do, and that's where these polls come into play, right? The economy feels it. So when they're taking these polls are sentiments, right? They're to give insight to sentiment of current pulse on the American society and how it feels, and it's important because hopefully that reverberates through the midterm elections, right, that we're currently facing, and hopefully the midterm primaries that are going to be here in November, right? And we can hope that the voters who are feeling disenfranchised now go to the polls with that mindset and vote against what they currently or what they previously advocated for. But go ahead,
Yeah. Oh, go ahead.
Can I just say something quickly?
Yeah, go ahead.
So, like in Europe, in some countries, you don't have to go more than 90 years back in time before you had a proletariat, like a working class that owned nothing, hardly made any money. It was basically slavery.
It's what?
Yeah.
You had a proletariat, like a working class that owned nothing. They were basically farm hands, right?
Right.
Well,
That's
you know,
basically slavery.
we're headed closer and closer to that, right? When we talk about, what wealth inequality in America looks like, I think what people don't understand, aside from what the growing wealth inequality looks like, that means that the people who are on the opposite end of, positive gain in terms of wealth inequality, that makes it harder for them to buy assets, right? So now with it becoming harder and more expensive to with also in combination with inflation continuously making it harder on top of policies like the big beautiful bill that increase wealth inequality, we're looking at a future where assets will not be attainable by the majority, right? And the assets that do exist will be bought up by the minority in terms of the richest individuals.
Exactly.
And I obviously can go down the rabbit hole of, right now in America in particular, we're seeing private equity buy some of the most expensive things in our country. When we look at the more recent sale of the Los Angeles Lakers by Josh Kushner and Bob Iger, that acquirement is because they are a venture. Their majority, well, at least Josh Kushner, who's the brother of Jared Kushner, um, is through venture capital, right? Venture capital being able to gather up assets, right, in the billions of dollars, loan against that portfolio of billions of dollars, and now buy something like a team like the Los Angeles Lakers, right? Where now that was family owned, and now it will be owned by Bob Iger and Josh Kushner, and they will treat it like a form of private equity, which means they will only seek to extract the most profits, right? And we're seeing it in the sports industry now, where these teams have been so overvaluated that a single person can no longer own a team, even in the billionaire class, right? So even the billionaires are being outbought and spent by groups that own billions through assets, right? And it gets a whole lot more complicated, from a financial standpoint. But essentially, what that means is we're looking at the extreme commodification of even something as simple as sports watching, right? Where these sports teams are now going to run like businesses and corporations at the expense of the viewers and enjoying something as simple as sports, right?
Yeah.
Because they already have
Look at
commodified it
FIFA.
even further with betting, right? We have betting at an all-time high especially with these betting platforms here in the US, and expect private equity to continue to buy more and more assets to continue to run it at an efficient rate that disregards the people, right? Again, these assets are going to continue to get more and more expensive, pricing out the individuals, the average working class, right? The average working class will continue to be outspent by the billionaires as wealth inequality continues. Go ahead.
Yeah, let me just chime in there on some data about the quote unquote, employment and where it intersects with immigration, right? Because I could see from the chat there's some misunderstanding there with some folks. The major industries where quote unquote someone that can be called illegal is working in. We're not talking about people that are under temporary stay. This is not what we're talking about. We're not talking about that angle. Some may be, but that's not the angle we're talking about. We're talking about the industry where just across the board, most illegal work is happening or illegal people are involved intersecting with employment, construction and extraction. So, right. So, when you have to, when you're making a building, you have to get rid of the waste that the materials you're using creates also, right? To make that happen. So the building, Mark, what is this industry called? The housing
Waste
and home
management.
No, not waste.
Yeah,
construction. It's in the home. It's in construction. Do you understand how important the real estate is? Real estate. Do you understand how important this market is to the U.S. economy? So this is what I mean. Like the reality is that Congress has not managed this at all. In fact, what they've done is that they've abdicated any responsibility. What they've said is that an industry that is so important, they will not act on in Congress, therefore creating an illegal market for it. They created this illegal market. It's them that's attracting the illegal workers because these people are needed in the U.S. economy. You won't have a U.S. economy without these people. So it's crazy. And what they've done is they forced contractors into hiring people because they won't keep up with the industry. It's like an open hole in the U.S. economy right here with this. The next one, the second most needed one, is service, leisure, and hospitality. Restaurants, hotels, commercial building maintenance, janitorial services, and commercial landscaping. Again, these are highly important sectors of the U.S. economy. It affects your life even more than maybe the stock market. Like, seriously.
On the working class, right?
On the working class.
Working class.
Yeah, exactly. And then number 3 is agriculture, farming, and meat packing. These are huge sectors. So people are sitting there saying, if you didn't have the right to come here, you shouldn't be here. That's illegal. Dumbass, wake the fuck up. You are attracting illegal workers because your Congress is not acting on your behalf, dumbass. Like, really, get it straight. You need these workers. It's you who needs them. Like, and you're not doing anything. You're not providing a way for the society to prosper. Like, by calling them illegal, it's like, if you need this many goddamn workers, make a legal way. What the hell?
Yes.
That's the Congress's job.
Right, whether that's through amnesty, right? For whoever has been here and re-regulating what that looks like in terms of future entries, right? I think there's no progressive way when we look at what the illegal, if you want to look at it as an illegal immigrant issue, right? There's no comprehensive idea. In fact, we rather spend and fund ICE to the tune of $10 billion versus create a comprehensive plan that allows for the illegals who are here to benefit our economy, right?
We rather terrorize tourists.
Immigration looks like.
Yeah, and we rather terrorize tourists, even though we need exactly. So we pay ICE to terrorize tourists, but we don't want to pass a law that allows the hotels that benefit from tourists to have workers.
Yeah.
Yes. Right.
So I do actually have a perspective on this. So in Europe, you have the Schengen Agreement that allows people to work in neighboring countries, right?
Right.
And another thing is, like in terms of property, you have private equity not being regulated, and they're doing predatory things to make sure that people take out payday loans on their houses because they're old and they don't have money, and they basically get pennies on the dollar for their property. So when they die, their property is promised away to these private equities, and their families inherit nothing.
That's not a it's an issue. It's not a major one that continues to persist. Under this administration, it's just gotten a bit easier because they've deregulated a lot of what that looks like and eliminated a lot of positions that would essentially identify payday loans and schemes such as that, right? So this administration is kind of maybe not necessarily that's directly impacted it by, loosening regulations, but also eliminating positions that would identify such predatory loans, right? But it's not one of the major issues. I think one of the major issues is when we look at our economy, when we look at unchecked capitalism, it dictates profit, right?
Yeah,
Profit
well,
year
prices.
over year at to please the shareholders, right? Versus pleasing the people.
Right.
Right. And when we don't have those social checkpoints, those companies will always capitulate to shareholders versus the best interest of American people.
Yeah, and it
Right. And that's the difference
intersects.
between
Yeah,
a public and a private sector. Right. But
yeah,
go ahead, babe.
yeah. Well, it intersects with different parts of the of society, right? It's
Of
like
course.
on one hand you have the shareholders that to think about their profits, but on the other hand, these industries are so important for Americans. Do you know the cost of a house is so high because we're not producing many homes? How do we produce
Yes.
homes? So listen, at the end of the day, Congress sits at the helm of this. Congress's literal job that you pay them a salary for out of your taxes anytime you earn 1 penny, right? They get paid to go in and pass legislation that benefits, that makes sure that the economy and the society, not just the wealthy investors, but the everyday person that intersects with these industries. Like you might have a corporation that owns loads of real estate. Right. Sure. You have that. But then you have the person that needs to buy a home from them, the everyday person, or a person that needs to rent a home. Then you have those. And there's way more of those people intersecting with the housing industry than there are billionaires. You see what I mean? Yeah. So it needs to work. Congress needs to work. They need to pass laws to get workers in the country to fill the vacuum. And they also need to pay a wage, right? They need to have minimum wages and wages that fit the workers too. And those wages should be for everybody. But the thing is that we've done the opposite. We've said fuck wages. Our Congress has said fuck wages for American citizens. They don't need a decent wage. Why are you talking about a decent working wage? You're a communist if you start saying people deserve a decent living wage. And then they capitulate on the other thing. They say, even though there's a huge vacuum of employees, we also are going to make sure that we don't have like Sanderka mentioned, the Schengen, meaning that different countries in Europe can hire people from other countries if they can find a job. If they can fill a sector that there's a vacancy in, they're allowed to do that. In the United States, we don't have that. We're telling Mexicans they can't come. We're looking at our own
like
neighbors.
Said, right? It creates the market for illegals, right? It creates the market for illegals. And so, when we look at profit-driven companies, what's better for profit than cheap labor? And the cheapest labor is illegal labor, right? And, to circle back to what you have said, right? I think when we want to look at comprehensive, more recently we passed the infrastructure bill, which should help spark, right? But if we truly wanted to be even more progressive,
Trump didn't want it though. Trump ain't want it with the housing.
He didn't. Right? It passed regardless because both Republicans and Democrats knew, right? Republicans who knew that this bill, well, they're risking the livelihood of their future positions, right? Even within their states if they were to pass against that bill, right?
Mm-hmm.
So they passed it overwhelmingly, irregardless of what Trump wanted. But that also goes to show what Trump doesn't want to do, right? When as a country, our responsibility, the people in charge's responsibility is to always be progressive, right? And when we look at infrastructure, when it comes to housing, the housing market is designed to always be at a shortage because that allows for them to ever increase the pricing of said housing, right? And so the renting of said housing alongside the pricing of said housing, right? And so now when we look at that, our country should have been passed a long, comprehensive infrastructure bill that sparks and spurs the growth and building of housings, both single family homes and multifamily homes, right? To at least combat and lower or slow down, because I don't ever think we'll ever lower what the housing market looks like. It's never seen a real decrease until the housing crash. But I think slow it down what that increase looks like year over year, because that alongside passing a comprehensive plan that allows for a viable minimum wage that also increases in comparison to inflation, those two things would spark home ownership. When we have home ownership and that home ownership increases vastly, what also increases? The class and the wealth of said individuals who buy that asset.
Exactly.
Because they're now able to loan against that asset.
Right.
And usually they'll reinvest that back into the market in the form of either building a stock portfolio or in the form of a second home, right? Or in the form of multiple different ways that they're now able to reinvest that money that they're able to loan against when they do own a home, right?
Bro, in the United States, if you're a politician that says technical and trade schools need to be free for American citizens only, they call you a communist if you do that. So if you wanted to train American citizens, right, in the United States, you're not making it easy for them to get a trade in the construction field, right? And on top of that, so they call you a communist if you want American citizens to be able to access it fairly, regardless of your economy, right? Then if you say, at the same time, American citizens should have a fair wage, right? A living wage to fill any of those jobs, then they call you a communist for that. Then when you say the people that are filling the vacuum because Congress has not acted in other ways, right? If you want to be humane towards them and talk about what they're contributing to the economy versus what they're taking away, then they call you a communist if you have that conversation. Basically, this administration has found a clever way to do nothing. In this party, Republican Party, they found a clever way to do nothing for American citizens while blaming everyone else, while having power over all branches of government. I mean, they could have chosen to address any one of those three issues. They could have addressed the vacuum in the labor market that is there, where they're creating they're creating a crime problem by not filling the vacuum legally, right? That's what they're doing. They're making people come and work illegally in an industry that they should be making sure has plenty of people able to fill the vacuum and able to get a decent wage while filling it. Instead of managing that properly, they've not done anything about it because they call you a communist. If you want those construction workers to have a fair wage, if they're American citizens, they call you a communist. They are against unions in the construction industry. They call you a communist if you're pro-union. If you say you want the people to get free training in the United States only for American citizens, they call you a communist. And then on top, then they scapegoat the people that do come and do fucking work and do it for less money than if Congress acted on it. In an industry that is so integral in the United States economy. I mean, they've created this problem. They've created the problem, and they're acting like anyone trying to solve it is the enemy. Using words like communist is like a living decent wage is capitalist. It's good capitalism. That's what it is. Allowing people to get an education in a capitalist country is good capitalism. Allowing people of all aspects of society to be able to gain access to education in a capitalistic country, that is good capitalism. That's not happening right now. Allowing American citizens to have affordable housing in the wealthiest country on earth, that is good capitalism. That's not happening right now. They call bad capitalistic projects capitalism and good capitalistic projects communism. That's what they call it. They call it communism or socialism when really it's just good standards, good ethics and morals in a capitalistic country. It's fucking bullshit. Let's go on from here. Let me see. They got some other data. Let's hear the other data play.
Comes to jobs and employment, no wonder President Trump's numbers are so poor at this point.
And again, this gets to how people feel.
Yes.
You can't tell people how they feel. This is a matter of feelings and sentiment.
This is feelings and sentiment, and you know what? That's the name of the game in politics.
How do people feel about getting a job in general, right?
Yeah, I think what is driving this? What is driving this this wrong track number to rocket on up? Well, I'll tell you what's causing it to rocket on up. Look at this. Okay, good or bad time to find a quality job. You go back just before the beginning of Trump's second term in office, the plurality, 48% said a good time. Now you had 45% saying a bad time, just running slightly behind that good time. But look at this, that bad number, again, up like a rocket. We're talking about 63% at the beginning of Q2 in 2026. And that good number way down into the basement, now just 33%. It's a 30-point advantage and a bad advantage when it comes to finding a quality job.
And again, you're dealing with sentiment here, how people feel, which is harder to get them to change.
Correct.
What are the prediction markets then saying about whether or not there'll be, more big layoffs in some sectors like the tech sector?
Yeah, I mean, just take a look at this. This is what it is. Change 2026 tech layoffs exceed 2025. 92% chance, according to the Kalshi prediction market. These are the types of numbers that political nightmares are made of, and it is very difficult to change voter sentiment when it seems to be.
Damn, this is, oh, wow. This is also, don't get me wrong, all the other shit should have been problematic for everybody. The housing, the farming, the hospitality industry, restaurants and things, all of that should have been important to American citizens and Congress. But this is interesting. Tech layoffs, prediction market odds, 92. Look at
so I actually do have some insight here.
Okay.
So initially, we're trying to replace tech jobs with AI agents.
Right.
It's way more expensive than anyone had predicted. But of course, they're just throwing money into these AI budgets for different corporations, and they're thinking it's going to get cheaper. It's going to get cheaper, right?
Yeah, they're trying to keep it afloat. They're doing this. They're just sending the money in a loop.
Yeah, of course. But over time, it's probably going to get cheaper. But a lot of these people are very qualified.
Depending on how you manage it. Depending on good stewardship and good management. Right?
Yeah. And then these people are very qualified. There will be new jobs that they will be able to have. There's always going to be changes in the market and qualified people will find new jobs eventually. But like for us, it's sort of like a hiring freeze. We're not hiring right now, but we're trying to find ways to become more efficient.
Yeah. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Fucking Trump. Thanks a lot, y'all. Appreciate that right at around this time. It's great to have a hiring freeze. Wonderful. That's what Trump ran on. Hiring freeze, y'all. Elon Musk, we're going to have a hiring freeze. Did you know that? No, that's what he said. The total opposite. Man, Americans won't even need to work. We'll be so rich. What the fuck?
Well, we got this rocket going to Mars. There's going to be new jobs.
Exactly. But this is going to be damaging because this is a big part of the U.S. economy, right? Go ahead, Michael.
No, a hiring freeze with increasing unemployment, right?
In the biggest sector, sector in the economy, right?
Right. And when it comes to in particularly, obviously, we have an AI bubble currently at hand, right? Where the money is just cycling through, the chip companies, the AI companies, and data centers, and venture capital, who's just continuing, to recycle this money over and over again. But when it comes to, something as big as that sector, I do think that, one thing America has always been behind on is progressive reform, right? I think when we start seeing tides change, that should be reflected in the training that our individuals in the country see, right? If you're seeing mass layoffs in one sector, how does your country react to in a progressive way to re-incentivize these people who have been laid off or who have a stagnant career, how do they change that, right? In terms of, getting them to learn a new skill, right? We don't have the systems in place on a progressive way to be able to have a fluid workforce, right? Where if something pauses in one sector, or you get laid off in one sector, there's no job training that now allows for you to get re-educated and then re-enter the workforce, now even more skilled worker, right? Carrying your skills from before that may not have necessarily benefited your career in the immediate, but now as a re-educated individual who's now back into the economy, and can pivot back and forth now with that knowledge that you've learned. We don't have that in America.
No.
Right? And it's why a lot of people fall at the wayside. But go ahead, babe.
Yeah, well, there was no comprehensive integration of AI in the United States. They didn't take any precautions. They didn't consider any of these aspects of life, employment. They didn't really do any studies, they didn't utilize the studies. The economy, effect on the economy. They didn't do any real studies, no comprehensive studies. They just went in there and said, "We want to be first. It's more important to be first." Energy.
When we look at the jobs, those jobs that are affected, these are high-paying jobs. These aren't some jobs that pay $20,000, $30,000 a year.
Exactly.
Right? These are in excess of 80, 90, $100,000+ a year jobs. And now to say that, there's also a hiring freeze or pause.
That should give people pause. That should give people pause.
Are you suggesting that these are the major contributors in terms of tax income and tax revenue?
There you go.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Wow.
So not only do we decrease taxes for that class, now even if we could collect the minute taxes from individuals earning within that high middle income,
there's less.
We won't see the benefits because they're not working.
There's less
right?
to collect.
The lifeblood.
The
less we can collect, right?
Exactly.
And the less we can collect, that means the more debt we have to continuously.
You know what this means?
Go about as a country.
You know what this means, right? I mean, economically, I want to hear the rest of this. But to me, when they start getting into this part of the employment sector, right? When they get here into these high-paying jobs, that tells me that what is it called? What is it? Recession is after this. Immediately after this. Yep. Like we're no longer entering into the curve. Now it's like the last step part. If this goes down, then you go into recession, basically.
Well, we're waiting for a bubble, right? Once the AI bubble pops, we will most definitely see an immediate recession. But go ahead, Sandiker.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is crazy. Are you suggesting that we might have to start taxing the rich and create some sort of median universal?
No, man. No, you know what I'm saying? I'm saying let the whole country just fall into a burning flame. Don't ever tax the rich. Don't ever tax the rich, man. Leave the rich alone, yo. Let the country just go up in flames.
They work so hard, right? All that working capital, as they call it. No, but like universal basic income is going to become a thing once all the jobs are removed.
Man, don't leave those rich people alone, y'all. It's y'all. It's y'all fault, man. Let the country just burn.
like I was saying, these mega yachts, they don't run off of hopes and dreams.
Man,
support your local billionaire today.
They need that. If you take one more mega yacht from a billionaire, man, my heart is going to break. My grandmama's going to.
Exactly.
I'm going to shed a tear. Yeah, man. I mean, it's like you have a simple choice: tax the rich or let the society burn in hell. Yeah. So but I'm gonna tell you, I'm going to be watching whichever one happens from Denmark. I'm gonna watch it all on TV. Yeah, exactly. I'm gonna watch it all on TV and shit as an American citizen, y'all.
I'll have to experience it firsthand, but yes.
Or you can escape, bro. Take a vacation. Yeah, look forward to unemployment. Go do something, man. I don't know. Make your plans, because
I hear that.
Question.
Yeah.
Should we start off with Elon Musk just to kind of sample it? Because I'm fairly certain Ozempic and ketamine would make the meat taste off when we eat rich, you know?
Elon Musk is a good man. Don't ever challenge his integrity, okay?
Yeah, no. But like, maybe, what if?
He cares, man. He cares about everybody, man. You guys don't worry about it. Everyone's going to be rich. You'll be so rich you won't need a job.
Look, and even when it comes down to Elon Musk, let's remember that his wealth is intrinsically tied to the well-being of the stocks. Right?
Yeah.
We have individuals who are so wealthy that their individual worth isn't intrinsically tied to the stock market. So a person like Elon Musk, regardless of every way we can criticize him, his best interest is to have the market run fluidly because his value is within the market. He's still invested in the market, right? Like his evaluation comes from how his stocks and the stocks that he is personally tied into, that it's in the current market. If the market fails, we've seen his wealth has dropped. I mean, obviously he's beyond rich, right? But tomorrow we have a crash. A person like Elon Musk has some of the most to lose, right? He will his value will go, will drop billions of dollars, right?
I'm just gonna put this out here. Jeff Bezos, he's had a really rough year. Like, first his rocket explodes, his rocket ship, and then Elon Musk becomes the first trillionaire.
Mm-hmm.
Let's just have a moment of silence for that guy. Like, he has it rough.
It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. He gets a reward for blowing shit up. I mean, and
when we look at a Musk, right, his wealth has been kind of his losses have been mitigated by subsidizing through tax dollars, right, for what we pay for, right, what we've been given to the Teslas of the world, the SpaceX's of the world. We've helped mitigate that. If not, he would have lost a whole lot more, and rightfully so, as he should. But as this market continues to eventually burst in terms of the bubble we're currently in, we will see how quick Musk changes his tune when a recession hits. He continues to bleed money and a new administration comes in. That's going to be the interesting part, right? I think all the oligarchs who are here siphoning money and trying to align themselves with this current administration, when we see an economic recession and all these individuals whose intrinsic wealth is tied into the market, I want to see how they pivot. I want to see how they
I want to see it too, bro. Yes,
I'm really interested because again, a person like Elon Musk cannot escape the stock market. His value is within the stock market. We have billionaires who are tied away from the market. Their wealth has already been in the market. They've divested from the market and they're billionaires on themselves. And we can look at someone like Bill Gates, who is what you would call a more healthy billionaire than we would the Jeff Bezos of the world, even if he's not as rich. Right, he's divested from a Microsoft and made his money off of Microsoft years ago. So he's a billionaire in other ways and other assets aside from holding a portfolio heavy in stocks where Musk isn't. So I want to see when we have a recession how he pivots, and when this administration is no longer there to save him, who is he going to turn to, and how is that narrative going to change for them? But go ahead.
Listen.
Can I say something?
Yeah, go ahead.
So Bill Gates, his heart is in the right place, but he's the kind of guy who hands out mosquito nets to countries plagued with malaria. And
he needs dating advice.
But like he's handing out these mosquito nets, and they start fishing with it, killing the fish population. Like his heart is in the right place. He's just like a nepo baby because the only reason he became a billionaire was because he stole other people's ideas, and his mom was on the board of directors at IBM. That got him the initial meeting where he sold MS-DOS, which was a product he didn't even own. But let's set that aside.
He's overrated. In other words, we tend to overrate our billionaires in the U.S. Not to saying he's the worst. He's not the worst.
The second thing. So we have Walmart being subsidized through welfare programs, and now you're saying that Tesla is also subsidized?
I mean, through virtue of Elon Musk in some way, yeah. They are being subsidized to some way. There's some things in the back door.
Communism.
Well, look, Elon Musk, Tesla, number one, not to stick on Tesla, but in some ways, people need to understand that the way the laws are being done on green energy in the U.S., you have to suspect that what they did was they shut down. So you have Tesla has charging stations. That's what they have. And their charging stations work for many different types of cars, not only Teslas. But they have competition in the US. And their competition is is it called Charging Point? It's two. Charging Point Station and plug and play or plug play, something like that. So they have two competitors, right? Which are big money people, big corporations too, Blackwater behind them. So they have competition there, right? And so although Tesla is out there, he's benefiting. Elon Musk is benefiting from through other ways directly with the U.S. government, but in some kind of ways they actually control. I believe, I don't know, somehow, some way, I think this anti-green thing has helped him in some kind of way, because there would be other competition that would arise.
Well,
in the U.S.
They are shutting out the Chinese car manufacturers.
They're shutting out a lot of people. And it seems like I suspect that Elon Musk is still getting something out of this, where others aren't getting anything.
Just because
in terms of Tesla,
with Donald.
Because of who?
Just because he's best friends forever and ever with Donald.
Not only Donald, even before. So when we look at even prior administrations, right? They've always blocked these Chinese EVs, right? So he's been he's benefited from being single benefactor of fully electric vehicles, right?
Exactly.
When it comes to Tesla, right? He hasn't had any market competition, any major market competition.
Yeah.
But that changes. It'll be forced to be changed and reconsider as the globe starts to consume more Chinese EV, right? The more Europe.
I cannot blame. I can't. Sorry to talk over you, but I had a coworker buy a Tesla, and he got a financing deal that was out of this world. I was like, dude, I cannot even blame you. This financing deal is so much better than anyone else would be able to offer.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. And that's exactly what it is, though. But you're right, Michael. I mean, they have frozen out competition. But see, this is the point. The point is, at what point does that harm the economy? At what point does it slow down the economy? And it is slowing it down. Exactly.
Exactly. It already has, because when we lack market competition, the prices don't get to be competitive. Right. But when we start again, we live in a global economy. So regardless of whatever America wants to do, when we start seeing the Europes of the world, when we start seeing the Russias of the world consume more and more Chinese EVs that are just drastically cheaper, we will see a revolutionized market, right? Especially in the car world. We'll see that these major companies will be forced to renovate and reinnovate what it looks like to have an EV in order to keep up with the Chinese EV market themselves, right? And one of the biggest markets in terms of potential when it comes to EV is China itself, right? If we were competitive, even on the smallest of scales, we'd be able to at least have an EV that exists and can compete with the EVs in China within China, but we don't. And we'll see that change. We'll see that change. Of course we will. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're right, and they're doing it cheaper too, by the way, which is
Let's be realistic. China has protectionist policies just like the U.S.
No, they do, but you can't. Again, we have to remember we exist in a global economy. You can only shut innovation out for so long.
But we fucked we're producing cars with them essentially, and we just made it more expensive to do that.
Yeah,
it's
a lot of our cars aren't assembled here in the U.S. What they do is to say it's assembled in the U.S. They'll primarily assemble them in places like Mexico and then ship them up and put on like the most minute parts and say assembled in the U.S.
Right.
So right. But to circle back to it again, we live in a global economy. I understand what everyone's saying.
But it's done in a more comprehensive way. It's done in a comprehensive way to where we're benefiting. Our car companies are benefiting through that, and it's both ways. It was actually a pretty comprehensive agreement that they reached.
Yes, it was,
because it's also based on materials too.
Material, how much free trade, the free trade agreement.
Yeah, it's labor costs and materials. Having access to certain materials that we don't have, the U.S., that Canada might have, and the same thing with Mexico. They may have maybe a labor force that can fulfill certain parts of the assembly line that makes it cheaper. That because if we all did it in the U.S., our car companies couldn't compete that way, right? But
it would be unaffordable.
It would be unaffordable.
Right?
So. Right.
The price of labor here in the U.S. in comparison to a place like Mexico, right?
Right. So we made it more expensive for our car companies instead of while we're focusing on making keeping China out. We did the opposite when it came to our own companies. We made the cars more expensive for them. So instead of them being able to fill a vacuum, they just kind of stood still.
Yep.
Which is insane. Because they're supposed to be moving in on Tesla. Right? Yeah, well, they're supposed to be moving in on Tesla. They were supposed to release green energy vehicles and all of this shit, and they just stand still now.
But remember, these $1 billion companies can't essentially keep up in the EV market even with a Tesla because Tesla still gets subsidized. That's a very big bullet that we bite by subsidizing a lot of Tesla, right? That we don't provide for these other major car companies, right? Or car makers. If we did, and if we lessen that and even give a fraction of that to some of these other car makers to develop a competitive EV, we would have a real EV market, right? We'd have competition in the EV market. But those are things that we haven't done as a country. And that's just sad, right? When I look at progressiveness and what that looks like, even on a basic economic level and competing, we don't do that, right? Am I against totally what subsidies look like? Not necessarily, as long as those subsidies breed innovation, right? In the same way we can give subsidies to a Tesla to provide EV cars, or one of the most notable EV cars in the world, we could do that with another automaker from within the U.S. in terms of subsidizing to force them to compete and create an EV that's competitive even with the Tesla, right?
Right.
But go ahead, V.
All right, let me go on. You want to say anything else about this, Sandra? I want to hear some more of the polling.
Can I say something really quickly?
Yeah.
So when Teslas first came around, EVs were hardly taxed. It was like a very cheap way for the middle class to get like a high-end car.
Right.
And it goes back to being a soft power and looking up to America as the leaders of the free world. And ever since that has been shifting. Norway is going to be assembling Chinese cars now. They'll send the parts and they will be assembled here in Norway and in Canada as well. It's very sad to see this development.
Oh, really? They're going to be producing them where? You talking about?
They're going to be assembling the parts in Norway and in Canada. And that
for
is,
what company? For what company?
I think it's different Chinese EVs.
Okay. Yeah, but this is part of the integration, right? But who sparked that? Who sparked it?
It was. It's a loss of soft power.
Trump.
Yeah.
Right. His policy is what made that possible, right?
It helped increase it, but again, what do we live in? A global economy, right? Cheaper EVs are the need and want for cheaper EVs. The market demands it, so they have to produce it, right? The market will figure its way out to get those cheaper EVs, right?
I honestly don't think that's the whole explanation.
Story. Okay. of Trump, right?
Yeah, so
it's not just his policy. It's not just his policy. There's more to it.
No. I mean, right. I think it's people, disdaining Musk and hardly any new EVs in Norway right now are Teslas. Even with the financing deals, hardly any. Yeah.
But that's what I mean about the market demanding cheaper EVs. Yeah. The market demands it. Forget what one person wants. The market, the people demand it.
And they don't have to buy Tesla if they don't like him.
Exactly, right? And not even like him. They don't have to like him. The market dictates that. Yeah. Cheaper is what people want. Yeah. They don't want to spend more money on a car if they can buy something cheaper that's just as efficient. The market dictates that.
Yeah, but they don't want.
The people want that,
yeah, but they don't want a CEO of a car company threatening their goddamn sovereignty.
If Tesla was super cheap, they'd still buy it. They could care less about if they liked them or not.
No, man.
Right?
No, man.
What keeps it competitive is the price. The reason why, how many people don't like China, right? And they will call it communist however they want to, but a cheap EV hitting the market, they'll still buy it because of the price point. Right? If I can spend $20,000 versus $50,000 for a Tesla, I'm gonna pay $20,000 all day.
Okay. But look, I'm just saying, I'm not saying that pricing isn't a part of it, but I'm saying in places like Denmark, for example, Denmark had a lot of Teslas. They had green cars, right? They had different brands of cars, right? But when this issue came out with Elon Musk, Greenland, and all of this stuff, man, that shit ended Tesla. People were like,
sure it perpetuated it.
People
for
were like, fuck
right?
Tesla. They was corporations that use transport companies that use Teslas was like, we getting rid of these shits. It's out of here now.
Of course. I'm sure it definitely perpetuated it, right? But now we've hit an impasse where Tesla isn't no longer the lead when it comes to EVs. We've seen what China has been able to do with EVs, and now we understand that they're just as good as Tesla and cheap.
Yeah. I see what you mean. Right. Okay. Yeah. It's all okay. I got you. Yeah, you're right. That might be more of a factor. In other words.
Also, sorry to digress, but I mean, the brand Polestar. They probably saw strippers named Mercedes, Lexus, and all that. They were just like, "Yeah, we're just going to be brutally honest about this and just name our car Polestar."
Name who?
The car brand Polestar. It's Volvo and China.
Okay. Okay.
So they make like a high-end EV, and they were like, "Oh yeah, there's strippers named Lexus and Mercedes and all that." So they were just like, yeah, we're just going to name our car Polestar.
Okay.
Yeah, that's their luxury EV. But they also have like BYD. But yeah, that's hilarious that they would name it Polestar.
Right. Okay. All right. Let's see some more data here. I'm curious what else they're going to say about the admin. This data was aired first 2 days ago. So
aside, you put that together with voter sentiment on inflation. That is a recipe for disaster for Republicans running in the midterm elections.
And they're running out of time. Harry, and thank you very much for that.
Thank you, my friend. There is no debate when it comes to where people stand on AI and data centers, and simply put, it's electoral poison at this point. You rarely see this type of agreement. Oppose building AI data centers in your area. It includes 70% overall. But look at this. On the lower end of the spectrum, you still get 3 in 5 Republicans. You get more than 3 in 5 in urban areas, 63%. And then what's really interesting is you might expect, hey, Democrats in rural areas, rural folks, they don't necessarily see it the same way always when it comes to issues. But on this, they do. 75% in the rural areas and 76% of Democrats. You see across the board clear position, which is the vast majority of Americans and voters are against building AI data centers. And that's why I said at the top, it's simply put electoral poison at this point. When it comes to the politics of it, it is very clear people are against it.
I'm not talking about the facts here, whether it's a good idea or a bad idea. This is how people feel about it. And it's pretty clear, and you don't see agreement like this on many issues. So on, these data centers? If they are going to be built, how do people want to see it done?
One of the key nuggets that those who want the data centers to be built will say is we have to stay ahead of China when it comes to tech, right? So there's a great poll question that essentially formulated this, right? Americans on building AI data centers, slowly to address local concerns, of which there have been many, or quickly to maintain the tech edge over, folks like places in China. And on this one, it is a 4-to-1 clear blowout. I mean, we're talking about 78% of Americans, voters say slowly to address local concerns. Just 1 in 5, 21% say quickly to maintain the edge over China. And again, what we see is across all of the different political and demographic groups, everyone agrees that they should be built slowly to address local concerns. And so when we start off at the top saying, hey, there is this debate, there really isn't much of a debate when it comes to the politics of it. The vast majority of Americans at basically every single camp are in agreement on this. They want to be built slowly to address those local concerns.
And credit where credit is due. I think this question is actually phrased really well.
And they should want that. It's their lives that are at stake. I mean, I'm glad to see this data. Let me see. I want to see where the data is coming from, whose polls they're using exactly. But let's continue.
And let's people come down on a side here with advantages potentially for both sides. How do people view the impact of artificial intelligence in general right now?
Yeah, I think this is part of a larger debate, Johnny B. And it's just, look at this. Say AI development is bad for society. Again, what you see is clear majorities across the board.
This is the Marquette University. Okay, Marquette University. Yep. All right.
Groups that don't normally agree on anything agree on this one. 63% of Republicans, 74% of Democrats, 75% of independents, and 70%, as I come over to Johnny's side of the board over there, overall say AI development is bad for society. Again, the electoral politics of this are very, very clear. AI and data centers are, simply put, electoral poison.
Yo, I see you, Thomas. What's up, man? Good to see you, bro.
It will be notable to watch how candidates deal.
Oh, man, we just covering Karoline Leavitt. I was absent a few days, man. My job, for those that don't know, it's been a hectic week at work, so I didn't have really any free time. I couldn't go live, but yeah, that was just that week. It's summertime, the end of summer, so a lot of our staff is on vacation. So, the people that weren't right now had to fill in. Everybody had to fill in for extra hours, But I'm back, man. And also, I just wanted to tell my viewers, time is good for me to have some time off because it affects my performance as an individual, as a podcaster, and it also affects how I maybe communicate. You know what I mean? And as you could tell, when I'm well rested and I have a little more time, I maybe don't get triggered by certain things. And let's be honest. I mean, in any case, no matter what, it is serious times in this world. But it's serious time if you're an American citizen, for our country. It's not joking times. People are being harmed. People are being harmed, and people's family members are being harmed. I'm talking about American citizens. And so it's a real, and others, but it's a real serious moment. So I'm not here to be a joke either, but still, and I'm not here to deal with people that think it's a joking matter or people that are just trolling, right? But having said that, having enough rest and also having free time, it does affect how I, communicate online. So, I needed to just take a break then to try to press myself, given this situation right now with the summertime and the work hours and stuff like that. But I appreciate everybody for sticking with us and bearing with that moment. But don't worry. I came on a little late today because of the same. I just needed to rest a little more. I needed to wake up when I felt like it, not necessarily what the alarm clock says. But this is just a moment, and one brief moment. But listen, also one other thing, Michael, you said something about the timing of it, about the economy. About this being a moment where we'll be able to judge policy, right? And the American people will be able to judge the performance. We will see the performance and the arguments play out, right? This administration made these arguments about these data centers. This was their policy to roll it out. The economy The AI, it was their policy to roll it out this way. They didn't
unregulated.
Unregulated. They didn't want to follow Europe's lead on any of it, right? They wanted to talk bad about European policy on these matters, right? And here's the thing. So now this may hit around the elections. It may hit before the elections. It may hit, a lot of it's going to hit right after, right? The elections. But no matter what, this year is a good time for everybody to sum up Trump's first term, all his talking points, all this shit that he's talked about, everything. We will be able to sum it up this year. Christmas time is going to hit hard on the American people. They want to go out shopping? Yeah. Sure you do. Sure you want to go out shopping. We're going to see how many of you shop well, how well the shopping experience is going to be. We're going to see how Thanksgiving dinner is going to taste this year.
Yep.
We're going to see.
With the food inflation, the price inflation, and also America is already at its highest point. America is already at its highest point when it comes to credit card debt.
Credit card debt.
That's another.
We're gonna find
angle we can look at.
Yeah,
credit card debt is at its highest.
Yeah.
But yes,
we're gonna find out how that heating bill is hitting you this Christmas, this fall. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna find out how that electric bill is hitting you. You know, do you need some extra heaters?
That was going to be the cheapest ever, wasn't it? Like the electric bill.
Weren't you all supposed to be rich by this time?
Yeah.
According to Elon Musk, right? Everyone was supposed to be rich by this time.
But like that MacBook, it might double in price by then.
Yes. Yes.
So like you had this new company in China called I think it was DXMT, and Sam Altman has already bought up all the production capacity even before it hits the market. And then you have these AI companies. They want to build these data centers, and they're getting local deals with like the cities or counties and the state. And they're basically screwing people over. They don't want to invest in proper cooling. They just want to run fresh water through everything to cool the components.
Yeah, none of it is green. None of it is efficient. Yeah. None of it's planning. No planning.
Yeah, it's unregulated. So they're just like, why waste money on cooling? We're just going to maximize profits.
Stupid.
In the long run, it's gonna hurt your average constituents, especially in these rural areas, right?
It's not just rural. It's like smack in the middle of populated areas as well.
Yeah. Well, that's where we're seeing moratoriums coming, right? We're seeing even in New York, right? More recently, speaking from a personal standpoint, right? We've passed a year moratorium, right? A year pause on any idea or any planning when it comes to AI data centers. Right, this is a part of the midterm.
Yeah,
we're seeing these things happen, right?
Yeah,
it's happened here in New York.
Well,
that's it. Period.
And
we're not going to revisit it for a whole nother year.
Yeah,
and if we need an additional moratorium, it will happen for another year, right? And we'll continue to do it.
But you'll be getting information. You'll be reaching. You will be pulling in data, collecting data before you need to pass any laws.
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
we will be seeing how these AI data centers negatively affect the constituents in red states and rural areas before we even attempt to accept it being built anywhere near a major metro area. And one of the main factors we see when it comes to these AI data centers is the amount of energy that it's pulling and what that does to the grid in terms of infrastructure. A lot of our infrastructure can't support the amount of electricity that is being used by these AI data centers. In combination to that, the more electricity that is used, the higher. So in our energy bill, you get charged what you use, but then you get charged more for the delivery of that energy
what
and
time
that
of day?
electricity that is being charged.
What time of day you
right?
need it? Yeah, exactly.
It becomes more expensive, right? The more energy you use during certain peak hours, you get charged more here in the U.S. Right? I'm not sure how it is in the EU.
No. Let me just interject.
Yeah.
So
hold on. Let me finish my point.
Yeah,
hold on. Let me finish my point.
Yeah, let him
for
finish
instance,
his point.
Here in the U.S., my energy bill, I'll get charged what I use, but I get charged almost double for the delivery charge of said energy. But go ahead, Santika.
Yeah, no, it's the same in Europe. You get you pay for the distribution system, right? The infrastructure, and then you pay for the kilowatts you actually use. But like when it turns out that they cannot build it in the US, they go to Europe and they're like, "Oh yeah, we'll trick these municipalities to give us a guaranteed delivery of a certain amount of power, and we'll promise 100 jobs." But it's actually going to be like 20 jobs, while 12 of them are actually in India, and it just ends up being the same old fucking scam that they're running over there.
Well, energy's important. It's an important and center fact of life across every society. Energy costs, and it is a debate. I mean, they have a debate about energy, and but the main thing is this: like while you're saying it, you also have a sovereign fund. Right? Oil sovereign fund. I mean, so it is different. No, Sandiker, it hits different because in the United States, we don't have a damn sovereign fund, man. People, and I'm not just talking about the sovereign fund, but our view of social net is just totally different. Yeah. So while the prices go up in energy, the European countries factor that in. They understand. Well, I don't know. I can't speak for all of Europe, but I know, for example, in Denmark, they do have a poverty law, right? That's part of the Constitution, right? So when each person is supposed to have a certain amount of money every month to live off of. So when these expenses get up, then they go in and they say, okay, well, we have to raise the price of the whatever the cap is on the amount of money
it's the same here.
It's balanced out. In the U.S., it's not balanced out, man. In the U.S., it just gets higher. Prices just get higher.
Yeah. So the thing is, even though we have oil, there is an expenditure cap on the sovereign wealth fund. Right. You cannot use more than a certain percentage. We don't want to become another failed petrostate, right? So
it's still regulated. Thing. It's still regulated. Yeah, you have it, but it's regulated too. Yeah.
Very heavily. Yeah. So we cannot spend more money than a certain percentage of that fund and the dividends that it pays.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of municipalities where power is cheap, right? Like the cost of the infrastructure is low. They're trying to build these data centers and they're promising 120 jobs, but that will only last for as long as construction lasts, right? And then they get remote people and
really?
Everything is.
They're doing that in Norway?
They are doing exactly that. That the same thing they've been doing in Texas and other states in the U.S.
Damn, that's interesting.
Yeah,
that's interesting.
So they see that it wouldn't work there. People are being NIMBY, not in my backyard. Like they wanted to build data centers right next to like residential areas in Texas.
Say that again.
They wanted to build data centers in residential areas in Texas.
Yeah, they are. Yeah. They wanted to, but they're trying to, and they have to some degree. Now, maybe it's not. You mean
Memphis? I think is the worst.
Yeah, exactly. Memphis is one there. And they want to expand on it. Exactly. California, Texas. Yeah.
And they didn't even get the what do you call it, power agreements that they wanted. So they're just setting up these what's it called, temporary gas turbines that they're running at 100%.
That's what it's been running on, bro. It's insane. Yeah.
And again, we don't have any other comprehensiveness to replace it. So like, we call it temporary, but like in lieu to what? Right, we don't have the replacement for it, right? It's not like we're working towards something that's going to be more effective.
Trump and his conspiracy, the windmills are killing the birds.
Yep.
Like you could.
But he rather runs off clean coal.
Exactly, like the fucking fuel, the goddamn fuel is not killing animals. Fucking burning of gasoline in the open air.
The noises.
Bro, it is insane, bro. The noise isn't killing animals, right? It doesn't affect animals.
Chasing them away, at least.
It's chasing them away, and it's going to have health effects. All that shit is having health effects on humans, so it's having health effects on animals too.
And even in the environment in general, right? And so when it comes again to circle back to the AI data centers, right? A lot of these, rural areas, again, their infrastructure is going to make it a whole lot more expensive for whoever's living nearby, right? Electricity is going to cost just more overall. And I think the only reason why we were able to pass a moratorium here in New York is because obviously we're progressive under a current mayor Zoran, but we pay some of the highest uh it's the highest prices on electricity in the country, right? Like New York City pays significantly more than the national average, right? State and city residents pay roughly, it's between 27 to 31 cents a kilowatt, where that's 55 to 62% average than your typical average um cost of electricity in the country, right? And that's mainly because of the cost when it comes to when it really comes to how it's built, right? Which is maintaining like underground, right? Complex grids, right? Those things, and heavily reliant on gas, in combination with local generation limits, upward pressure, it increases upward pressured prices, because of the vast infrastructure and the complexity, right? And the closer you get more towards cities, the more expensive that electricity is going to become, because now they have to do so much infrastructure on that current grid to allow it to power an AI. That's why they're building it mostly in rural areas, right? To make it easier for them infrastructure from an infrastructure standpoint. But it's also the reason why here in New York we will continue to evaluate what that looks like in these rural spaces, right? Seeing the impact of the environment, seeing the impact of the cost of electricity and how it affects the constituents, especially when we look at wealth inequality, right? It's just another thing to add on to the list on top of groceries, on top of inflations. Do you want to pay more for electricity and to also pollute your backyard? I think the answer you should slow down and find some sort of comprehensive manner to tackle it, right? And I think that's where right now under this administration, we don't see those things happening, right? But I think where we're seeing it being challenged is more on a state level, right? So I think on a state by state level, especially after after and during these midterm elections, I think we're going to start seeing states take more of a comprehensive approach when it comes to the AI data centers.
I think part of the issue up until now has been that a lot of counties that they're really old people who have sort of been part of the local government, who don't understand how these corporate entities operate. They're making promises, but they also know that they won't be held accountable. And
no, for sure. I piggyback off on 1,000%, right?
sorry. Just gonna make another point. The Norwegian Defense Forces, which is our military, they're actually concerned now that they're not allowed to build up bases because of power constraints because of data centers. And
well, yeah, I mean, but that comes along with comprehensive infrastructure, right?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm not sure what like the Norwegian Defense Force isn't huge, but in terms of intelligence gathering and other things, they're extremely important in terms of keeping tabs on Russia.
Mm-hmm. True. Was that it? That was your point?
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
Go ahead, Michael. What were you saying? What you had some comment
I
about
think that's what comes along with having some sort of a comprehensive plan when it comes to infrastructure when introducing something as big and impactful as AI data centers, right? And obviously, I think we'll start seeing what that looks like going forward on a state by state level, right? Because every state has its regulators. And to circle back to what you said about these older voters,
not voters, politicians, local politicians.
I'm sorry.
Local politicians.
Well, yeah, I mean, your local politicians will follow the constituents, right? Whatever the constituents allow is what they will run on, right? Because that's going to gain their votes, right? The more aware we have of the more educated and aware we have, or we are as individuals, right? That forces the constituents, that forces whoever the politicians are, even on the most local level, to fall in line, right? Because if you don't fall in line with that sentiment, you don't get voted in.
Yeah, no, it's kind of like fool me once.
Definitely fool me once, right?
Yeah, and they're starting to wake up now and realize that there's not going to be 100 jobs in a local place that has no industrial plants or anything like that. So they're starting to realize they're being sold on a lie.
And if so, these jobs are momentary, right? Like once these AI data centers are built, the majority of those jobs are done, right? And they won't come back, and they'll see, minor spikes when these AI data centers just need basic maintenance, right?
Yeah.
In terms of HVAC system and other things. But go ahead.
Yeah, and then they realize that they can just dispute the fines, take it to court, and then they can, take it up 3 instances, and 15 years later they have to pay a fine which is minuscule compared to the profits.
Yeah,
look at this.
But go ahead.
I just wanted to chime into something. This is an interesting data point here. When you just look at the utilities between what average Dane spends and the average American spends, right? The utilities, it includes all of this. Look at this. It includes typically includes electricity, heating, water, sewage, trash waste, removal, internet, phone, right? All of those things, right? The total percentage of household income spent remains modest. Now, look, this is the difference. Danes spend less. Look at this. They spend a percentage less on all those utilities.
But keep in mind that there's no garbage disposal in our kitchen sinks.
Right, but also there's another thing. Like this is
on this homes in the U.S. have garbage disposal too.
But exactly, and also, but this is average. This is when you average it out, right? You could do the data. When what's going to scare you here is when you look at lower income families. They spend way more, and that doesn't change here.
Yeah,
this 4 to 6% doesn't change as much in Denmark as that 5 to 7 changes when you start looking at lower income families. I think that's the difference. So, it's just something for people to think about when they're having this convo.
Also sustainability,
right? But listen, hold on. Wait a second. But also, as an American, we're often told that things cost more in Europe. That is the line of this administration. Everything costs more in Europe, but that's not what this says. This doesn't say that at all. When it comes to utilities and how much you spend per household, this says it costs less or the same to less. So I just wanted to point that out. Like, don't get me wrong, but go ahead, Sandika. What did you want to say?
Oh yeah, no, I was just interjecting. It gets done, and it gets done right. So you're paying for waste management and all of these things, and it's done environmentally friendly, right? Like,
true.
It's sustainable.
It's more environmental. The energy in Denmark, for example, the environmental standards are better than the U.S.
And it's probably offset with green initiatives, right?
It's true.
Unlike here in the U.S.,
the cost is cheaper and it's more green.
Yeah,
the cost is cheaper and it's more green.
And also, just to say another thing, Norway might have a sovereign wealth fund, but Denmark, for example, they have a mainland connection with the rest of Europe. So you have a lot of shipping, a lot of industry, which is based on geography.
And Denmark has its own gas too. So it's true. It's true. Like, Denmark is a different country. It is true. I agree. I'm glad you pointed that out, because it's not to say that every European country doesn't have its own particular model, because of course you have to, because European countries are different. Even Norway has oil. Denmark doesn't have oil. They have gas, right? But they don't handle it the same way. The gas is still pretty much private industry. Norway is private, but they have the sovereign oil fund built in it, so that it supports some of the social services and things like that around the country. But there's a cap on that, how much can go to that too. It's managed, right?
Yeah, the social models are very similar, but how we pay for it is different.
Yeah, exactly. The social models are similar, but it's not exact verbatim. They don't function exactly the same way with all things. Like, yeah, it's true because these things are particular, you know. But you wanted to say something, Michael, before I let this play?
No. Please let it play. You know, I think
it's actually interesting. Yeah. It's interesting convo here.
Yeah, please let it play.
One last thing, Norway has extremely challenging infrastructure. It's mostly it's like 90% mountains.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Denmark's not mountains. It's flat.
Yeah,
it's true.
You can more or less drive across Denmark in 6 hours.
Yeah. Oh, less. Yeah, true.
You know, I think the overall summary is, you know, what is progressive and what is comprehensive, right? And the U.S. just lags behind both those, right? Regardless of geography, regardless of cost, right? I think cost plays into it, but you know, the U.S. still, as rich of a country as we are, we lack a comprehensive progression when it comes to just basic things like energy, right?
And our excuse is not driving, right? Yeah, and our excuse ain't driving or mountains or none of that shit. Our excuse is not even transport. It's just other shit, right? We just don't want to do stuff.
We don't. Right? Yes. The comprehensive way, right? Because, you know, just like you both mentioned the differences in obviously geography and, you know, sovereign wealth, you know, however we want to, but these are comprehensive, progressive plans that you guys are discussing where those just don't exist in the U.S., right? Regardless of what we look like on a geographical level, right? And obviously the U.S. is made up of multiple, as large as we are. We have multiple different areas that look very different, right? Some look like Denmark, some look like Norway, and some look like a mix of both, right? But we lack all comprehensive and progressive policy and legislation to benefit the people at the end of the day. I think that's exactly what we're covering, right?
Yeah, like how can we avoid the local water source becoming a fucking sludge of toxic substances and have to ship in water from fucking Colorado on bottles?
Yeah, that would be shameful for Norway to have to go through that. That would be shameful. Or Sweden, right? Or you know, I mean, really anywhere in this region that would be shameful. Yeah. Right? Yeah. Like really, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's good that somebody's thinking about it because obviously everyone's not thinking about it. And we, the US, we ain't thinking about that. Well, we haven't been thinking about it. Under Trump, it's against the law to think about these things. You're a communist if you think about green energy, man. You're worse. Is there something worse than being a communist? How about, I don't know. I don't want to say too much. Yeah, it is depending on who you ask. All right, we'll put it down.
No, the worst thing than being a communist is being poor.
Being a Hispanic communist.
Yes.
Being a black communist.
Being a poor Hispanic communist.
Being a trans communist. That could be worse.
Oh shit.
All right, now let's see what else they have to say about this data here.
Deal with this heading into November and beyond that. It really will be.
You know, back in July of 2024, 53% of voters who said they were extremely motivated to vote said they were actually confident that Trump would be able to handle the situation in Iran. Look at where that number is now when it comes to his approval among the same group. Just 29% of those who are extremely motivated to vote in these midterm elections approve of the job that President Trump is doing on Iran. That is a giant fall. I mean, what are we talking about? We're talking about a 24-point fall in just 2 years. What was an advantage for President Trump going into the 2024 election amongst those who really wanted to turn out and vote has turned into a tremendous disadvantage this time around. Promises were made and promises were not kept. They were broken as far as those voters were concerned.
Yeah, and that's the interesting thing because he would go on the stump and talk about Iran because it was a net positive issue for him now. Now it is a very negative issue for
Republicans wish he would keep quiet about it.
Okay, now foreign policy in general is an area
we don't need to do more on this. I want to cover this last thing now, the Supreme Court ruling. I want to hear what they had to say here about
I want to point out
about the Supreme Court last rulings.
something going on.
This is about the elections, and then we're going to close out. I appreciate everybody for coming through. It's coming up on 5 hours. It's been way too long, but I started late too, so, and I haven't been online in the last few days. But listen, I appreciate everybody for coming out. Michael, Sandika, I appreciate both of you guys for coming up on the panel. And I will be back. Actually, the next stream I do is on time, right? So it will be on time. It will be at the regularly scheduled time. And I might do one before that, but I think I'm going to stick it to just the normal 02:30 Eastern Standard Time and 08:30 Central European Time, scheduled for August 16th, top of the morning, right? But I appreciate everybody for coming out. It's been an interesting conversation, though. I like a lot of the information that was brought up and some of the comparisons. But go ahead, Sandika. Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks for the invite. Also.
Yeah, man. You're welcome anytime, man. Even if I don't invite you, you're welcome. Just hop on out. Yeah.
But for being called the Supreme Court, I don't think they're quite that good. Just saying, but even they won't, fall to Trump's demands. So there's some sort of integrity still lingering at some level.
Hopefully. But you're right, though, because when you talk about what qualifications a Supreme Court judge needs to have in the United States of America, there are none. They don't need any qualification. So how can it be supreme? You don't need to be a U.S. citizen. So that's you could just be anybody from anywhere. And you don't need to be 2 years old. You can be 1 day old, just born, just popped out of the belly. Boop. There you have it. We nominate baby Elias on day one. I say so. I mean, that's how so few requirements are needed to be a U.S. Supreme Court justice. I mean, it's ridiculous. And it's a lifetime appointment. That's insanity. So how can we be supreme when there's no standards, But you're also seeing the effect of it. I mean, on the other hand, should it matter whether you are how old you are? Yeah, 1 day old is too fucking young. Okay. But should it really matter? But on top of that, we're missing other shit. We're missing other stuff that should be right. That should be there. That's not there. Corruption.
Has to confirm them.
Yeah, exactly. You just need to. The only setback is that the Senate has to confirm them. But it's not really the age. It's not even the nationality. It's the fucking corruption. Like, we have no standards about corruption, bro.
I think what the only scary part, that scares me here would be, that we have that one day, now hopefully not, that we never see that day, that we end up with a Supreme Court that is so deteriorated and so party driven that whoever the nominee is, that they'll just pass them through because they have a majority, right? That would be the day that I fear.
We close to it, bro.
Hopefully not, right? And again, this is where the midterms matter. And this is why it is important to not only vote in national elections,
vote
like
in
the
high
president
numbers. We need to vote in high
numbers.
Yeah.
But also in midterms and your local elections, so those things don't become reality.
Yeah.
Right? So we can have a level of standard, even if we don't have a written standard for who can be nominated as a Supreme Court justice. At least we have the barrier guard of the Senate, and hopefully you are voting in things like the midterms, so that way your senators can be representative of your vote and say, hey, you know what? I don't think this person is qualified. Right. And so, yeah, go ahead, B.
Yeah, and if you need to know where to vote, where to register to vote, go to vote.gov, and then you can just click on any of the link, whatever your state is, down here at the bottom, and it will take you where you need to go. You can register or update your registration. Like, if you could say, if you're from, what state is this now? If you're from Hawaii, for example, you go to you click and say, I'm Hawaiian, and then they'll bring you here. You can register, or you can update your registration and then click Hawaii's thing. Say, yeah, here, let me go check it out. And you go to the Board of Elections website there directly and it works like that for all of the states, right? Whatever state you live in.
Please,
yeah.
Register to vote, because we don't know how this current administration will impact voting going forward, especially for 2028. Obviously, the idea is that he'll declare a state of emergency, and there isn't a precedent set so far on what that state of emergency would look like and how that would totally impact voting. That would limit mail-in ballots to an extent and some other things that they've vaguely discussed. But make sure you're registered so when that time does come, obviously in a year from now, 2028, that you're ready to be able to secure your right to vote, right? But go ahead,
Absolutely. Absolutely. And so make sure you register to vote, even if you think you are, check your registration. And having said that, Trump has stated that, look, he's willing to go into a state of emergency. If the Supreme Court doesn't give him what he wants, which is what we're about to discuss, he's already saying he's got the option to go into a state of emergency. So he's been throwing that out there since day one of this administration anyway. So people can expect that he is going to push people out on the streets to try to interfere with voters, with citizens voting, right? Harassing citizens is what he's going to do, because it's only citizens that's going to be going to the polling stations to vote in federal elections. Okay, there won't be any illegals, and if there is, it's only by mistake or such a small fraction that would even be, out of 0.2%.
Yeah.
Right. So to monitor the 0.2% of the illegals that might be going out to the voting booths, you're going to harass 90% or 20% of all other Americans, 30-40% of all other Americans, to deal with the 0.2 that you suspect might be in a blue state only.
Yep.
Or in a blue city, in a blue city only, right? Go ahead.
If you had $100,000 and a penny was missing, would you throw out the $100,000?
A dumb motherfucker would. Yeah. I mean,
that's the equivalent to voting, right?
Excuse my language, bro.
That's the equivalent to voting for.
It is a lot of dumb but there's a lot of dumb motherfuckers out there in the United States of America.
I agree with that statement. I do agree with that statement.
Let's say a foreign intelligence agency has blackmail on your leader. Would you throw out their entire regime?
Yes, you have to.
What?
Listen, if they have blackmail, if they see, this is a different question now that you're posing. You're saying
a different analogy.
Yeah, this is a different analogy. Now we're not talking about the voters. We're not talking about voters anymore. We're talking about the regime.
This is allegedly, right?
It ain't no alleged in my book. I'm gonna go out on a limb. It is. Okay, so I mean, that's my belief.
Are you saying that the Israeli government has dirt on Trump?
The Israelis and the Russians, definitely. And I'm saying that what it is little kids on tape and video and pictures.
Yeah. So actually,
boys and girls.
Yeah, let's not go into details.
And people getting killed too. Little boys and girls being killed too.
Ukraine stopped sharing intelligence with U.S. Army, and they're only working with CIA now. And suddenly they're making progress.
Yeah, get around Hegseth's fucking big-headed ass. Get around the alcoholic for a change. Get away from the man in the bottle. They should make a new Gil Scott-Heron video with Pete Hegseth in it. And said, see that white man over there running scared, his old man in the bottle, and then it'd be Pete Hegseth. It's shit.
I'm a be real here. Pete gives all alcoholics a bad name. Okay.
Living in the bottle.
Even when it comes back to circle back to them working directly with the CIA in terms of Ukraine, it really is the fact that they're capitulating to Trump, right? They're attacking certain vessels of Iran to, obviously in the past they have more recently, to appeal to Trump's better authority, right? They're trying to appeal as much as they can in order to get the funding they need, and also to be able to make certain missiles, right? They don't have the approval, and Ukraine is looking to get the approval of the U.S. to make certain missiles, certain defense missiles, in order to continue their own fight while still being funded, right? But yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think it comes down to the fact that, right now, the Ukraine, they stopped sharing with U.S. Army. They're working with France and the CIA, and suddenly they're winning. So, everyone wants to bet on a winning horse.
True. Facts.
Yeah, true, but their winning solely depends on our funding. They want to continue to get funded. Period. If they're not funded, they lose.
But when you say our funding, what do you mean?
The U.S.
Okay.
Surplus equipment is essentially the funding.
Yeah. You mean particular types of funding, certain types of funding. Yeah.
Selective.
Yeah.
Regardless of what we want to call it, the U.S. pulls out of any funding from Ukraine, they will lose the war. So they have to capitulate to the U.S. no matter who the administration is. No, that's a fact. That's not even a maybe. That's a fact. And if they're going to capitulate to this current administration as much as they need to in order to appeal to Trump's better authority to make sure that funding is never in jeopardy. They did it with Biden, and they'll continue to do it to whichever president is in charge. They continue that funding.
I don't think they would lose the war though, bro. But I just think it's just
no
one's
gonna fund. We give the most money for a reason. No other country. Do we not think there would be another country that would step up to give that much money? We have the money to give, so we give it. But there's no other country.
I think we just make it easier. We make it easier. That's all. We make it easier.
Let me just say something really quickly.
Yeah.
That number is sort of a fantasy number because that's equipment that would have been thrown out and be scrapped anyways. So
yes and no, we could have sold it to other countries, right? Because that's what we do with our older technology, regardless.
Yeah, and then also you have a return on investment.
I'm gonna let you guys debate this. Go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, you're battle testing technology that you haven't been able to battle test yourself.
Yes, but is it at the expense of what would it cost us to fight this war? No. Yes, we do get benefit intel when it comes to modern warfare and drone warfare, which is what we're seeing now. But at the end of the day, we spend a lot more money that even if we didn't even not all of the missiles and money that we give.
You need to remember that missiles have.
We give them certain ballistic missiles that we could be using right now in the war in Iran. So it's not just plain, we're not just giving them old material that we would throw away regardless, right?
So the thing is that missiles have a shelf life.
I didn't say opposite, right? Someone else is going to buy it, right? It just so happens to be that it's in our interest to fund Ukraine, right? To not give Russia that advantage, but it'd be ignorant of us to say that without us funding them, that they would be successful or even last a fraction of the time that they've lasted in this current war. There's no other country that backs that much, that has the ammunition to give at that rate and that price point, nor the funding. No other country. No other country. China's not going to do it.
I said no in agreement, by the way. But then again, it's very much in the U.S. interest as well.
I just said that, right? But name another country that can supplement what we give to Ukraine. Name one, not multiple. One country. You can't. It doesn't exist.
No, that is true. That is true. But then again, that is also
but that's not the same question as like one country. Yeah, but you're not saying the EU is one country either. But that's what would happen. That's what would happen though. No. That's basically what's happening.
But that would also take a bunch of countries coming collectively to supplement the amount of money that the U.S. as one country gives as a whole.
Well, I think there's two different things going on here, right? Like maybe more than two. But here's one thing: Russia has 150 million. It has a military. It has a population of 150 million, right? So, but comparative, they have a big military for that population size, right? But it's not that great. But they spend a lot of their GDP on weapons, number one. Russia does that, right? So then you have that factor. So they're spending more of their economy on making weapons than other things. So their economy is piss poor, right? But then you have the thing about coming off of the old situation, what existed previously with Biden. That's less than 4 years ago. So the standard was that the U.S. was pitching in, was happy to pitch in and help defend Ukraine, right? As provided they meet certain standards, right? And they work towards those standards. That's been a long-standing agreement. They were working towards one goal, training the military. The Ukraine didn't have a standing military in 2014. You see what I mean? So they've gone from not having a standing military to actually having one in a short period of time. The countries have funded that. The U.S. has been the primary funder, right? But the U.S. could do that without it being a big issue for its own economy, right? Number one.
There we go.
So, but it's changed significantly. But it doesn't mean that the U.S. isn't necessary, but it's changed. So in part of that changing, the EU has been filling in some gaps that Trump has said he doesn't want to do or threatened to pull out of.
Or securities.
Yeah, security issues. The EU has been stepping up. But the question is, so they're in a transition period. So that's really what's happening. It's not, I don't think that they're not capable of stepping up or filling the vacuum. But the question is, how is this going to play out? If the U.S. pulls out, you got to understand something. That could trigger Russia, and that could send the EU to war against Russia, like flat out. You got
no.
I mean, that could send direct military action regarding the EU.
The issue here is that it would be very easy for Russia to reintegrate a lot of these countries. It would create a domino effect. And the last thing
That's
the
what I'm
US
saying.
wants right now.
That's what I'm saying.
So yeah, exactly. So the last thing that the US wants right now is to have another big power next to China challenging their authority.
Well, there's going to be exactly. That's a good point. That's a good point.
Faster than it would the U.S.
But
right, and so it doesn't. The EU as a whole gives more money than one single country in the U.S., but the U.S. as one single country gives the second most. I think EU is around $230 billion.
It's not
$195 billion in aid, right, a year.
Yeah, it's not about the numbers, okay? Because those numbers
it is about the numbers. Because
those numbers are heavily inflated.
They can be inflated, but they're inflated all around, and that still plays out in a real world effect, right? Because then why would we ever say numbers, right? We can't say the numbers are inflated so we can't use them. Then why would we use the numbers in general?
Well, I think it's not just the numbers. It's how people how people use the numbers, actually. The numbers matter, but it's how you look at the overall situation, too. Like, I think just going back, right, what will happen if the U.S. pulls out of that? If the U.S. pulls out, right, it's not just that Ukraine can't win that war. What happens is, what will it trigger? Sure, Ukraine would not be able to win that war by itself. It wouldn't be able to. But what would that trigger? That would trigger the EU being more involved in direct war somehow, some way. It's going to step that up. And the EU is already expecting some sort. They're already having this conversation themselves. They're already.
They are, but V, hold on.
Okay.
We produce weapons. We have large missile defenses and stockpiles of weapons. The U.S., period.
Mm-hmm.
We're one of the largest countries that exist.
True.
Right? We produce that. You get what I'm saying? That's where we become one of the. It's the reason why the U.S. still is the major superpower.
Yeah,
exactly.
But they're selling the EU weapons. They're selling the EU the weapons, but that's a different. That's a different conversation.
Right?
The EU is producing, and the EU is buying.
Warfare. It plays into the same warfare, right? Like without these weapons, they can't fight a war.
But
so let me just say something really quickly. The U.S. is also a distributor, and I think that a lot of Americans, they miss the point that European countries make a lot of military weapons.
No, we're a part of the.
fraction
No,
in
no.
comparison
Listen,
to the US
they're
as a
not
whole.
going to stop selling the EU weapons because the EU is a big part of that weapons industry, buying the
Exactly.
buyer.
Yes.
So they're not going to
Buying,
just
buying,
right.
yeah.
And
but
manufacturers.
but you got to understand something. The EU, right? They will go to war against, like, they will. It's not a matter of the money, like he says, just about the money or who's selling. Look, the U.S. can say whatever they want. We're not going to sell you weapons. Yeah, your GDP is going to extremely drop instantly by not doing that. But it's even if they did threaten that, there's almost no, under any circumstance, you're going to pretty much do that and expect that it's not going to drive the EU into war, But what I would be thinking,
obviously they would, because that's their neighbor, right? Like they would have to, because
they see
proximity to
themselves
range,
under
they would.
threat.
They would multiply.
So, but I think what it changes. I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't want to talk too much here, but I do think it's a good convo, and I want you and Sanders to discuss it, right? But to me, it just seems like what is likely to happen is that it doesn't necessarily mean they can't win the war. What it does is changes the war.
It becomes it becomes a stalemate at the very least. But the problem here is that America,
or how they fight the war. Because if you have,
just let me say something.
Really quickly. Go ahead.
So we've gotten to a certain point. Of course, Ukraine would be defenseless if the U.S. had not intervened to begin with. But as it looks right now, Ukraine is becoming a military superpower.
It's becoming powerful. They know what to do. They've learned a lot.
Yeah, they are the only country that has been facing modern warfare.
Drone warfare
in recent history. Yeah. So, and then another fact is that Americans, they tend to forget that European countries, we are huge in arms trade and manufacturing. Like Norway, we had the option to buy the SAF Gripen, for example, the new one, and we told them, nah, we're not going to do it. We're getting the what's it called, the F-35. I think it's F-35. Yeah. Because we will be able to manufacture the missiles, the NSMs and the JSMs that goes onto that weapons platform.
Right.
Because we're a close ally of America.
But that's what I'm saying. That's what I meant about how it's going to change. It's going to change some warfare. I mean, things are changing anyway. But go ahead. Yeah,
no, and I think like my perspective, even from an American perspective, is the fact that we have the money on top of being the largest manufacturer of weapons, right? If we were to pull out, a stalemate at best would be Ukraine's best option.
It would greatly impact the outcome. It would greatly impact the outcome.
Even if the EU countries pick up and decide, obviously, to mobilize because they would need to, that would heavily impact their GDP.
True.
Yeah. So an important mention here is that you are also a distributor, right? Like you have close allies that produce weapons in cooperations with the US. And basically what happens is an RTX stamp goes on that missile and then it gets sent to the Arab Emirates, right? It stops being a Kongsberg product and then it's an RTX product.
Yeah, you talking about Norwegian Kongsberg, right? Weapons company.
But that's not the only country.
Right.
You are a neighbor. You're a major distributor.
Yeah, but also the EU makes weapons that they sell to the US too. It's not like so I think it's kind of
that's exactly what I'm getting at. You're a manufacturer and a distributor.
Right.
You are kind of laying the lines of deterrence in the world. Like you're a stabilizing force, and you've traditionally, ever since World War II, been a stabilizing force.
Yeah, the EU makes stuff we need in our military that we use every day, and the logistics have changed. The logistics don't allow for this, somebody to threaten the other, really. If I'm not going to help you do this, because they're so integrated, it's just kicking yourself in the ass,
exactly.
By doing that. But Trump tried that theory out. He tried to play that theory out and he lost.
Yeah.
He lost that bet.
Yeah, you have the generals and the admirals in the U.S. Army going, "Fuck no."
Right. It's just insane, an insane endeavor Trump went about. His whole protest to the EU, Ukraine, and now he's fighting Iran. What the fuck sense does that make?
The only thing I will say when it comes to obviously Trump being in office is that it's woken up Europe to boosting their internal defense spending. But when it comes to what we produce, the U.S. is a massive exporter of military hardware to Europe.
Well, it's the number one. It's the number one in the world producer of weapons.
Yeah, in the world.
So
when it comes to even fighter jets, when it comes to missile defenses, like the Patriot missiles that are their contract is here. We have to build them here.
Yeah.
Before we even export them, we only have 2 states where we can build some of these missiles
but
before
listen,
we
bro,
export them elsewhere.
But don't be confused. Like this thing that Trump went about, this idea that if we don't give them our weapons, they will be hurt militarily. That idea is insane because they make weapons for us too that we need. Yeah. That we have to engage in war too. See, we get caught up just on the F-35s and the missiles, like you mentioned. Yeah. That stuff is true.
Lockheed Martin, XRTs.
That stuff is true. But they make stuff we need that we won't. Like, if we go into war against Russia or China, we need. If we go to war against China, we need shit from the EU that they make for us right now. Yeah. They can't abandon us. We can't win. We can't win being abandoned by them either. We can't win.
From what I've seen and what I'm looking at, if you could show me a source, because it doesn't seem like we have much that we get from Europe. It does, especially when it comes to missile defenses.
I've already mentioned a couple. The JSM.
You have to give me a source and a dollar amount because the majority of the U.S. is a manufacturer when it comes to weapons. It doesn't mean you guys won't buy, but our infrastructure, where we get mixed up, is the economy is dependent, right? The U.S. economy is still dependent on being a major manufacturer arms dealer, right? So ideally, even if we were to back out of, let's say in a hypothetical Ukraine and EU steps up, that would just be in the form of buying more missiles and defenses from the U.S.
Yeah. So
You're not
I'm going to say
the missiles that we give out, right? That we have on stockpile.
Yeah, I'm going to say one thing first. So, Ukraine's one of their new strategies is basically blasting electronic equipment with nanocarbon powder. And it short circuits it. And that's because they don't have stealth missiles at the same level that we would have. And one of the countries that makes stealth missiles that will be able to sail up your ass, and one of the reasons why we don't care about hypersonic missiles, it's basically the weapons for the F-35s. It's the JSM and the NSM. And guess which country is your partner in crime?
Yeah, we partner. It's not only that Europe sells particular weapons; we're also partner with weapons companies making shit together.
Yeah, it won't necessarily show up on the budget.
I'm not saying no, but the Lockheed Martins and all those contractors are almost exclusive, almost exclusive, not exclusive, but almost exclusive manufacturers here in the U.S. Right?
Yeah, but
we have the productive power. When it comes to certain things like missile defense and arms dealing, that's one thing that the U.S. is an exporter of, and no one can deny that. We are the largest exporter.
You know what the problem is? It's like these things. It's a lot of factors, that are moving at the same time. One is economy. How does it affect the EU versus the U.S. economy? Trump's his sanctions or his agreements that this type of thing. Does he want to back Ukraine? What does that force the EU to do? That's important. How much money is lost out of or how much money stays in the EU now because of Trump's thing? Because look, they're not just buying weapons. Keep this in mind. The U.S. got 350 million people. Right. That's a massive amount of people. The EU has 450 million people. That's 100 million more. Right. So
that's one country in comparison to a continent, though.
Well, it's a but it,
Right?
no,
The
no,
EU
no,
is a
no,
Muslim country
no,
versus
no, no,
the
no.
US being
Yeah,
one
but that's
country.
but that's true in that way. It's important to break it down in terms of countries and then also
Because you
economic.
have to remember, you guys have all different governments,
But
all
the EU,
different.
but when you're looking at
like,
the economy, the EU is an economy in itself. They're
but it's still an economy comprised of several countries. B.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not. It doesn't
for a
matter.
reason,
Yeah, but
right?
it doesn't. It doesn't.
I'm not taking away from the uniqueness in Europe,
No,
right?
no, no,
but
no,
don't take away from the
no.
uniqueness in
But
the U.S. as a large country,
right,
right? Like this is the
but the
reason why
EU
we're the number one country in the world.
Yeah, but it's not just that though, because the EU has its own parliament of its member states, as well as the separate states have their own parliaments, and each of the separate states have a member that's in the EU, and EU law is EU law. It pretty much, all of the countries have to go along with the law. You see what I mean? Now they're allowed to integrate it in ways that may match them, or that some of them can refuse to. They will be taken up to the EU court too. By the way,
That's what I mean,
to make
right?
their own
You
arguments.
have to go through that process where the U.S. as one whole big country doesn't,
Right.
and it's the reason why
but
Trump has been able to
right.
do what he's doing
But
now on a global stage.
Yeah, but
right?
here's the thing. I
And
see that.
hold
Right?
on. And
Okay.
it's awakening other countries and other groups and continents like the EU to now spend on more personal defense and missile defenses, right?
Yeah,
when
but
it comes
that's
to what
yeah.
that looks like. Like Trump
Yeah,
has
but-
awoken people
No,
up to that
no,
because the
no,
US for years has played fair,
No,
right?
no. I don't think it's that Trump especially woke people up to this. No, it's just the facts. If you want to change the partnership deal in NATO, then change it. And that's what Trump did. And people have no choice but to react to his change. It's not about Trump.
Did that.
It's not about Trump. It's about anyone who changes the deal, changes those things.
Trump did it in particular. Before that,
Yeah, but it doesn't
could've been done,
matter.
but it was
It doesn't.
done
No,
through Trump.
no, but it doesn't matter that it's Trump, because it's not like doing.
Why
it-
not?
Because here's the thing, it's not Trumpian genius. It's not Trumpian math.
It's not. Because guess what?
It's anybody.
He
Hold
disrupted.
on. It's anybody's math. It's a no-brainer. Their reaction to what Trump did is a no-brainer. It's not a big, wow.
But if it was a no-brainer, they would have took those actions in advance of Trump, but they didn't. It took Trump to take those actions for them to react to it.
Can I get a word?
All right, go ahead.
Yes,
I'm not too sure about that, Michael. I think in some way, in theory, yeah, it could. That's an argument, but practically, I don't think that's what's actually really
Things
how
like
it works.
military dependence on the U.S. was never really questioned when any other president aside from Trump was in office, and now that we're seeing Trump take these stances, it's awoken things like the EU working on their military spending, right? So that way they will be left.
No, because it's like blaming the EU for cooperating. You don't blame. It's just doesn't make sense to me. But go ahead.
Yeah. Like I think there is.
But if that's the case, then you stop being progressive, right? Because if you were progressive and you saw
No. It's like blaming the EU for cooperating with your
I'm
wishes.
not blaming the EU. I said Trump's actions.
No,
right?
I'm just saying the argument you're making. It's like blaming the EU for working with the United States. It's blame they were working with the United States on the United States' own terms. They weren't.
No, I think
they weren't forcing. The EU was not forcing the United States to do nothing. It's the United States that made. The United States made the terms. They are the
Trump
one.
made the terms.
No. They made the terms before that too, and before that also. They ever since World War II, the U.S. has been drawing the terms itself.
Yes.
It has had the line agreement.
But we've also played fair with the EU, so they haven't needed to take this initiative of boosting dependency, military dependency on the US.
No, bro. We benefited from that uniquely as no one else on earth ever has. It's us that benefited from that deal we made with them. And now Trump has turned it around to where it's like, well, you shouldn't have done that deal that we had before. Well, if we did the deal differently, the EU would have kept $40 billion a year to itself. If we did the deal differently, they wouldn't be using our goddamn transaction, online transaction system.
Exactly.
They wouldn't have been using anything of us. Because the deal was that we came with guarantees so we could be integrated. And who benefited from the integration more than anyone else? The U.S. did. We did. It was our terms. I'm just saying that's my perspective. Let me let you guys debate it, though. Let me get back.
I completely agree, and it's summed into goodwill and guarantees and soft power. Like soft power doesn't
soft power is a form of power, and the U.S.
Can I get a moment?
Go.
Yeah. Like all I'm asking is like a minute or two to just explain my position here, because you are acting as if Europe isn't a war profiteer. You absolutely are. The terms like we said were made after World War II, and like the reason why Norway chose F-35s, the reason why Denmark chose F-35s, is because we are heavily intertwined with America and your policies. And if you look at Sweden, they've always been a war power, right? If you look in the chat right now, I've just given you a couple of examples of these weapons that are commonly used by Western powers. And the reason why we don't care about hypersonic missiles is because they're inaccurate. Like, we have stealth missiles. Why would we care? And then the Ukraine is very quickly becoming a very, very prominent superpower in terms of modern warfare. Not in terms of size or economy, but in terms of being an ally of Europe.
Factors that define a superpower. It's the reason why Israel is going after more land.
But
the reason why Russia is going after more land. It's the reason why China is going after more land. It's the reason why the U.S. is going after more land. When we define a superpower, what is growth, right? Growth. Don't get me wrong. I do think that the Ukraine becomes more strategic in terms of experiencing modern warfare, and they will be sought after in terms of information and how to combat, right? How to combat in the future. Countries would look to Ukraine to get their experience on modern warfare. But when we talk about a superpower, I vehemently disagree with that, because they don't have the economy and they don't have the strength or the growth outside of Ukraine itself. They're still fighting Russia.
Yeah, but the kill ratio is what?
But are they still fighting Russia? Right?
It's absolutely a proxy war. But then again, you have an army that has been, grinding it out for how many years now? It's been 12 years.
Yep. Just about. Yep.
So, yeah. So they've become specialists in modern warfare. And
no, again, I'm not saying they don't. Like, they are a special outlier with the support of multiple countries, the EU and the US included, right? So they have the most experience when it comes to modern warfare, right? But in terms of a superpower,
I don't think we disagree here. I think it's in both the US's best interest in terms of return on investment and Europe's best interest that they don't lose this war. We can agree on that much.
Yeah, no, for sure. I do think that's the only reason why even a Trump who is loosely Russian aligned still backs Ukraine. Because if he truly didn't believe in it, he would have pulled all funding and let the war play out itself, right? But we also, as the U.S., we get intel from that war as well, right? Do we not think that a part of that exchange that we're giving doesn't involve massive intel exchange on modern warfare, and that modern warfare is being used now in Iran? Of course. Of course.
Yeah, probably, but then again, there's a reason. The cooperation has been what do you call it? it's not the same as it was at the start of the war.
No, of course it's not, right? Wars develop, right? Like that's what it means to be in modern warfare, right? I do think that now, whatever we use in terms of intel and how Ukraine has consistently fought Russia, we use that intel when we approach Iran, but Iran now is showing again more modern warfare and how they combat that with again increased and differential in terms of drone warfare, right?
Well, it's not only that. It's going less towards the battlefield and more towards asymmetric warfare.
Well, I mean, in terms of drones and how they're able to combat that, that's been one of their main the main defenses. Am I right or wrong? Right? Because they're getting the parts from China, assembling them at $30,000 a drone, and impacting things. Major impacts from a U.S. to the impacts to the U.S. when fighting this war. And it's the reason why we still haven't just overtaken them, right?
Well, they realized that they could just sit it out.
Exactly. They can sit it out because they're able to still simply defend themselves on a basic level, right? If we think that Trump, if he tomorrow couldn't find just one way to end this war, that he would spend as much money as he could.
Oh, he could, but he would look weak.
Exactly, right? So that's something that from an octave system perspective, and also learning from I'm sure the intel says this is what you can and cannot do, and this is what's more effective versus less effective, right? And again, it's giving experience, and again, they're taking that experience from the most modern warfare, which is the war in Ukraine, because that's an active war with boots, potential boots on the ground, right? Like boots on the ground. So,
I think the beginning of our disagreement was that you were kind of acting as if European countries are not aerospace.
No, I think there's a difference, right? You guys are European, and you guys have a sense of pride as well, but don't disregard what one country does.
It's not pride.
Right? No. I don't disregard what one country does. As the U.S., we are one huge landmass. We're a huge landmass. It doesn't take away from the EU. The EU has its own power, its own perspective. You guys are obviously more progressive, all that good jazz. I will never take that away. But there's a reason why the U.S. is the largest world manufacturer when it comes to military, right? The U.S. is the largest. We import the most goods. That's the one thing. That's one of the only things we don't.
But just like one thing you cannot translate into a spreadsheet is the goodwill and the soft power that other allied nations are giving you.
No, of course, but at the same time, we're not going to pretend like the U.S. wasn't the leader in soft power. Before Trump.
Well, listen, hold on, but again, these aren't unknowns. Like for us as Americans to react like we're less aware about what Europe's development has been. Europe has developed since World War II, but it's the particulars of how it's developed. First of all, one of the tools is the EU, right? Second of all, the economy has grown. That has grown, right? It's the second strongest economy, but it still has 100 million more people than the U.S. has. So
I don't disagree, but that's as a continent
but listen, I'm not saying it. Yeah, but
that's what we're fundamentally disagreeing.
It's not. But that doesn't matter. That doesn't matter because here's the thing. No, because when we're dealing with the forces that are responding and reacting, that are also interacting with each other. That's what we don't need to get caught up on what it's called. Is it called the U.S. or is it called the U.S. economy? Is the U.S. economy just a U.S.? Is the EU the countries or we don't? That's not what we need to be dealing with. We need to be dealing with how are we integrated. Period.
Yeah, like is it NATO or is it the European Union or is it Schengen?
You're integrated, right? You guys are integrated, but you guys are also separate countries.
No. Listen. But the economies are integrated.
Yes, the U.S. is one economy though, in comparison to multiple economies.
No, bro. Listen, it doesn't matter. Listen,
Denmark isn't Sweden. Sweden isn't Norway.
No,
Norway
because
isn't, right?
Listen, they're not. Listen. when I say they're integrated, I'm talking about put all EU together and then put the United States together. Their economies, those two things are integrated. They are integrated.
It's a continent.
No, just hear me out.
If that's the case, then you would combine Canada, Mexico, and the U.S.
They're also intertwined. Yes, I am.
No, if you combine all the economies of Canada, the U.S., and Mexico, that's the equivalent. That's how I see the equivalent of combining all of the EU.
Yeah, but then when you look at if you look at how their economies are intertwined, then you will see the difference in what we're saying here. You know, when you talk,
of course, you guys are much more landlocked in general, right? In terms of how you guys deal with each other, right? So versus how the U.S. deals with its neighbors, of course. Like, I'm not debating that at all, right? My only difference in perspective is that I do acknowledge that the EU moves cohesively most times, but the U.S. is still one country, one whole country.
Again, bro, we're not talking about that, because the reason why I say we're not talking about that is because of this. Sure, if you want to go do the comparative data, and if you want to do comparative data regarding the U.S., then you have to have something to compare it to. So how I always do is both lanes. I always say compare it to the EU data, U.S. versus the EU, and compare it to an individual to qualify the data. For example, hold on, United States versus Denmark. Hold on. And so you get two pictures that develop, they give you a broad understanding of what's going on here. So I'm not opposed to saying they're different countries. No, I don't even care about that. Yeah, they are different countries. Great. But what does it mean when we're talking about the EU's integration in the U.S. economy? What does that mean? What does it mean when we talk about the U.S.'s integration into the EU? The EU is a dollar. It's a finance. It's the second biggest financial, economy, biggest economy on earth. It's only rivaled by China. You see what I mean? So it's important to look at it through that lane also, right? And when we look at that, we find out that the EU and the United States, they're heavily integrated. So this thing about Trump saying
we're all heavily integrated.
Heavily integrated, right? Through not just military, not just economy, but economy, military, and a number of things. So this idea that Trump didn't know, or Americans don't know to what extent, man, this should be common knowledge. The extent, it should be common knowledge to the point where we realize doing something like pulling out of Ukraine makes no sense. Blaming Europeans for the economy that they have today, or how it's structured, or how much they put into the military budget, that makes no sense. Because I'm talking about as an American, because we're the ones that made the terms ourselves. It is literally our plan. It was us. It was us saying, okay.
It allowed us to be the largest exporter of.
It allowed us to do a lot. It allowed us to do a lot of stuff. It allowed us to do a lot of stuff. Not just. I mean, everything.
But it also allowed for certain EU countries to not have a heavy, strong military presence, right? Because the U.S. dominates in that, right?
There were heavy limitations of armaments in Europe after World War II.
I know. That's exactly what I was going to say.
The U.S. ain't want it. The U.S. didn't want it. They didn't want it. They had limits on. They didn't want that. That's some of the agreements they had to go into just to get some of the Marshall Plan and stuff like this.
Well, yeah, it was part of it. Like they helped rebuild Europe, but it was also through putting Britain, for example, in extremely heavy debt, Russia in extremely heavy debt.
Yep.
The US was a war profiteer for most of World War II.
Yes. I'm not disagreeing with that. Yes.
Yeah.
But what I'm just saying is that we can't blame them. We can't blame them
in the world because of World War II, right?
But what I'm saying is, but we can't blame them, bro. We cannot blame. It makes no sense.
I'm just showing the difference is because at the same time, it shouldn't take for Trump to act this way for European countries to now put into their own defense.
It's not,
right?
But that's a misnomer, bro. That is a misnomer because they have
look it up. Looked it up before.
No, it's not Trump.
It's not until the more current events that woke the EU up to say, we no longer have such a great partnership in sync with the U.S., and we have to now worry about their political climate. So to not get caught up, we now have to make sure that we're okay on a military defense level because we can't trust America no more.
Yeah, no.
But that's totally different, though. That's a whole different thing. So you're saying this is what's different. Europe already had plans to do different things, to build their military. That doesn't just happen like this. Boom, you snap your finger. That's not how that happens.
No, you can
make an agreement. But you can make an agreement that you work towards, and that's what they did. And they didn't do that because of Trump. They already have their own reasoning for this. You know what I mean? So,
but it's expedited under Trump.
But listen,
when we look at how he's challenged NATO funding, right? Like things like that sparked a lot of EU countries to realize we can no longer depend on the U.S. to play nice.
It's not Trump, man. It's not Trump.
I truly believe it's with Trump.
No, it could have been any. It doesn't matter whether it's Trump or not. Anyone that behaves like Trump would, yes, politically expedite that.
Who behaves like Trump? No one but Trump right now. Trump is the outlier. That's what we're talking about.
No, we're not. Because
I can't give you a hypothetical person who doesn't exist. The only person I can give you is Trump.
It is not, because it's not Trump. It's the math. It is the math that he presents. It's not his physical figure. I am Trump and I walk out on the stage and this is what happened. No, it's specific things, actions that he took. And that's what expedited. That's what
actions. Right. No one else, just Trump.
Yeah, but that's like saying, but here it's not about whether it's no one else. It could have been someone else, and it would have been anyone.
We don't live in a hypothetical world. We live in a world where Trump actions allowed for direct cause and effect.
I don't know, man. To me, you make it sound like it's special to Trump. I don't see it as special to Trump. No, I see it as specific actions. You know,
Trump hasn't sparked right-wing movements on a global level.
Let me say something really quickly.
Hold on. Let me finish. Trump is a unique individual. We're not going to pretend like Trump isn't unique. As much as I dislike Trump, has sparked a global.
But he's unique. No. It's not.
Period.
He is unique. Yeah, but he is very unique because he's said to like little kids. That's unique. But but it's not.
One of the many unique things
wears a Trump wears a diaper.
Sparked a neoliberalism and neoconservative movement on a global level.
Trump wears diapers. That's unique. Okay, so it's not his uniqueness.
We're not going to pretend like Trump did not back several right-wing candidates in Latin America and they all got elected.
No, I'm not saying. Hold on, listen. I'm not saying that either.
Sparked a right-wing movement in the EU.
No, I'm not.
That's a unique individual.
No, but I'm not saying that either. I'm not saying that.
George Bush didn't do that.
No, I'm not saying that either. But it's not his plan. So that's why it's not unique. This is not Trump's plan. This is not like, it's not that people haven't thought about this even outside of the U.S.
It's exactly the same as 1930s Germany. The Project 2035.
Exactly. And who was the outlier in 1930 Germany? Who was the outlier?
But hold on. Just stop for a second. Here's ultimately what I'm saying. You cannot, based on theory, go create your whole structure of your economy, how it's going to work with other people's, based on theory alone. Yes, part of it is structurally you think it up and you say no, but a lot of it is what's happening practically right now. That's politics. So yes, when Trump took his specific actions, not the action of wearing a diaper, the action of these other policies that affect the other allies. When he did those specific things, of course, that made them move faster towards certain goals.
It
expedited it. But let's be clear, it's not something you can do just based on theory. That's not what it does. What actually moves things is practical shit too that happens. But it didn't mean that they didn't already have an outline. They had an outline way before Trump, bro. This has always been there, a contingency plan. What if a dude like Trump and they were already promised it by Trump the first time. So it's not
it took the outlier of Trump to make it happen. The outline exists. Trump is the outlier that made it happen.
Yeah, but the question,
and that's
the question, the thing you put out is like this. You're putting out that they should act first, think second. No.
No.
Oh, okay.
My position was they should have continued to be progressive in its progression, and instead of obviously now Trump's action has expedited. You're saying
they should have been more progressive, but they can be. But Americans need to know what that means. What it means is that because what the EU in that progression is doing because of Trump, right? And you might want this. Yeah. Hold on, as an American citizen or a corporation, you might want this or you may not want this, right? Mm-hmm. They're expediting their plan to have 150 million European citizens that use American digital transfer service, wire transfers, to migrate back to European companies and out of American companies. So let's be clear about what we're calling progressive. You see what I'm saying?
Progressive looks progressive, whether that's with the U.S. interest or not.
Yeah. Okay, so that's all I'm saying. There you go. Okay, fair enough. There you go.
I'm asking U.S. or Europe, right? I see it as progression in general.
Okay, go ahead, Senator. It's okay, man. Calm down, Senator. Go ahead. We hear you.
30 seconds.
Go ahead.
So let's say you're asking a European country to spend 4 or 5% of their BNP towards, arms.
Mm-hmm.
Who benefits when you're pushing them to spend that extra percent and they decide to buy Korean long distance?
I'm not making that argument, right? Whatever that progression looks like, if it's in the benefit.
That was in 30
seconds.
Hold
on. If it's in the benefit of a European country,
that was 20 seconds. That was 20 seconds. Go ahead. Now it's been 30.
That's the progression. If it benefits an EU country, I'm not saying no. Yes, okay. That's what progression means, right? No. If that means benefiting European interests or whatever European country spend more towards their defense, and that disenfranchises the U.S., kudos to you.
It does, no, bro. No, but it doesn't. No, listen, man. I'm sorry, man, but this is not how any modern economy works. That's not how it works. It works.
We are supposed to
you don't produce the same thing somebody else right next to you produces. You don't. That's not how your economy. Right. So you work together with people. I know you did, but no. But I'm not saying you did either. So stop saying that. Now, what I'm saying is something else. Here, the thing is that you don't go and say, you know what? I know how, we know how to make we have 350 million people. Our economy is the strongest. We know how to make the best weapons because we have the most money we're throwing at our scientists to make weapons. So what we will do is partner up with someone that makes the best weapons too. No, that's not what you do to build your economy. You say, what can they make for us so the money goes around? So we don't. So listen, we didn't need Europe to make weapons. We didn't need that.
No,
that wasn't our deal. We benefited from them not doing it. In fact, they made other shit for us that we can't make, that we're not the best in. Yeah. That's how the relationship works.
I didn't argue that.
And so, no,
I didn't argue that. What I said was Trump was the catalyst in forcing the EU to be progressive in terms of their own defense. That's it.
Right, but it's also anti-US progressiveness. That's the problem.
Exactly.
Right, so that's all I'm saying. It's not
US or anti-US, right?
It's actually bad US policy, bro.
Unfortunately, because of Trump, that's now spurred.
Yeah. Okay. All right. I see what you mean then.
Defense spending in the EU.
You're not saying it's good for the U.S. It's progressive for the U.S.
No, I'm not. Because it's bad. We're the largest exporter in weapons. I'm not saying it's good because if someone else can make their own weapons and is spending more money to make them, that's at a disadvantage to the U.S. because they won't buy our weapons. That's simple economics, right?
Yeah, and we need other shit from them. And now that they got to do this, it's like, it's like, what else are they going to be
We
like?
lose leverage on a global level, but that's what isolationism does. And Trump is the catalyst for isolationism.
Okay. All right, I got you. So
He
we
pulled us
agree.
back from every global economy, and
He's bringing us to the
put it
Stone
under
Age,
the guise
bro.
of America first.
Yeah, he's bringing us to the Stone Age, bro. He either that or he's about to ignite a third world war, and he just wants everyone to be to submit to. Yes, we will do this world war now because of Trump.
Going to submit.
It's like
they're going to make sure that they be progressive and they bolster their defense spending, so they don't have to capitulate to Trump.
Right.
Right, and his rhetoric, his isolationist rhetoric, right? Because every president before him was a globalist, right? They wanted free trade, free-flowing trade, progressiveness on every side. I have this, you have that, let's trade that. Let's take our economies to a maximum level where we can all depend on each other. And Trump killed that. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, he killed it, and it's just it's so crazy how he talked about a competition. Capitalism is based on competition and all of this shit, and he just totally went back on that. It's like, man,
he did, right? And who loses? The U.S. loses.
Yeah,
we lose more jobs. We lose more money on a global scale when it comes to trade. He's put tariffs on us. All of that is like the disenfranchisement of the U.S.
It's
That's
true.
exactly
it's a
what I'm saying.
disenfranchisement.
Right?
It's true. I hear you. He
even if it's at the progression of the EU, right?
Well, he's dismantling our homogeny.
There you go. Right? Because now EU now, instead of focusing on a growing economy, now kind of have to shift a certain percentage towards defense, just so you can cut out the U.S. because of how Trump has perpetuated his isolationism, right?
Yeah.
So now our economy suffers, right? The EU economy maybe grows smaller or stagnant, but we lose as a whole in the long run as U.S., right? On a global economic scale, we lose.
It's going to remain. No, it's even going to be less stagnant than the U.S. is approaching, because the bottom line is that the EU is not locked into the U.S. like that. Their economy is not locked into the U.S. It's actually pretty broad,
As they see it, but even on, like, when we talk about even the military, right? Like, as we see them progress, right? Because now they're taking the precautions that they didn't take before in terms of defense spending and making sure that they're secure. After they're secure, they're not going to let that position go, right? They're not going to go, you know what? Let's stop it because the U.S. might change. No, they're not going to. Right, so the U.S. long term is going to take that hit, right? Because that's less weapons bought, that's less weapons dependency, that's less trade dependency, right? Because now they're going to find other countries and other major superpowers to do that business with, right? And my whole point was the catalyst is Trump.
And for anybody that wants to know, the panel link is in the chat. That's if you have something you think is important to offer to the conversation that you want to take up. But I agree, bro. I hear you. I understand where you're coming from. But there's always going to be people that disagree. I agree with you. Now that I understand what you were saying. It's just a matter of defining what you mean by progressiveness or progressive, in general. But now I understand that it may not be progressive for the U.S. and it's not. Look at the economy. Come on, how is the economy becoming stagnant, slowing down, progressive? Like, what the fuck?
I actually do have an input. Like,
yeah, go ahead.
We live on the same fucking planet, and there's always going to be something else that someone else has that we need. Like,
facts.
It's a global economy,
right? And if you need hamburgers, you don't pay for those hamburgers with fucking hamburgers. I mean, what the fuck? It's like it's crazy. Go ahead.
No. But like if you look at the future of agriculture, for example, we got you. You just hit us up. Nor we got you.
Is that you joking, man?
No, we got one of the largest deposits of phosphorus in the world.
Oh yeah, yeah, true. Yeah, that's true. If you need salt, we got you, man. Denmark, you got Denmark. If you need salt, we got you, man. No, but
I was a bunch of salty motherfuckers.
Yeah, that's funny, man. Yo, but it is true. You know, we got you too. Windmills, salt. What else you want?
Trump has destroyed not only the U.S. but global economic trade, right? Like,
but that's how broad the U.S. trade network is and influences.
That's how but including everyone, every major superpower, including the EU, right? Like, it's unfortunate.
And Trump is like, I don't want to trade with you. I don't want to trade with you now. Right? Now I'm not happy with you.
Tariffs on you, right?
It's like, what the fuck?
And again, what this forces is a realignment in dependency and global trade, not in the favor of U.S. Right?
Where does Trump's diapers get made?
Probably in China.
Go ahead. I didn't want. Sorry to interrupt you, but it just popped in my. Yeah, this motherfucker's fake as hell, man. Even his own diapers ain't made in the U.S. But go ahead.
No, and I think that's where the misunderstanding happens, right? And I think positioning in terms of I'm not arguing the importance of the EU, right? I'm arguing the importance of the US and how it's diminished its importance by taking actions and leadership from Trump, right?
Yeah. I'm glad you said that.
We hurt ourselves by having Trump in office, the actions that he's taken, and a lot of Americans don't understand how much he's harmed us on a global scale.
Americans are illiterate, bro. They're illiterate. They cannot read.
They're so hyper focused on America first that they don't see the damage
they don't see the
done
detail.
On a global scale.
Yeah, they don't see
global scale.
Yeah, they don't see how their life is connected to policy.
They don't.
Yeah, it's sad.
Right? And when I speak about America as one country, our influence is so big on a global scale, and Trump has made America a laughing stock.
Yeah.
Right? The short-term pain that he's caused global economies will be the long-term loss for the US economy. Right? Our recessions will be longer. Our unemployment rates will be longer, right? Because of how he's harmed us on a global scale. Forget America first. It's America last, because he wants to show off his power, or the power that America once had, or the influence that America once had, that now the world has seen. You know what? We thought America would always be a fair player, but now we see that we can't play fair with America. Right? And any trade going forward, even if we have a progressive president in the next term, guess what's going to happen? The world isn't going to trust those peace treaties. They're not going to trust those trade deals, right? They're not going to. And they shouldn't.
Honestly, I think it's not that much of a long way back. Europe is still a fan of the US.
No, look, I think the globe wants to be a fan of the US. They want to. Can they trust it? I think Trump has shown no, right? And I think they've woken up to, it's not just Trump. Trump is just the start. God forbid JD Vance gets in there.
Yeah,
God forbid Marco Rubio gets in there.
I think that Mandami has sort of gapped the bridge to a certain extent.
Senator, I want to say yes as a New Yorker. I pray that is the truth. But I don't know. As an American, I live here. I voted for Madani. I advocated for this man. I just don't know.
Honestly, right? I think optimism is the key ingredient here.
Look, I've been on with V for a while now. He's convinced me that I don't know. When I thought I knew.
None of us know everything, bro. This MF is out there, bro.
I don't know. Especially when it comes
to I don't
American
know
politics.
either, bro. Yeah. I'm on the line. I would like to believe it can be turned back, but I also know Americans. Listen, one thing you got to understand is they were stupid enough to elect Jeffrey Epstein's best friend and still support him.
There you go.
Still support it.
Yes.
Support billionaires. You have to be the dumbest MFer on earth to support a billionaire administration. Like,
there you go.
You're just
and
dumb.
he reminds me of that every day.
Yeah.
And trust me, I'm as progressive and as positive as I can be. But there are some times where, when I look at the bigger picture, obviously V being in Denmark, and some of the comprehensive
I have to
analysis
ask
that
myself.
we go through.
I gotta ask myself: Would I survive? Would I survive in the U.S. right now? Would I? Would I have the drive? Would I have the will to live? Would I have the will to live?
This guy in chat is saying "man dami" is Jewish. Like,
hold on, wait a second.
They're not sending their best. I'm just saying.
Who said that?
That person's just looking for attention.
That's what I'm trying to say.
Right?
That person probably voted for Trump. That person probably voted,
right?
Or is not an American citizen. One or the other.
There you go.
So,
the latter.
Yeah, it's probably.
I know, I think that's where, it's refreshing to hear your perspective, Santa Cruz, because I hope, that's my dream that Mom Donnie sparks, the necessary progressive revolution that we need here to open up Americans' eyes. And obviously, I followed the midterms. We had Han lose, so there's it's mixed, right?
He's hitting the headlines here in our newspapers.
Which is because I think that when progressive countries see a progressive candidate, they want to highlight that because that's an achievement. But here in America, the news cycle, if it's not V Media, the news cycle around Mom Donnie is insane. They bash him at every single turn, right? You have people. I'm sure there's people in Kansas who think this man is a terrorist and somehow got elected to be New York City.
Yeah. But like all that aside, I think that people in Norway and the Nordic countries would probably want to go on vacation to New York right now.
Yes,
which is good. I hope.
You know what? Right? You know what? Mom Donnie will be considered a model immigrant. In the EU.
That's wild, yeah. Like he'd be considered the model third generation immigrant in Europe.
Exactly.
No, that's the perfect example. We hit it right on the nose, right?
It's crazy.
And he's a model immigrant here, but we are in such anti-immigrant rhetoric that even when we see the model immigrant, we can't accept it and we call him a terrorist.
It's crazy,
right?
Bro.
Trump America has done that. That's scary.
Yeah.
That is scary. When you can have someone who is openly progressive, I benefit from his progressiveness being in the city that he runs. And no matter what I say, no matter how there are people in New York, believe it or not, there are still people in New York who are anti-Mom Donnie. Even if his policies benefit them. They believe that he is a Muslim terrorist.
Yeah, it's so sad. It's sad, man. Because then it gives you no way to work back.
America has done that.
Yeah. It doesn't give you any way to work backwards from that. So if he's the terrorist, then what does a terrorist look like? A terrorist in the United States is a well-dressed person of different ethnic, third generation that wears a suit and a tie and knows civics. What the fuck? Yeah. And math.
Apparently, right?
And math. Civics and math. You know what I'm saying?
They scream Sharia law. They scream that he has New York City under Sharia law. It's insane.
Like people in the chat, they're trying to make fun of Mom Donnie. They're claiming he's taking care of his mom. That's as if that would be a bad thing.
I mean, she's a millionaire, but we won't talk about that. She made Slumdog Millionaire.
Okay.
The movie.
All right, let's hear some more. This is I want to get into this last little thing here.
Yeah.
That was a good convo, though. That was a good convo. Yeah. This one for a second, right? For a second, I was like, "Is this what the hell is going on?" He's gone right wing on our ass. What the fuck?
No, progressive nonetheless, right? Like it's what it looks like. Right?
It's
like,
Trump, man. Give the credit to Trump. All praises due to Trump, man. He's the one who got Europe to do this.
Right at the detriment of the
US.
Right? Like, it kills us, right? Not in a positive way, right? Yeah. Unfortunately, he is a negative force.
I should never argue with anyone.
He's such a negative force
with that perspective, anyway. Period. Whether they mean it or not, if they mean it differently or whatever, I should just say, yeah, you're right. It was Trump.
this is going to sound sort of crazy, but
Mm.
what if Google doesn't ban bots because of ad revenue?
If they don't, because of ad revenue, if they don't ban,
Yeah.
well, the EU is about to do some of that, though, right? Isn't that part of the new the security thing? I think online security shit that I think it might be.
This is crazy talk. All of these workers at these troll farms are about to be out of a job.
Yeah. That means that $1 a week salary out the window.
And hey. Cost of living is different there. Okay.
True. Yeah, exactly. Damn, man. What about, I want to help. Anyway, I don't want to say anything somebody can misconstrue. Listen, somebody said this shit. They said Denmark doesn't have a military budget. Denmark is 3% of its GDP is military spending, right? So that's, what does it say? $7.3 billion a year acceleration fund. Okay. European Union average country is 2.2. So European Union, overall, the European Union, Denmark's is higher than the European Union, right? Then the United States, Denmark's is almost comparable to the U.S. The amount they spend is
that's where geography matters, right?
Right.
The neighboring countries in conjunction with Denmark, nothing will happen to Denmark.
Yeah, true.
His assumption is because they spend a certain amount that they can't defend themselves. Wrong.
No, Denmark is there it is. They're to 3.0 to 3.2% of their GDP, and the US is at what? The US is at 3.1 to 3.4. So it's basically the same.
That's where the cohesiveness of the EU matters, right? An attack on Denmark is an attack on the EU.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
But like, So, we just had the consolidation of, and it's not because of Trump. It's mostly because of the Ukraine war.
Mm-hmm.
And we have about 250 modern fighter jets, F-35, JAS Gripens, 39s, that will defend the Nordic region.
Say that one more time. Sorry.
250 aircraft, which are modern 5th gen fighter jets, or 4.5, I guess. That will defend the Nordic region.
Oh, just the Nordic. Yeah, not all of Europe, but just the Nordic.
That is just like Sweden, Finland, Denmark, Norway.
Well, again, how warfare looks, it changes depending on the region and depends on the countries that are involved, how it looks. So... but one thing you could be sure of, I'm pretty sure of, is that people should not underestimate the Nordic countries when regarding Russia and its ability to defend itself against Russia, or its ability to even win a conflict. Like, they should not underestimate them. Like, every possible outcome has already been considered. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So and so they know what this looks like and what it can look like, but it's not like they plan on being pushed around by Putin at all. Like, and Putin is a figure that he's not well liked across Russia. You know what I mean? So people should keep that in mind. Also, it's not that he's
just to elaborate on your point.
Right.
The European countries, they've been warring nations for hundreds of years. You've had arms manufacturers in Europe, right? So it's a sleeping tiger, essentially.
And, I would say that one of the things I didn't like about Trump's administration and in the beginning, and one of the things I didn't like about people that weren't Americans that supported Trump, they did it at this, over Ukraine. Like, I didn't understand a lot of other nations for some reason didn't put their foot down when it came to Putin invading Ukraine. And I said this, and it's here. Just go back to 2024. Go back to 2024. Look in the archive of live videos here, and you're going to see me talking a lot, making the argument that what you're doing by supporting Trump's reversal on Ukraine is only going to militarize the EU. Like that is what it will happen. So if you're against colonialism and you have this issue with colonialism, why the hell would you back the Russia in invading Ukraine when all it's going to do is make the EU have to invest in more weapons? And then what do you think is going to happen if they can't use those weapons?
Yeah, and then
they're going to have to sell them. They're going to have to sell them to somebody. And so,
which means they become a competitor to who?
The U.S., but also others. But it means, guess what? But you know where they're going to sell them. They're going to sell them where the money is worth it, where the return is there. Yes. They're not going to sell it for $1 value. Why would you give it to someone for $30,000 a missile when you can have an unlimited supply of uranium for that missile? You see what I mean? Or an unlimited supply of some. You see what I mean? So, in other words, nobody should be for anybody colonizing anybody. Like, it just, to me, it made no sense, you know, but...
Remember, that rhetoric of pulling back from Ukraine was under the guise of no new wars in America first. And what was the first thing Trump did in his second term?
Fucking go to war against Iran, who don't even want to be at war with us. Like, they actually want to partner with us. And this motherfucker went to war.
Guess how many missiles and defenses are we using to even combat Iran? We are running low on a stockpile that was plentiful in previous history, right? Yeah. Now we're running extremely low, right? And this is, again, circles right back to the disadvantage that the U.S. has become under Trump, right? If we think that China doesn't know that our military bases can barely defend themselves, if we think Russia doesn't know that our military bases can barely defend themselves, right? If we think Ukraine knows that our military bases can barely defend themselves, right? They themselves are looking at the U.S. like, how long can we last if there's another administration equal to Trump?
We've done. We finished, bro. We finished. We won't last.
I think that's a Red Hot Chili Pepper song. How long?
Yes.
It is, bro. I don't.
But aside from that, Ukraine, they're fastly becoming an important ally to both Europe and the U.S.
True,
they are. I think they're one of the most important allies in checking Russia, right? They're the ones currently in combat with Russia, where these other countries, the EU and the US included, don't have to engage with Russia, where Ukraine is slowly crippling their economy, slowly crippling their military force, right? Keeping them in a long, drawn-out war because they know that Russia can't stand, right? Can't stand the long term, right? The long-term game. And I think, obviously both EU and the US also gain, again, modern warfare
knowledge.
Knowledge. No, I mean, I'm sorry. I was also
at the cost of lives, though. At the cost of a lot of lives.
And then it was not necessarily to add a similar situation happening in the Hormuz Strait. But I know quite a few of Iranian people. I mean, ever since elementary school, I had an Iranian girl in my class. I've had Iranian friends, and they ran so far away, flock of seagulls. But
they ran so far away. What do you mean?
No, I ran so far away.
Okay. I ran so far away. Yeah, that's true.
But all jokes aside, we shouldn't laugh at serious matters, but at the same time, we can't help laugh at the absurdity of certain things.
Yeah, it's only the absurdity we're laughing at. It's tragedy. Yeah. Otherwise, it's tragic. Loads of people lost their lives when everybody could have said, "Yo, Putin, you have to stop." Like everyone could have said that, and instead, people want million people to die. It's millions of people that fucking died. Like that's insane.
And like the whole thing on X, the uprising in Iran. Like, who's to say that Mossad was not heavily influential in all of this?
I totally believe it. Totally believe it.
Yeah.
Totally.
So I'm just saying that this is one of the most progressive Muslim countries in the world. It's just that they don't want to dance to the tune of the Western powers, right?
Basically,
of course.
Yeah. Exactly. You know, and why?
And they're also a part of Greater Israel, right? The plan of Greater Israel.
Like Iran is so Western that women in general have a higher degree of education than men, and that probably translates towards most of the Western world as well.
Yeah, bro.
Yeah,
I agree 100%. We didn't need to be involved in this war. It's totally against the U.S.
And someone tore up a certain agreement in terms of nuclear programs and enrichment of uranium.
Trump did.
And
Trump said fuck the agreement. Yeah.
These are wild and baseless accusations. Can you prove it?
No, he can't prove it. No, he ripped the agreement up, but he can't prove that they were doing anything.
I'm joking.
Yeah. Can you prove it?
All of it can be proven.
I mean, it's public. It's public. He's the one who went against the agreement himself. You know, he said it wasn't good enough.
Exactly.
And he ended the agreement, and Iran moved forward to produce whatever they want because there was no agreement. There was no guidelines. There was no. If you want people to do something, you got to give them outlines. You can't just say, "Don't you make a nuclear weapon." That's not an outline of what you can do.
You mean like Obama did?
Right. You have to have specifics in what you don't want them to do. It shouldn't matter what they do at the end.
Pretty sure he did.
No. Trump was just like, no bomb. No. Obama had a comprehensive plan about how they can enrich uranium, to what degree, how high, how much of it can be enriched versus what can't be, and how it would be monitored. And it was monitored by the international community daily. You know,
this is crazy talk.
Yeah. Any case, let's go. Go ahead. You want to say one more thing, because I want to get to this last this thing about the elections here. If you don't mind, Sandra, because go ahead, say one more thing, and then we. You still there? Okay, he might have cut out. All right. In any case, that was Sandika from our neighbor country, Norway. I'm an American citizen. For people that don't know, that lives in Denmark, and that was Sandika over there across the water in Norway. Go ahead. You back?
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I'm suffering from Obama derangement syndrome. I'm dialing in to be cured. Okay, I saw the pamphlet.
Very good, man. This pamphlet right here, excellent. Oh, really? So hold on. You mean to tell me? Did you see the commercial? You saw the pamphlet, but did you see the commercial?
Yeah, the pamphlet, not the commercial.
Okay,
and he told me to dial in because it was right there on the brick wall.
Did you hear this commercial right here? Do you find yourself waking up in the middle of the night drenched in cold sweat screaming, "Oh my God, he just asked me if I needed to cut my lawn"? Do you experience a sudden surge of adrenaline and uncontrolled rage whenever you see a man wearing a tan suit or eating Dijon mustard? Do you lie awake staring at the ceiling, convinced that the former president who left offices years ago is somehow still controlling the price of milk at your local grocery store? If the answer is yes to any of these questions, you and your loved ones may be suffering from Obama derangement syndrome. That one. You caught that commercial? Wow.
Gee.
I spent $1 million on that one. Worked out. That was expensive, bro. Come on now. Well, see, it works. You know, now you've been cured. Have you been cured, or you still need more treatment?
I mean, I'm not sure. Was it Obama who tore up the agreement?
If you suffer from Obama derangement syndrome, then the answer is yes.
That
sure is to continue to tune in, hit the like button, and share it.
Because Obama is Muslim and he wanted Iran to have nukes, right?
It's because he had on a tan suit, man. That's bad luck. That means he's going to have poor policy. Okay? Yeah, but it's sad, man. We live in that internet world where dumb people get influenced by people they don't even know, anonymous accounts and shit like that. Anonymous and unidentified people. But in any case, now listen, I'm glad everybody could join us. Now, this is the last part. Let's have a nice little convo about this. This is regarding the Supreme Court and the voting rights. So this is some of the concerns that's leading up to this primary, specifically, or this midterm. All right, that's happening in November, And it's probably going to be the most important election in the U.S. history in in 100 years, maybe. Right, or at least 60 years. In 60 years, this is the most important election in 60 years. So if you're not registered to vote, please do that. Go out there and register to vote. They say that it is already record turnout in registrations, but I would tell you, don't believe that. Make sure you go out there and tell everybody to register to vote anyway. If you are not registered, register. Your taxes are, they depend on you electing officials that want to use your tax dollars properly towards you. If you don't want your tax dollars used for you or anything in your community, your kids, your schools, or anything like that, if you don't want the healthcare taxes, if you don't want none of that, you don't care about where your taxes are used, then don't vote. Don't register to vote and don't vote. But if you do, if you work for that money and you care about where that money's being spent and you want that money to support your family, your community, your schools, your infrastructure, where you live, and people like you, you would probably want to register to vote and get anybody else who is a citizen, your neighbor, to vote too, even if they felt left out of the American dream, even if they felt left out, even if they never voted before. Get them to vote. Yo, you wanted to say something, Sandika, before I run this?
Yeah. Like as someone who's slow, I'm very confused. Is it saying that not is so fast, or is it saying that we should hold up?
Not so. Oh yeah. I think there's some backlash to what Trump wanted. There's some block to what Trump wanted, which is alluding to Trump's current statements now, which are he just want to go into state of an emergency since the Supreme Court didn't give him everything he wanted. They likely gave him a few things, but not enough. And I think what it is that they're about to say not so fast because Americans are voting. Americans are registering to vote like wildfire. So he planned on fucking over the districts and trying to keep power that way, making sure Republican-backed congressmen maintain their power, but it doesn't look to be happening that way because so many Americans are pissed off. That's what the Supreme Court gave Trump. They gave him a get-out-of-free card. It doesn't seem to be working or turning out. That's how unpopular Trump is. But let's hear it first to make sure. Here we go.
Specifically about black political power that I think Republicans did not expect. Because Republicans all over the country this year have taken the Supreme Court, the U.S. Supreme Court's dismantling of the Voting Rights Act, and they have used it to start a radical effort to constrict black voting power in the United States of America. In state after state, Republicans have been engaged in redrawing congressional districts, not just to entrench themselves in power, but specifically to take power away from minority voters and black voters in particular. Well, in response to that, we are now seeing in state after state that people have something to say about that, too. Take South Carolina. Earlier this year, Republican legislators in South Carolina, they were steaming ahead with a plan to dissolve the state's only majority black district, the seat held by the state's only black congressman, James Clyburn. That effort to box out James Clyburn drew protests, but it also drew voters in numbers that alarmed South Carolina Republicans. The first day of early voting in the South Carolina primary saw record-breaking turnout. Nearly 5 times more Democrats than Republicans cast ballots. Many of them said they were out at the polls to send a message, specifically to try to stop the redistricting plan to take away Clyburn's seat. And guess what happened next? That very same day, that first day of early voting, South Carolina Republicans got scared and scrapped their plan. The Republican state Senate leader warned his colleagues, quote, "People will vote when they're angry, and I think we've made some people mad." South Carolina. Also take a look at Georgia. Republicans in Georgia tried the same thing, tried drawing up new congressional districts to entrench themselves and to dilute and thereby deny black political power in the state of Georgia. As soon as the U.S. Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act, Georgia's governor called a special legislative session to redraw the state's maps. Well, when lawmakers arrived at the Capitol for that special session, this is what they were greeted with. The state Capitol packed to the gills with protesters who let the lawmakers know just what the people of Georgia thought about this plan. Georgia Republicans looked up at the balcony, looked up at the gallery, looked around them, looked at the fury they were about.
You know something? I gotta look at this picture again right here. Just to remind people, because those of you that aren't looking at the screen when you listen, right? I get that. A lot of people don't, because they enjoy just listening. But check this out. I want to remind people that right here, these are not just black voters that are pissed off about what they did. And I want to congratulate the voters that understood this, that everyone should be able to have representation for their tax dollars. That is illegal. That's literally what we fought a war of independence for. Taxation without representation, And so this is a similar maneuver to limit representation of specific groups of people. And they meddled with it. Is it foolproof? No. But that's not the point, because you got to understand the norm in the United States is already not good in terms of representation for people's tax dollars. When you compare the United States to the EU, right? We're talking about numbers of people. The EU got 450 million. The United States has 350 million. If you combine the EU data, Americans automatically have half the representation for their tax dollars. That means, let's give an example, 700,000 people in a district. In Europe, they would have 2 representatives in general. In the United States, 1 person. In general, 1 person. If you compare the United States to Denmark or to the UK, the UK and Denmark the UK has 17% more representation for their tax dollars. That means people that actually they elect per person than the United States of America. Denmark has 35% more the citizens of Denmark per person have 35% more representation than the average American citizen. Right off the bat, as the rules used to be. This would make it even worse for some voters. You see, so this is what the issue is. It's not that what was before was perfect, but this just makes it even more ridiculous. So just to keep that in mind. So I'm happy you could see different people, different colors, understanding this is a problem. It's not just black Americans that saw this as a problem. Other white Americans, their neighbors, said, yeah, actually, we're involved in civics.
What?
We know how taxes work, and this is a problem. Nobody should be targeted this way. That was discriminatory. But go ahead, Seneca. Go ahead.
I feel like it's wrong to gatekeeping a criminal, and at the same time, I feel like Trump is giving criminals a bad name, right? Like,
really,
I met some
He's giving the weed smokers of America a bad name.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I met some criminals, and I mean, they might have some scruples, but at the same time, they might not be bad people.
Oh yeah, Trump is a bad person. They have bad criminals, but I know what you're saying. But in context to this, the voting rights, what do you want to say about that?
That's fucked up. I mean, like in any progressive democratic Western society, people have been convicted of a crime. They are considered reformed and they're let out of jail, right? Mm-hmm. Like they're supposed to get a second chance.
Oh, right. And there's a lot of people that are already their civil liberties have been taken away from them. It's true.
Yeah, but
in Europe, it's not the same. In Europe, it's not the same.
Yeah,
right?
but let me just get to this. In America, apparently, even if you are a felon, you can run for president. And I don't think you should be able to do that even here in the Nordic countries.
Yeah, Trump has moral issues too. Yeah. He has some serious moral issues. Like, it's true though, and it should be. Different European countries have different ways that they confront corruption and immoral behavior of politicians, people that can serve, and it is a real issue. You should be a person.
Also, remember Trump.
Yeah, go ahead.
Trump is only allowed to be president because he won the presidency just after he was convicted, right? Had he had even a year or even a year but had got convicted a year prior, he would not be president. He would not allow to be. Would not be able to.
Okay. Because you can contest the conviction and take it up to different court.
He's literally a felon that wants to limit voting rights.
Yes, and technically he's gotten his sentence is postponed because a presidential candidate or a sitting president. That's why he was so evident on winning this election, because a sitting president cannot be charged.
Right.
So essentially, his felony count has been postponed to be redetermined at another time.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, he got a technical victory.
Yes, right. And when we circle back to what this current redistricting, I think I'm not a huge Rachel Maddow fan, but I do think she's informative at points. And when it comes to this, I see it as a minor win. At the end of the day, the larger implication is that Supreme Court has allowed redistricting. Period. Right. That may not happen now. Right. I think that obviously the voters are mad. Right. It's a current event. Right. So they're gonna show up in early voting, and to quell that, you're gonna have them postpone the redistricting. But once these sentiments start to even slightly go away or forgotten about, they're gonna redistrict again. That is a part of the Republican plan. It has nothing to do with Trump. Trump just allowed.
I know.
Right?
I noticed some people don't understand what representation, taxation without representation means under the guise of voting rights and how people vote in the U.S. They don't understand the correlation. They think that just being able to vote means you have representation. That's what some people believe.
Yeah, I mean, they have no idea, and maybe they don't understand what redistricting is, which is the process of redrawing the boundaries of voting districts.
Communities,
right?
Communities of people redrawing those boundaries, right?
Right, and that's how those boundaries were created, right? They were created to shape within those communities, right, and not separate them, right?
I think.
Oh, wait a second,
Sanders.
Sanders, hold on. Let Michael explain that though, real quick, for people so they can hear, because everybody doesn't know. Just hold on. Go ahead, Michael. What were you saying though? You were talking about.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So the process of redistricting is redrawing the boundaries of voting district, and a lot of those voting districts are community based, right? Where you have your pockets of strong, obviously in the South, strong black communities, right, that are represented as a voting block within that district, right? And they're allowed to elect who would represent them in the House of Representatives, right, and state legislatures, right? So when you're voting, right, when we take that away and redistrict it and now split that majority black district into a majority white district that now lessens that black visibility, now it becomes harder to elect a House of Representative or a state legislator who can represent your best interest in the Senate and in the House.
And plus,
right?
They did it with the most ridiculous reasons. They did it because of racial bias. Like, they literally wanted to go after the National Black Caucus.
They
Democrats.
purposely did, right? And it's because they don't want any type of even vague Democratic representation within, and it gains more houses, more seats in the House and Senate for Republicans at the expense of black voters, and particularly in the South.
That's what I wanted to interject. Someone did an overlay with the Jim Crow line towards the
redistricting. Right.
Yeah, exactly. And it kind of lines up perfectly.
Kind of lines up perfectly. Oh, with these maps. Oh, right. Yeah.
The Jim Crow line.
It's meant to do that, right? And that's when we say the new Jim Crow era, right? That is what they mean, right? To redistrict, to disenfranchise black voters. And the reason why we want to say black voters in particular is because here in America, the South tends to have...
They're a minority.
a slight majority of black representation in some of these southern states, right? They're just heavily concentrated in certain areas within some of these
exactly,
and they're underrepresented, right? And then the only
now explain why they are. Explain why they're underrepresented, even though they're the majority. Explain that part.
So they're underrepresented because now, due to prior Jim Crow laws, right, and redlining and redistricting, redlining in general, that forced them to buy and purchase in certain areas of these southern states. So you have some very concentrated areas where there is the majority black. They're not necessarily spread out through the state, and these pockets tend to be representative, even in red states, of someone who leans more liberal in the house when they elect for the Senate and state legislation, right? And now what that redistricting does is that eliminates the visibility and essentially what would represent the majority of a black district, right? Now they don't get the representation that represents them as a people, because now they've separated that district into a white majority district that now separates what that black majority district once looked like, and now it's spread out amongst a bunch of different districts that now lessens that concentration that once was represented as a district. So they essentially erase a black district, and that's what they're going to do. This, again, what we just saw is put a pause on it. But the Supreme Court has ruled that it is okay for the states to redraw these lines. And in order for the Republicans to put it in their favor, they're going to redistrict it. Maybe not now, but eventually they will, right?
Right.
Because it will allow for more seats at the House and at the Senate. And that will allow for it to be harder for the Democrats to gain a majority in the House and Senate. And that will essentially leave them in power.
It's
in
because
Congress,
of the cap,
which is what we don't want.
And they have the cap on the Congress.
To circle back to the cap, right?
Right.
We have a cap on our representatives that essentially doesn't have we're not as represented as our European counterparts, right? V talks about it all the time, right? When it comes to representation, we are underrepresented when it comes to how many representatives we have, right? And essentially, I think it's supposed to be like 480 around
35.
that number.
Yeah.
Right? It's supposed to,
yeah, it's supposed to be higher, but it's not. It hasn't changed since 1920.
Yeah, it's supposed to be around like 480 when it comes to representation, when it comes to the amount of people we have in the House, right, and in the Senate, right. But unfortunately, it's capped, right? So that leaves, some of these smaller populated states to have some equal representation into a state that's even heavily populated, right? And do we think that's fair, right? Like, as an individual tax-paying citizen, do we think that's fair? That's not proper representation, right? And with this redistricting, the Republicans are going to take advantage and essentially erase black visibility when it comes to, someone representing them in the House and Senate, right?
Yeah, and they
even though they're the majority in some of these states, they will not be represented in terms of what they want and someone to represent what they want.
They literally drew the lines to affect Democratic voters. I mean, this is so it has layers of racial discrimination, but also just policy discrimination, political party affiliation discrimination. And of course, it's insane to do something like this because you already have, out of Western countries, Americans have less representation anyway than any other Western country. Like, you have less. So why would you want to make it even worse? I mean, for anybody. People should want more representation for all people, but instead they go the opposite way, of course, because that's how greedy and corporate minded these folks are when it comes to politics. Of course they don't want more representation for more American citizens. Of course they want less. And that's the option they went to. So when they said, what do? Do we do more to skew the outcome, or do we say less representation to skew the outcome? They said less. It's crazy. And It's just so sad, bro. But let's hear some more here. Let me just hear the rest of this. Let's hear some more.
Balcony, looked up at the gallery, looked around them, looked at the fury they were about to unleash and said, okay, never mind. On second thought, maybe we will not try to redraw our maps to make our congressional delegation whiter and more permanent. Seems like that might be.
Yo, Mud Butters, I see you. You say you live in D.C. Okay, what's up? What's up, Mud Butters? D.C. in the house. Okay, what part of D.C. you from? I'm from Northeast, man. I'm from Capitol Hill East, 15th and C, Northeast, and also Anacostia. I grew up in, and also the Hill, part of, closer in on the Hill too. I'm from Capitol Hill East, and Anacostia. That's where I grew up, both of those areas. Yeah. In any case, let's continue.
Wildly unpopular. Now look at Tennessee. Tennessee is one of the southern states where Republicans did carry out their plan to dilute black political power. They broke up the state's single majority black district around Memphis, spreading black voters out into more rural, more conservative, whiter districts that stretch hundreds of miles from the city. And after the Republicans did that, then they decided that, then they realized they were going to have to learn what the people of Tennessee thought about it. Black leaders in Memphis in particular got to work. Pastors and organizers and activists and civic groups and unions held voter registration drives, organized rallies, worked the phones, knocked on doors, all in an effort to channel their neighbors' indignation and anger into action. In Memphis, the Reverend Earl Fisher of the Abyssinian Missionary Baptist Church said, quote, I think in a lot of ways, this awoke a sleeping giant. I don't think Republicans have anticipated or accounted for a mass mobilization effort. Well, sure enough, when Tennessee held its primary a few days ago on Thursday, Democratic voter turnout in Memphis's majority black Shelby County surged to the highest level in a decade. More than double the turnout percentage for similar contests that were held just 2 years ago.
And this is what I'm saying. Americans, in terms of the rights that Americans have, when you compare it to every other Western country, Western blocs like the EU or just any other Western country, Americans already have less representation per person for their tax dollars, right? Then you already have less of security net for your tax dollars than any other Western country, by far, right? And when you combine these rights, just basic rights, civil rights, you have less. And when you combine all these factors together with voter turnout, you can see a correlation. People that have better, stronger civil rights, stronger safety nets for the taxes that they pay, these kind of things, they tend to be nations that have higher voter turnout. More a percentage of the population is turning out to vote. And what I'm telling Americans to do here on my platform, V Media, also along with my guests and, the folks that you have, my major contributors, right? We all advocate for people registering and voting. Like, get out there, do that. Don't stop at voting, but start. Don't stop, but start. You know what I mean? Why do I say start? I'm not saying don't save up your money. I'm not saying don't buy a home. Don't pool your dollars. I'm not saying don't save your beans in the basement, dry food. I'm not saying that. Do that also. I'm also saying register to get yourself a gun if you need to. Register, have it in your home. Learn how to use it. Learn how to be a responsible gun owner too, because you don't know where this is going. But if you're able to do all those other things and you don't have one day to register to vote and vote, I don't understand it. Because voting is where your agreement is made with your government about how they're going to use your tax dollars. That means your labor, how the government is going to use your labor. And if you're a citizen of the United States of America and you have a job and you pay taxes, that is your labor. They're getting a percentage of your labor. A percentage of your labor is going to other people. You're paying them. So at least you could pay them to get what you fucking want. You see what I mean? Like, otherwise, what good is the rest of it going to do? You know? But so go out and vote. 90 million people didn't vote in the last presidential election. You got that's one of the reasons why you got Trump. Because yeah, go ahead, bro.
I want you to show the viewers, right? I want you to Google this.
Mm-hmm.
How many black Republicans will be in the House in 2027?
Let me see here. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting.
You are kind of breaking up.
Who?
Twin.
No. Okay, I heard him.
Mike.
No. I think it's your thing. I think it's your connection, bro. But here, let me just pull this up again. Why didn't that come up? Let me see something here. Did it come up again? Let me try that one more time.
So, how many black Republicans will be in the U.S. House of Representatives in 2027?
Yeah. The system just slowed down for a second. Hold on. I know what I got to do. I got to open up a fresh.
And we'll have a clear view of what the furtherance of this redistricting will look like even in the future, because the redistricting hasn't taken full effect. It's taken effect in certain states, but once these states, again, they're just pacifying themselves by, and that's where, even with the Rachel Maddow, I appreciate.
Damn, this is bad, bro.
I know it, but go ahead. You can say it.
God damn. This is, look,
how many?
In 2020, look, there are 4 black Republicans serving in the House of Representatives right now. Look, right? There won't be any after this next election, bro.
Zero.
There won't be any black Republicans. And
there will be 0 black Republicans in the U.S. House of Representatives in 2027. All 4 current black Republican House members, right, will not seek re-election to the House in 2026.
This is crazy. None of them are seeking re-election. I mean, yeah. So they're totally worried about this. This is why Trump said he's just gonna fucking go into a state of emergency. Look, that is correct. None of those 4 are seeking re-election. 0.
I don't make this up. I don't make this up, right?
This is it's embarrassing, bro. This is crazy, man.
And I think when we look at that and we deny that there's some sort of racial discrimination or bias when it comes it comes to the Republican Party, I mean, I would call them a liar or ignorant at worst.
MF
I mean, at
liar,
best, right? Ignorant.
MF and liar.
Exactly. Right?
This shit crazy, bro. They just won't.
Right?
They totally desecrated their own numbers.
Yes, right. And then this is where this is where I have sentiments towards, individuals who continue to be black Republicans. Right. You don't even have someone in the House of Representatives to represent you in 2027, but somehow you're still aligning yourself with a party that doesn't believe that you should have representation in the form of having someone who looks like you in the House of Representatives, right? Because in order for that, you know what that means? That means they didn't back or run any other black Republicans within the current midterm elections.
That's what that means. The Coons got betrayed.
Yes. And this has been known for quite some time because they knew who was running for these primaries. The Republican Party already chose who was running for these primaries, and chances are they told them that the numbers didn't favor them, so they weren't going to run them, and they were going to choose to back another candidate. That's the reason why they chose not to pursue another term, right?
This
is you don't think that they want to continue to get paid $200,000 a year,
right?
So, okay,
they want their private health care paid for by the American taxpayers.
Of course,
they want all that.
But the Republican Party told them that they're not running them in the election, in the primaries, in these current midterms, right?
Yeah, better go find your own money.
Look, that means for 2 years, they will have 0 black representation in the House. That's insane.
Yep, and then they're going to complain about the black people that are voting Democrat or the blacks running under the Democrat, but they're not even trying to run. They don't even have. I mean, it's incredible. But you're right, bro. You're right. I mean, it is there. It's the facts. They have 4 representatives, 4 black Republican representatives in the nation. By 2027, they will have none. None of them are running for re-election.
None.
That's insane. Insane. So they're good. They're on a suicide mission, and Just
and this is where
just don't involve me in it. Keep me out of it.
This is where legacy media fails
Yeah.
people by trying to be sensationalized. Like Rachel Maddow could have put that in context before she, right after she finished highlighting the redistricting, right? She could have said, "Hey, look, by the way,
True.
there will be 0 black Republicans in the House of Representatives for Republicans come 2027. She could have prefaced it with that or ended it with that to put that into perspective better when it comes to redistricting. Because I think when we hear the line of redistricting, they frame it in some sort of positive way, like, oh my God, there's still hope because people are early voting. When at the end of the day,
they talk about the effects on the Democrats. They talking about the effects on but they don't realize it's affecting Republicans. They're not really.
Exactly, and I think that's where we want to cover the hypocrisy, right? You want to cover how they're trying to impact the seats, but also how they don't even have black representation going forward in 2027.
Yeah, and are there any women running under the Republican? What about the women? Let me see here. Yeah, that's what Eric
I'm sure
asked.
it's a handful.
What about it may be just as bad. What about the women? Yeah, the women and what would their rhetoric be? It's going to be insane. All right, let me okay, what about the women? Let me see here. See what that pulls up, and then I'm gonna let a little more play.
What?
It says what? Sanica, what?
The women get to vote?
Well, there's that's funny, right? But there's no black women representatives in the Republican Party at all. Not in Congress. Not in Congress.
That also enforces the patriarchy, right? They couldn't even run a black woman, right? They had to be a black man, and even those black men are not running for re-election and will obviously be 0 representation in 2027.
Yeah.
But go on, B. You were covering the women.
Like all jokes aside, it's pretty obvious that the conservative Christians don't want women to have the right to vote.
They don't care. For them, they're just insane, bro. You can't. It's hard to even talk about the Christian right in the United States because they literally don't. It's like you said, they don't. It's a suicide pact. It's like they want women to be in the house pumping out babies, and they don't want them to be able to vote. Of course, they don't want other people to be able to vote either, but it's also their own women. Like,
God forbid they have the right to speak in assemblies.
Exactly. Now, this is what it looks like. Go ahead.
And I agree, but I do think that there's still a certain small percentage of Republicans who want your ideal white hegemonic woman as a representation of what women should act like, right? When we look at a lot of traditional trad wives, we can look someone as simple as Karoline Leavitt, right? Blonde hair, blue-eyed, Republican, strong, family core, quote unquote, right? And that's who the Republicans will always back when they want to present a woman who holds Republican or conservative ideals, right? Yeah. I think they want to limit it. I don't ever think they want to completely eliminate it. I think they want to sculpt who that looks like and how that looks like, right? That comes in the form of a Karoline Leavitt, right?
Phoniness. They're just into superficiality.
Exactly, right? Look at when we look at Fox News and we look at some of their reporters, right? They try to put forth a perfect imagery of what would look like the Republican woman in front of that camera. And Karoline Leavitt, there's a reason why she was in the position she was in, because that's another dog whistle to what a strong, quote unquote, Republican woman should look like.
You know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking, is she going to try to run for office now? Like, is that part of her scam to get out now and then start running for office?
I wouldn't put it past her.
I wouldn't put it past her. Yeah, just to be another dog whistle candidate.
Because that's the face of Republican.
Yeah, that's what they want. They want something like that. But look at this. This is the data on women in general, representation. Again, this is what we're talking about, representation when you vote, right? What does it look like? And so it's not just about knowing how the districts work in terms of how it might affect certain minority groups, but also other groups in the country. Women generally are not minorities, but they are considered persons at risk, right, in the U.S. due to certain laws. Now, look at this, or underrepresented. Hey, look, Democratic Party has 94 women in the House of Representatives, right? House of Representation, Congress, right? 44. That's 44% of the elected officials in Congress that are Democrats. 44% are women. Republicans, 31 women, making up about 14% of the Republican House. That's crazy. 14% versus 44%. 44% is basically half, right? Because whether you get 45 or 49%, that's roughly half. That's not 1/3. That's more than 1/3, right? Yeah, it's about half, right? Now, yeah. Now, this 14%, this is the female representation in the Republican Party, bro. This is crazy. And then the black representation is even below that. In terms of the representation, this is like 14% is just low for anybody. But damn, like, it's like women. It's like, so everyone else is the only one that has any significant representation in the Republican Party. Who is that? The white man. Okay. Yep. But I'm speaking American vernacular here when I say that, because I know everybody doesn't fall under that cat. They don't identify that way themselves first. That may not be, but this is what it's about here in these elections. It's insanity, it's insanity, and up for grabs in this election, and with this Voting Rights Act that they're proposing, that they're looking for Congress to pass. Hopefully, it doesn't get passed, or it doesn't ever get made law by any means. But part of that might affect female voters too, due to concerns like identification. Is your last name on your birth certificate the same, or is it your maiden name? Is it your maiden name or your name that you have now? Did you get divorced? Do you have the same name as that you used to have on your birth certificate? How much of a problem is that going to be with you identifying yourself when you show up to vote? With you getting a new ID? Any of that stuff, like they just took no precaution with it. But let's hear some more.
The next day, Reverend Fisher told the Washington.
Just let me interject for a moment.
Yeah.
You know the Outcast song, Roses?
What?
Karoline. The Outcast song.
Oh, yeah. Oh, my God. Anyway. Yeah, Karoline. Nah, I don't think they talking about her, man. But in any case, let's continue.
No. She's a treacherous one.
Yeah, she's the other one. Her song would be like, God! Ah! Anyway, all right, let's go.
A night like last night, lets you know it's not all in vain.
That coming up short,
He said he's not taking a victory lap. Black Tennessee Democrats will be up against long odds in November, these newly drawn congressional districts. But last week's turnout is a big first step, and one that is rattling Republicans in Tennessee. Joining us now is the Reverend Earl Fisher, pastor at Abyssinian Missionary Baptist Church in Memphis. Reverend Fisher, it's a real honor to have you with us tonight. Thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
What did you and your colleagues, your fellow Tennessee residents, do to push voter turnout to those remarkable heights last week?
Well, I think it was a few things, and you mentioned most of them. I think the anger that people felt was palpable because they knew what the racist redistricting did was unjust. And so people wanted to respond to that. There's also some admiration. I think we have a candidate like Justin J. Pearson who has shown that he can appeal to people across a whole lot of different demographics, from age to race to gender. And I think people were motivated by him. And then also the activism of a lot of organizations who just decided we would try to target those low turnout precincts. And we were crunching numbers and, gathering people in rallies and trying to stay up to the wee hours of the night and trying to figure out how we can make up the margins.
It's going to be an uphill battle in November for Mr. Pearson, although you just described some of what I think he's known for, even nationally, in terms of how energizing his candidacy has been to his supporters and how talented he is as a politician and as a leader. But that's going to be a plus 20 district or something. They've really gerrymandered that district to try to make it impenetrable to any Democratic candidate, let alone a black Democratic candidate. How do you feel like these efforts that you've shown so much effectiveness with thus far, how do you feel like they sustain over time or build over time? What kind of goals are you setting for yourselves and your fellow parishioners and residents?
Well, as you said, I think this is an opportunity to clap your hands, but not run a victory lap. There is a longer runway now because we were responding to the immediacy of the moment when it first happened a couple of months ago. And now after this structure test that we could call a primary, you see where there may be some weak spots and you want to try to lean in and put a little bit more elbow grease in those spaces. But we still have a short window of time when you look at November. And so hopefully those candidates who were running in the primary who didn't win can throw their weight behind the candidate who did win. And those of us who have networks and congregations and community members can do all we can to make sure that we are educating our people on the issues, empowering them so that they feel strong when they come out, and then doing all we can to translate registration and education.
Into 7 hours, Master V, and I think Irish Paul just hopped up.
Yeah. Okay, bro. Yeah, it is true. I got to get the heck out of here, man. Thanks for reminding me. You know what? I just looked at that a couple of minutes ago and I was like, damn, what the hell? Listen, folks, I appreciate everybody coming out. There will be another stream later on today. It's my day off. I've been kind of offline the entire week, so I want to catch up on a few different things. Obviously can't do that in one segment. This one went over way too long, but you know what? The conversation got a little interesting, or got more interesting. So I did enjoy talking to Michael and Sandika. It's been a little bit a minute since I've talked to Sandika, but from Norway. But also you, Michael, I've been offline for a minute. So it was good catching up with you guys and to hear your insights on this. Now, I will be back later on today. I don't know what time it is. Probably later towards the evening. Maybe. But if not, definitely at 02:30 hours Eastern Standard Time USA. And that will be 08:30 Central European Time in Europe, obviously, on the 16th. So in the next 18 hours or so, 15, 18 hours, I'll be back live with the regular program. I appreciate everybody else who came out to listen today. It's always inspiring to see more viewers and also see the followers when I haven't been catching up with the streams, or maybe I log on at the inopportune time for everybody off the regularly scheduled time. It's good to see people following up, and appreciate everybody. We appreciate everybody that shows up and adds on to the conversation. On that note, listen, I'm going to log off because it's been a minute, but anybody want to say one last thing before I get out of here?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Keep up the good fight, I know that you work a truly noble profession in your everyday life.
Thank you, bro.
And
I appreciate that.
I respect you a lot.
I appreciate that. And
thanks, Master V.
Yeah.
Master V is a respiratory therapist.
Yes, indeed. Although, I try to keep my profession private because we're not really allowed to discuss it too much. But yes, indeed, for those of you that want to know, I work in the health industry in Denmark. So I'm very proud of my job, and I've been doing that for quite some time now. And it's a fulfilling job, and it does involve caring with people that are sick, that have illnesses, but outside of that, I'm not able to communicate about the daily parts of it. But I appreciate that for coming out. Anybody else want to say something?
Yeah, no, thank you, V. We'll be on next schedule.
Yeah. Damn, we made up for it this time. 7 hours. What the fuck? We're gonna give it goddamn, bro.
Yeah, longest show yet.
We have grown-up talk going on, man, on the weekend. This is the grown-up hour, man. This is for the 45 and up. You know what I'm saying? That's trying to,
yes, sir.
And of course, the 25 to 35 is there too. But we have
last thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
The whole Rosa song by Outkast. It's a song that's generally about people thinking that their shit doesn't stank.
Oh yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah. But
you always gotta consider that you're not always completely correct in what you're saying.
I'm not saying don't change the song.
This is not directed at you. This is directed at everyone. It's a point of introspective.
True. It is, man. And I appreciate you saying that, man.
Great point, Sandaker.
Yeah. But that's also a very Nordic point too, right? Yeah.
It absolutely is, because we have Janteloven, which is a Danish thing that translates into Swedish, Norwegian, and Danish culture. That you're not allowed to think that you're elevated above anyone else. You need to see where they're coming from and respect their point of view.
Exactly, man. Yeah, and it is. You're right, man. And there is something to that we can learn as Americans from that. Yeah, but I appreciate that, man. I understand it 100%. And I apply it to my life too, man. We all hold each other up. We're all equally important. And at the same time, none of us are that important that things won't move on without us either, right? So we need to do our best to make sure everybody is a part of the conversation and that we're learning what we can learn from everybody. Everybody has something to give. So, being mindful of that and not putting some above others when we're listening and communicating is a good way to approach things.
Yeah, and then sometimes what we perceive as differences are just miscommunication between each other. We need to talk it out, hear each other out.
Yeah, absolutely, man, and I appreciate that. 100%. Yeah, and
disagreement is healthy.
It is healthy, and also having faith, having a belief in each other's civil and human rights, even if we disagree on some things, is a valuable thing. It doesn't mean we don't respect each other or our civil liberties or our human rights, each other as humans, when we disagree about certain things politically. We don't have to throw everything out, you know what I mean, just to get a few things across, so yeah, I appreciate that, man. I live in the Nordic land, so I do appreciate that about Nordic people, you know what I mean, like the culture is like that, and assuming is not wise.
Yes, exactly.
Yeah. It's better to engage. You know what I'm saying?
It forces progression.
This is Irish Paul.
Yeah, I know. I see you, Irish Paul. Yo, Irish Paul, you wanted to say one thing before we log off? Oh, let me hold on. Let me see something. Sorry about that. Let me just check the audio here.
It forces progression overall, right? I mean, and that's what proper discourse is supposed to do, force progression.
Yeah. I see Irish Paul, you there? I think you off mute now.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead, man. You want to say one thing? Ahead.
I do love coming back to you guys because you are refreshing fresh air. But I would say it's not a disagreement of opinions. It is being aware. As an Irish man, I've travelled the world and I understand other cultures. So it is important to make sure people understand other cultures and embrace them and learn from them.
Yes.
Exactly.
To avoid disagreements or to avoid unnecessary communication. Miscommunication.
Don't be combative.
Yeah.
Yes. As much as you love your own culture, there's plenty to learn from other cultures.
Exactly. Yeah.
I've been to India, Australia, New Zealand, Thailand, China, America. I've worked in many, many countries, and I've learned lots, and I've taken away all the good things and embraced them. And I'm an Irish Catholic, but I've been to Thailand's amazing Buddhist cathedrals, and God, you just get blown away. Yeah.
And assumptions make an ass at the few me.
Yeah, exactly. And it's that's what I like about the Nordic thing, is because, you know, of course, and also my experience living outside of the U.S., you know, it's forced me to confront things that I would never have to confront if I lived in the U.S. If I just stayed in the U.S., there's things you're just not going to learn inside of the U.S. while being inside. You got to go outside and be able to experience, give yourself a chance to experience other things and see if they work out, see if they make any sense, you know, and experience things for more than just a vacation. You know what I mean? Like, really try to put yourself in a situation as a common person and see and learn from there, you know. But yeah, I appreciate everybody. It's a good panel we had up there. We got a few different parts of the world represented here. We got and also some important dialogue going on too, because everything we're talking about, we're all affected by it, you know. Everybody's affected globally, but some of us affected directly where we can do something about it if we have some good communication. Yeah.
Like realistically, whatever happens in the US, it will bleed into Europe, and Europe, we have fucked up more than a couple of times. Let me just say that much.
Yeah, it affects we affect South America, Central America. We affect America. We affect Canada. We affect Europe. We affect Africa. We affect Asia. We're interconnected across a big part of the earth. So when the U.S. retracts itself, it's not always about what it retracts itself from. It's about what happens after you retract. How does retracting look like? What does it involve? And that's where the details, and that's where nobody can guarantee anything, what it looks like after. And but one thing we can do is recognize if there's any harm that we're creating while we're doing whatever we're doing, we could do better at paying attention to that, because overall, that's what we should do when we make decisions, you know? Yeah, just be aware of what we're doing. At least if we're not aware, then that says a lot about what we're doing, you know? But on that note, I appreciate everybody for coming out, man. No doubt.
Yeah, thanks, Master B.
Yeah, you too, Eric. I appreciate you, bro. Michael, as always, brother, thanks for coming up. And let me see, what's the next stream going to be called?
Always. There's so much going on right now.
Should we stay on the elections? How will Trump overthrow? Stay on that one. We were supposed to talk about more. We were supposed to talk about more of that, and we didn't. So
we could call it Operation Food Card.
How about call it Project 2020, Project 2026?
Right.
No. Midterm. How about state of emergency? Trump state of emergency.
We could call it Project 2028, right?
Project 2028. Okay. Let's do that.
The 2028 is 2 years away.
It kind of covers the midterms, right?
I'm going to suggest, what will the new Attorney General of USA do?
Cover up the Epstein files. That's easy.
Well, you know, and I think that's what I mean by Project 2028, right? We cover the midterms, we cover Todd Blanche, we cover everything political, a part of the plan to
I could summarize
Trump reelected to 2028, right?
Yeah. Todd Blanche is going to kiss Trump's ass. Sorry, I was wrong. I meant he's just going to do it. Let's just call it that. And it's not just the Epstein files; it's everything. All right.
We downtown.
Yeah, man. All right, y'all. I appreciate everybody. Let's catch up in a little bit. Yeah. Appreciate y'all. Be good, Irish Paul. Yeah, Eric. Be good, man. Also you, Sandica. We catch up with you in a little bit, man. All right. Appreciate everybody. See ya. Peace, everybody.
We sent you a DM.
Okay. I'm gonna check it.
Yeah. Just a recommendation.
Okay. Appreciate it. All right, we catch up with everybody. Peace, y'all. See ya. Have a good rest to your Saturday, and I will be back very, very soon. So I appreciate everybody. Enjoy the rest of the day.
Okay.
Peace. Fuck Trump. Release the Epstein files. As always, register to vote. Peace.
Can you feel it? nothing can save ya, cause this is the season of funky behavior. I came to relax your mind, you can recline on what? On this here rhyme. I like the style, I'm staying for a while. It helps me show cats that I'm versatile. I'll touch your dial, turn your frown to a smile. I'll make you feel like you're having a child. So relax and open up, child. I'm about to make you walk what? Pimp style. Oh, pimped out style, you don't understand the logic. See, if you don't have it all, I'll take a deposit. I got shit for you, it's alright indeed. It's like going to the garden and planting the seed. It might tickle for a second, but it won't bleed. So just relax, just hear a dope cry. I'm just real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do the work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax, and just hear a dope cry. I'm just real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do the work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just entertainment, at the same time, edutainment. In other words, you could call it bent. What I'm saying is that I'm here at your service. It's hard work, but then again, I deserve this. I'm helping people enjoy their spare time. I'm like an instructor when I'm doing my rhyme. Relax and just hear the dope track. It's really not all that, it's not like a gag. We like that when everything is relaxed and chill. You don't have to get fucked up or take pills, cause I like being myself, it feels good. Yo, it makes my meals taste good. 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 So just relax. If you're a dope track, I'm just real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. And you're a dope track, I'm just real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. My mind state, that balloon, it won't inflate. Just take the buzz, this much wiser kid, fuck the shake. And take it to a lower level, and dig a ditch for a devil. Got some more kids and pass the shovel. Dig a hole, take them on a spiritual roll. Lyrics unfold, either that or unroll the scroll. Episodes keep reoccurring and stifling. People's vision get blurring, their hearts start murmuring. I'm about 5 times iller than a Sherman. Introspection is God's gift to the miracle. I freak material, lamb's milk without the cereal. When MCs say your booty, they mean venereal. Your fake material hip-hop killers, they more faking than fucking Michael Jackson and Thriller. The status of a hoe, Quanto Costa. They wanna know how much it costs, kid. I bet for keep to me relax. And just hear a dope crack. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you could wear your hat. Just relax. And just hear a dope crack. The vibes is real nice, everything is real fat. You don't have to do work, we do that. It's the type of place where you can wear your hat. Just relax. In the turf. From there, you must find out what life is worth. Grew up learning your do's and don'ts. before working on your motor skills. Working on your coordination, right? And orientation to what you like. The brand new thing, so gentle the soul. We're capturing in this distance the alphabets the kids sing. They celebrate when it's time to go outside. As you get older, you learn to let all the troubles in your life just glide away. Stay focused, keep it smooth, keep you cool. Things in life can make it get rude. If you let it, don't let it. 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 If you let it, let it, let it, what? If you let it, don't let it, let it. If you let it, what? Don't let it. If you let it, don't let it, let it. Don't let it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We embark on this journey to your soul. We wanna have a good time. We embark on this journey to your soul. We wanna have a good time. We do something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I, on a mission to salvation. Our spirit be our transportation. We think you'll do a little love and that is true. For real, we bring something that you know you can't deny. We're just slipping in and out on a journey, you and I. Bring it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it. We know what you feel, you want it. We got what you want, you can have it. We got what you need, you want it. We know what you want, we got it.